My mind is so spectacular. Open up your aperture. You don't like the light that I be shining. Bitch, you Dracula. Southern draw vernacular. Flip you like a spatula. Knew that I was built to put this word up on my scapula. I've been on this road so long, my tires bald. I don't wanna text and no, I don't wanna call. Came in this shit running, bitch, I don't know how to crawl. We ain't never folding, I'm holding the highest car. Look, okay, grew up running post routes. Now I'm on the cash route. Better call the plumber, that boy spitting like a bass spout. All these bad women in this club, fuck is you mad about? Word to all my estheticians, boy, I'm about to lash out. Straight from St. John's to the east side, jigging since a knee high. Watch the way I put on for my state, nigga, yeehaw. Respect it, know it, retard. Crazy how I made it to the league from the bleach eyes. Boy, my shit hair wrong, black, rich, and bare arms. Smoking on that yogi, this shit stronger than some bare arms. Goku, I'm in rare form, you cannot prepare for him. When I swing, it's like a carnivore, this shit ain't fair for him. Brought intellect back to this rap shit, you niggas need chapstick. Shit been dry for way too long, and I'm the matchstick. You niggas Nickelodeon me, I'm more like Cap Nick. Cap a nigga, throw him in front. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said that I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. About to blow like we just lit the fuse. We double dutch into this dough, I get this shit in twos. Push the button, get it started, put that shit in cruise. A little dust up on his heart, I barely get to use. A fool flatters himself, a wise man flatters the fool. Man, I just came to get it started like mechanics with tools. Cause in my hood, if you don't pack a tool, you planning to lose. These young boys deserve Oscars, they be acting a fool. A couple loose screws, but they hammer accurate. Ooh, I know some niggas stuck on drugs and manufacture it too. School of hard knocks, we all got our bachelor's. Food, no cap and gowns, but we all had the master. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said that I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. I'm lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopped and we don't even need no brake lights. Say she don't smoke, but she always smoke with me, yeah. Backwards in the air, back up in the ovaries, yeah. All my ops, they stay running like they over easy. Even my masseuses can't just get too close to me, yeah. Shout out to Next, soon as the ink dry, we count out the checks, yeah. I never flex, I bought up a business, you bought up a section. I'm at the top of my class, yeah. Y'all never learned from your lessons. Skywalker gave me the force, yeah. Turn this into an obsession. I couldn't wait on the team, cooking shit up with just me run play, yeah. Things never are what they seem, but we know the facts, yeah. Charging that shit to the game, but now I pull up with a battery pack, yeah. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and we can just leave it at that. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopped and we don't even need no brake lights. Big bro, why they call you big bro? Every time we hit the bank, we deposit zip codes. Well connected with the streets like we out in Skid Row.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. All of our YouTube videos. Hit the like button, y'all coming here. Hit the share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App. Right here, $ Slick Rick 1990. Still have a little bit of issues with people not knowing where to donate. So, again, if y'all want to donate to the Pull Up Basketball Podcast, it's very simple. Just hit that $ symbol at the bottom of the page. And you guys can donate that way. So Basically, it's very simple. Actually, you know what? This is what we'll do. I'll go ahead and show y'all just where the button is so y'all can see for yourself where I'm coming from. So this right here, share screen. If y'all see this $ symbol right next to the button right here, engage your audience. There's a button right here. If y'all want to show your love to the Pull Up Basketball Podcast, hit that button, and then you got all the options: super stickers, super chat, membership gifting. You got options right here. If you want to sew in, whatever you want to do, you have the options to do that by just hitting this $ symbol right there. And if y'all don't want to do that, just a simple thanks, just a simple subscribe, just a simple like will do. Again, I ain't begging or nothing like that. I just wanted to let y'all know because I got a lot of people who are still kind of confused where to actually get the donate at. So that's how you do it. People want to review this video, go and replay it again. But let's get into the comments and let some of my people talk. Salute to my man, oh man. Salute, BJ. Do the Clippers really want a championship, or do they want to hype up the fans to make money? The fans want a championship with Kawhi Leonard. He's healthy now. Make it happen, Mr. Balmer. All right, that's my man, Mr. O, man. Salute to my man, Cottage. You know what I'm saying? Cottage, one of the guys who's on point. Salute to him, man. How you doing, Cottage? Hope you're doing well. Maddox Vastillo 9999, how you doing, bro? He said the only thing that the Clippers need is another scorer to pair with Kawhi, because looking at Kawhi himself took the Clippers to 7 games versus Denver. If he has another scorer beside him, they have a shot. All right, Maddox, appreciate you coming in. Anybody else that comes in here? Danny Berry Sports Highlights was good. Happy Friday. And then Gabe Moore, hey BJ, how you doing? How you doing, bro? So again, if y'all want to donate or y'all want to show y'all love, make sure y'all, like I was saying, y'all can do at your own discretion. But let's get into it, bro. We continue this what we call Hell Week, which is basically an extension of the Clippers going out the way they did last week in the first round to the Denver Nuggets in 7 games, getting beat by 20 points, being as down as Maine by 30 points, 35 points on the road in Denver. Completely just a embarrassing loss that they had at the hands of the Denver Nuggets, who many people said that the Clippers were going to have the upper hand and beat them in 5-6 games. Some people even said they're going to probably sweep them, right? I mean, now that it's unfolded the way it's unfolded, it's kind of crazy that was kind of like the talk. But that was definitely the talk for before the series started. And actually, as the series went on, you know what I'm saying? So now the Clippers season did not end up the way that people thought it would. Here we are in Hell Week. Salute to my man Jonelle, was good. Salute to the realist. How you doing? Salute BJ in chat. What you doing? How you doing? But we're gonna get right into this right now. We gotta talk about this. And I got a couple more episodes, so Hell Week is still going on. I've done about 3 lives and I've done 1 video pertaining to this subject of what I'm doing. But this one is probably, to me, going to be the most eye-glaring one. Y'all thought the first 2, y'all thought the ones dealing with, Lawrence Frank and Ty Lue, how they both need to be shipped out of here in a gift bag because none of them have done shit in their tenure, right? You got a 5-year relationship with 1 conference finals and 3 first-round exits amongst these 2. And oh yeah, by the way, one year they didn't make the playoffs. Of course, we understand Kawhi Leonard and Paul George missed pretty much the entirety of the season, but that counts towards your record because guess what? If the Clippers would have made it, then you would have counted. So you got to count if they didn't make it, right? And then you presume 3 years in a row to get bounced out in the first round by the Phoenix Suns, bounced out in the first round by the Dallas Mavericks, and then bounced out the first round by the Denver Nuggets. That's 3 years in a row, 3 different teams, right? 3 different situations. You've had all your players, right? And you still can't get it done. Lawrence Frank has rotated players in and out of the roster, bringing in role players, bringing in guys, bringing in new guys, saying that they're going to be the answer. They never panned out. You got Ty Lue, whoever Lawrence Frank brings in. You got to have a power struggle between these 2. If you want to play them or not. Guys like Terrence Mann get shipped out, right? Guys like Robert Covington get shipped out. You know what I'm saying? Guys like now it's going to be Amir Coffey gets stripped out. Brandon Boston gets stripped out. Musa Diabate gets stripped out. Kai Jones gets shipped out. I mean, the list just goes on and on. This is Ty Lue shit. Lawrence Frank and Ty Lue don't seem to have the same playbook. One guy seems to vision smaller point guards such as Reggie Jackson, guys like you know what I'm saying, or one-dimensional point guards on the offensive side of the ball. And the other guy, Lawrence Frank, seems to value more his way got like point guards that can shoot the 3-point shot and play defense, not per se quote unquote pure point guards. And y'all come there and smash that like button. So as far as the results go, these two have been what you call a failure. If you want to call the Clippers a failure, look at the two guys who's been the president of operation and the head coach. They need to be out of here. I got on this subject right here. How Russell Westbrook, the narrative of Russell Westbrook being such a problem for the Clippers is dead. That they made a mistake letting this man go. Why do I say that? Because he made it known from himself in Game 7. Not only did this picture right here show the dunk he had where he pretty much told the Clippers to get the fuck off the court, but also an extension after the game was over, Russell Westbrook gave a quote saying, chose the wrong one. Right? Chose the wrong one. Which was a shot at the Clippers management for basically choosing Chris Dunn, and to an extent, the guy we're going to talk about today, James Harden, over him. So that leads to, obviously, this picture right here, where Russell Westbrook basically shoved it in Steve Ballmer's face, and Steve Ballmer has no choice but to eat it up. Right? So I got on that. Right? I got on the subject, of course, of the Clippers window closed when Paul George left the team. I made a extensive video about that yesterday. How Paul George, when the Clippers lost him, the championship window closed. Right? If you look at the Clippers with Kawhi and Paul George, neither one of them, as much shit people want to talk about, Paul George and Kawhi never been eliminated in the first round. Even when they got in that bubble situation, that they got past the first round, and they really should have won the second round, but outside circumstances were out of their control. But then they come back the next year and they get out the first and second round and get to the conference finals. And then 3 years in a row, they never really got a chance to complete a playoff series together. They had a 66% winning percentage, dominant in the regular season, dominant in the playoffs when they're on the court together. It's just the fact that they could not play enough of games. But when they were on the court, they're extremely dominant. So when people keep walking around, 'cause I see people in the comments saying second option. Well, shit, you had your second option. You let them walk for absolutely nothing. And then to make matters worse, the package that you had for Golden State, you could have picked up Jonathan Kuminga. You could have picked up Andrew Wiggins. You could have picked up, I can't remember the next player. I think Chris Paul, who they probably would have just let go. But you had options to pair with Kawhi than what you got right now. You could have brought in Andrew Wiggins, who just won a championship a couple years prior with Steph Curry. So you mean to tell me if Andrew Wiggins can win with Steph Curry, can't win with Kawhi Leonard? That's another 6'7", 6'8" wing who just really has all the talent in the world, who just needs to be motivated. That could have been Kawhi's pairing. You got Jonathan Kuminga, who, for whatever reason, Steve Kerr chooses not to appreciate his ability, and they just chalk it up that his IQ isn't high enough. Well, the only way you're going to get an IQ is if you let the guy play. But it's just pretty much safe to say that that relationship has ran its course. Steve Kerr don't believe that Jonathan Kuminga can run his offense. Fine. Well, you had that on the table if you're the Clippers. Right? And this is all reported. This is all documented. They had Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul, and I believe another guy on that on the I don't know if it was Moses Moody. I don't know if it was Moses Moody. But I know those 3 players were on the table to come to the Clippers for Paul George. But what do the Clippers do? Trying to outsmart and they pretty much outsmart their damn selves. You got a trade package with losing Russell Westbrook for Chris Dunn, bringing in Nicholas Batum, who is a good rotational piece, but as y'all saw in Game 7, cannot continuously have that workload on him as a starter because of his age. Right? You brought in Kevin Porter Jr., who you eventually shipped out at midway through the season. You sign him to a free agency, and then he goes over to Milwaukee. They trade him for Marshawn Beauchamp, who they don't even keep after the trade was made. And then you let go of Terrence Mann and bring in Bogdanovich. So, who didn't do shit in the playoffs as well. So none of your moves worked, Mr. Lawrence Frank. You could have got a way better trade package, but you decided to outsmart yourself. And not only that, you let your other second option walk. Bon appetit. Now, what do I say about James Harden? This is where we're at right now. Listen, we saw what happened in Game 7. We saw what James Harden did. We saw James Harden pretty much, I think people can say, pretty much flaked out on the Clippers. Not just on the court, but off the court. And I'm going to say that, and I'm going to explain in a minute. Salute, D-Rob. How you doing, bro? I've went all year with people coming at me for quote unquote hating on James Harden. The same people who are nowhere to be found since what the bullshit he pulled last week have been on the platform, have been in the chat. They haven't came up because just like James Harden did in the post game meeting, they're embarrassed. But see, that doesn't take away of all the stuff that was said to me all year long that I had to continuously fight back against every single show, damn near multiple times a show. So if people think that I'm gonna take it easy just because what happened that I said was gonna happen happened, and I'm just supposed to let loose, you got another thing coming. Because I had somebody in the comments talk about oh, you need to let it go. Nah, I kept receipts. So the people that say that can kiss my ass. I ain't letting shit go. James Harden is the only player in the NBA that can tell the same joke and people laugh at it. I don't understand how people fell for the bullshit to start with. This man's been in the league for 16 seasons. And really, honestly, since he's been in Houston, has done the same thing over and over. And people are just so blinded to it, including the Clippers front office. Lawrence Frank coming out talking about he did everything James Harden asked him to do was a complete embarrassment. And that's why I think a lot of people make fun of the Clippers to this day, including Laker fans. Let me tell you something. I came over here. Y'all don't know the background about me. I came over here as a fan of Kobe Bryant. That was my favorite player. I came from the Lakers organization. When Kobe Bryant retired from the Lakers, I had to say, okay, I got to find a new team. I always love Kawhi Leonard because Kawhi Leonard reminds me of similarities of Michael Jordan and Kobe. He's not Michael Jordan and Kobe. He's not those two as far as their games. But he's the closest person. He's the closest person that I can say mimics their mentalities, the two-way ability, the will to win at all costs, the clutchness. Around the same size. Kawhi's a little bit bigger and taller than Kobe and Mike, but he is this generation to me. He reminds me of that. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go support Kawhi. That's how I became a Clipper fan. Everybody knows in LA the Clippers are the little brother to the Lakers. But when Kawhi Leonard came to the team, I can recall the first time the Clippers were taken serious as the championship contender. Even in the Lob City era, the Clippers weren't really known as trying to win a championship. They had the talent to win it, but they didn't have the makeup to win it. Right? Chris Paul never won nothing. Blake Griffin never won nothing. DeAndre Jordan never won nothing. JJ Redick, Jamal Crawford, and the list goes on and on. They didn't have the DNA to win a championship. So nobody really took them as a team to win a championship. They're just an exciting team to watch. But when they got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, that's when the national media said, you know what? They can win a championship, right? So you got to understand the environment I come from. The Lakers, they win shit. And for a while, I thought it was just about the players and who they got. If they got the right players, the Clippers will actually start winning stuff. But I'm seeing, and I've seen for a minute, it's not even about the players. It's the damn starts from the top, the front office. Say what you want about the Lakers. Say what you want. Bro, if something's not working, they remove people out the way. They don't care what they got to do. They remove coaches. They remove players. They go after stars, and they will pay money. They got rid of Anthony Davis and got Luka Doncic. Now, I'm not a Luka Doncic fan, but they understand that star power is needed to win and not trying to save a bunch of money and try to underpay top-level talent and players and then use the CBA as a reason not to do it. And when you start being cheap and trying to undercut people, you get a vase like this where you have to pretty much eat your own words. But when you don't win, when you haven't won nothing, you don't know what it's like to win. You don't feel like you're missing out on anything. See, it kills Laker fans when they don't win. Clipper fans, they don't really they want to win, but it's like, okay, well, we ain't really chasing the title, so what does it feel like to win a championship at the end of the day? So they don't feel like they're really missing out. It's the same thing with the front office. Lawrence Franks never won anything. Ty Lue done won something, but it was almost a decade ago. But ever since being with LeBron James, you're starting to see what type of coach he is. Mediocre. Kawhi's won a championship. He understands what it takes to win. So it kills him when he can't win a championship, he can't compete. And that's why I saw in that press conference after game 7. The reporter asked him, do you think, well, it was Law Murray, asked him, do you feel like you can win with your counterpart, and what do you see you and James can build off of? And Kawhi literally said, I don't know yet. But he was disappointed on what happened and what transpired in that game because, like a lot of people, he got tricked too. But the thing that Kawhi won't do, but I wish he would do, is say, you know what? Since y'all want to run a clown show, I'm out of here. And then people want to blame him, saying he didn't do enough. He didn't do enough to win. He didn't do enough to win. When in reality, all that means is the person that was supposed to help pull the weight didn't pull his weight and actually bailed out. And not only bailed out him on the court, but they bailed out him on the press conference where he didn't even show up. Go look at everyone else's stats. Kawhi led the series in scoring. He averaged 7 rebounds a game. He averaged 4.7 assists. His shooting splits were very, very good. And defensively, he was productive, the best defender on both teams. Probably with Aaron Gordon. I'm gonna say with Aaron Gordon. See, this is this part where I say lowering the bar than upping the bar for somebody else. You up the bar for Kawhi Leonard because you know how great he is. No one's asked to have to be the best offensive player and the best defensive player on the court. Go in and tell me the guy that's asked to having to guard the best players and having to score the most points. Tell me the guy. You're not going to find it because it doesn't exist. Nobody's doing that shit. Jokic can get away with being good offensively or mediocre and being a liability defensively. Because his teammates showed up for him, don't make him the best player in the series. Jamal Murray came with Nikola Jokic when they desperately needed him in Game 5, where he dropped 43 points. Now, let me get into the subject again. James Harden has done absolutely nothing but be a regular season player. And that goes back to my statement again. How many times are people going to get fooled? I saw somebody in the comments said, without Harden, the Clippers don't sniff 50 wins. I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck about the regular season with a guy making 70 million for 2 years. And that's my problem. You guys keep acknowledging and keep enabling dumb shit like this. And that's why y'all keep getting fooled. Instead of somebody telling this dude that you're not getting paid for the fucking regular season, you want to sit up here and say that James Harden should get a pat on the back and a pat on the ass for doing something that guys who's making around $15-20 million a year is supposed to do. I didn't pay you $70 million for 2 years to be a regular season player. That's Norman Powell. That's Ivica Zubac. Those are role players. You role player ass nigga. That's all you is. If you telling me that all he's supposed to do is do what he's supposed to do in the regular season, he ain't nothing but a role player to me, which I've been saying the whole year. He's supposed to do his job for him. Let me say something else. Kawhi's getting the same flack Paul George got last year. James Harden lost with Paul George in the first round and lost with Kawhi Leonard in the first round. Both healthy. Lost with Paul George in the first round and Kawhi Leonard in the first round. Who is the common denominator? You had the system running through you the whole season. You had all the defense around you. You had the coaching staff playing your style of basketball the whole year. You had everything set up for you, and you still failed. And you was too much of a coward and a bitch to even show up to the post-game press media. If you're gonna sit up there and at least take a loss like that, at least come to the the podium and take the responsibility. Don't leave it to your teammates to do it. Anybody that keeps believing in James Harden after what they saw, you're a fucking idiot. I'm saying to your face, you're a fucking idiot. And you deserve everything that you get back. You're mentally delusional, and you are a fucking idiot, and you are a fanboy. No one else would get away with something like this. Y'all destroyed Russell Westbrook when he actually was playing for the team, when he actually is the person who took responsibility when he played bad. Something else I want to bring up too. It's funny that now that Russell Westbrook did what he did, that a lot of people still don't want to give him his credit. They still want to say, "Oh, he had a good series. He did okay. He did no." They don't want to sit up and say that Russell Westbrook pretty much took James Harden's heart, because that's what he did. When he got that rebound off the free throw and he skied over James Harden's head and laid it back in, and James Harden just looking around for somebody else to help him out, to bail him out like he always does on defense when he starts lagging, when he starts falling asleep on defense on back doors and stuff like that. And you saw Russell Westbrook basically screaming in the crowd when James Harden's throwing the ball away, passing it, turning it over, looking to pass the ball to somebody else because he doesn't want the responsibility with the basketball to do something with it. You got your heart taken. I've been playing this game for a long time. I know what it looks like when somebody is out there scared. The slander that Russell Westbrook has been getting is the slander James Harden should be getting. People talk about regular season, regular season, regular season. For those that y'all don't know, playoffs, Russell Westbrook's a better playoff performer than James Harden. So it doesn't really surprise me what happened, how it did. And then their excuse will be, okay, well, yeah, James Harden is asked to do more. The numbers don't say that. Career-wise, the numbers don't say that. Russ beats James Harden every major category career-wise. by averages. I mean, James Harden, all you're asking him to do is score and assist the ball. You're not asking him to do nothing much of anything else and be a regular season player. Russ is expending more energy on offense and defense. He plays faster with the basketball. He attacks the rim more. And then he gives you effort on the defensive end. So how is he asking to do so much more? And he's a vocal leader on the court. Something that James Harden does it when he chooses to do it. Hell, even this series, Russell Westbrook's impact off the bench was more than what James Harden's was on the court starting. Oh yeah, I'm going in. With the amount of minutes James Harden was playing, for him to only average 18 points and then Russell Westbrook give you 13 points when he's playing like 15 minutes less a game, bro. All you had to do was basically give Russell Westbrook around the same amount of minutes, not even the exact same, probably from 15 about less, like probably 5 less more minutes. He would have probably had 17, 18 average as points in points. This whole that they don't make it to the playoffs without James Harden is bullshit. Without the top 5 ranked defense, they don't make it to the playoffs. Without Ivica Zubac's play inside, which if you took Ivica Zubac out that series, against Denver, how long y'all think that series is going to go? How long you think that series will last without Ivica Zubac? Since we would have got to that point without James Harden, how long you think that series is going to go? How long you think how well you think the Clippers are with Ivica Zubac missing a lot of time this year? Because remember, I don't think Zubac missed a game this year. Or if he did, he probably missed 1 or 2. But Zubac wasn't sitting out of games. Where would they be without Norman Powell scoring at the beginning of the season from the halfway point? His 24 points a game off of 50% shooting. That just falls out the sky, huh? He was top 10 in scoring at one point this season, bro. It's crazy to me that all of a sudden every single team in the league that the number one scorer is usually the best player except for the Clippers. When Norman Powell is scoring, I was saying Norman Powell has been the best player, the most impactful player, him and Zubac. And I'm like, but he's the leading scorer. So what team in the league does everybody that the leading scorer don't get the most credit? If you look at any team in the league, people are saying that's the best player. But because Norman Powell's name is big as James Harden's, it's he's good, but he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So it's just a pick and choose game. But that 24 points a game before that hamstring injury was heavily needed. So there's a lot of stuff that the Clippers had for them to get that record. And to say that Harden was the reason why they got to where they got to is flat out bullshit. The offense that we ran that was his offense was a losing style offense, and it proved itself to be in the playoffs when you have to face a team 7 times who can scheme for that. But that's not even the most worst part about all this. After all I said, that's not even the worst part. Let me say something. There's a thing in the NBA that we call salaries and contracts, right? I want y'all to follow me very carefully. James Harden is up for an extension after this season. He has a player option. He's in free agency right now. James Harden is about to be 36 years old in this offseason in August. He got one more year left on his contract. He signed a 2-year, $70 million deal with the player option. So he can either opt in or opt out this summer. I don't know the exact date, but he can either opt in or opt out this summer. He's due $36 million this offseason from the Clippers. Now he has two options. Option one, he can opt in and finish his contract out for the Clippers for the $36 million, and they can just use that and call it a day. That's option one. Option two, James Harden can risk and bet on himself and basically he can opt out and look to get a new deal. He can either go into free agency and check out another team, or he can re-sign with the Clippers and they can either give him the deal he's asking for or let him walk. So James Harden, the ball's in his court. He holds the cards. Why is that so demoralizing? Because now you're in the hands of a 36-year-old who you just saw in the postseason clearly can't perform at the highest level. The Clippers once again fleeced themselves, because the reason why Lawrence Frank is talking the way he's talking as if the championship don't matter is because he don't really have any other options. You can't make James Harden turn the clock back 5, 6, 7 years ago to at least be a better version of himself. But guess what? James Harden understands that he understands he has one more big contract left, which makes another thing worse. The fact that he has an all-star on his resume now this year, and possibly an All-NBA team coming, because he can make All-NBA third team based off what he did in a regular season, he can demand an increase in pay. Now, I'm not hating on somebody getting their money, but I am hating on somebody who gets their money who don't deserve it and show who their real worth is. This dude getting a up in pay after the bullshit we saw in Game 7. If the Clippers did that and gave him that money and give him a new deal, they're dumber than I thought. James Harden making $36 million a year this year. What y'all think James Harden gonna ask for after with an All-NBA and an All-Star on his resume for this year? What do you think he gonna offer to ask for? 40, 45 million? Hell, he might ask somewhere near Kawhi money. You think James Harden gonna ask for less than what he's making right now after what he just did in the regular season? See, that's the game mind trick that's the reason why people keep falling for it. I figured out. That's why people keep falling for it. James Harden has always been magnificent in the regular season, and in the playoffs, he reminds you why it's like you don't pay him the money that you're going to pay him. You're like, okay, now I realize what I saw. That's why Daryl Morey did what he did, bro. And James Harden flipped it to see that Daryl Morey just lied to him. No, he didn't want to pay you because you weren't worth the money. Because of what you did in Game 7 against the Boston Celtics, where you scored a measly 12, 14 points. Well, I think it was 12 points. You did it in 2022 against the Miami Heat. They gave you grace because of your hamstring injury. Daryl Morey played you all them years in Houston, did everything. You shined your shoes, painted your nails, put on your fabric, your clothing, Had the limo driver pick you and from up the Toyota Center in downtown Houston, did everything that you wanted him to do, and you still couldn't get him a championship. And that's where the Clippers are right now. They are at James Harden's mercy. If James Harden wanted to get another deal from the Clippers have it's the balls in his court, because the Clippers will have no other option if they really believe in James Harden but to pay him the money that he's asking for. If it was me, I would say James Harden. This is what I would tell James Harden to his face. I would say, this regular season, you were good, but there was other players who carried the weight. We had a coach who had us in the top 5 defensive rating this year. We had a leading scorer who led the team in scoring up until he got hurt at All-Star break. We had a big man, a center who raised his level of play at almost an All-NBA team level, who was top 3 and most improved player. We had a defensive team, a bench. We had a lot of ingredients. So, you being 36 years old, we will give you a cap that we will pay you at. But as far as an increase in pay, that's not happening. And if you opt in this contract, I'm going to be honest, I will look to trade you. People say, well, you can't replace James Harden. Bullshit. James Harden's style of play doesn't win. I keep telling people that. So what do you mean? What would you lose by losing a guy of that with that playing style? I promise you, there's other players who would suit winning, bro. The Clippers need to focus on, again, Laker franchise. They need to focus on trying to win. You're not winning with a ball-dominant offense. It doesn't work. It will never work. Kobe screamed it. It's not going to work. So what are you keeping them around for? I don't know how many games Kawhi Leonard is playing, but guess what? You can still win games. You act like the Clippers ain't won games without Kawhi Leonard in the past. That's not impressive. We've seen that shit before. Kawhi has been dealing with this for 4 years. The Clippers have still been able to be a good regular season team. It's not about the regular season. It's about the postseason. The Clippers can survive no matter the roster. They've been able to survive and be competitive with simply a good balanced team with wings and a real number 1 option, number 2 option who was able to lead when Kawhi was not playing. But you lost him. James Harden can walk, bro. I swear on everything, he can walk. They don't need this dude. They don't need this dude to win. Y'all don't need James Harden. But he's going to fool somebody else again by that bullshit regular season that don't mean nothing. Say that, and this is another thing too. I want to put emphasis on. This whole they wouldn't be where they're at unless they had James Harden. Y'all do realize when the Clippers got Kawhi back in January, that's when they accelerated and went on that huge winning streak. The Clippers didn't really go on a winning streak until January. I'm talking about winning 5 out of 6 games, winning 6 out of 8 games, yada, yada, yada. That didn't start until the new year. There was a time, bro, they were struggling to even get out of, they were still somewhere in the 8th and 10th seed before Kawhi came back. I don't think y'all remember. Before Kawhi came back, them niggas was somewhere in the 8th and 10th seed. They weren't no top 4, top 5 seed. They would get to like the 5th seed or the 6th seed, and then they'll go right back. They have to go right back down 2-3 games later. But they weren't dominating. They weren't winning, and they were not beating. I said this before. They were not beating top teams. They weren't beating competitive teams. And I'm like, don't get too excited, y'all. We're playing teams that are not that competitive. The Clippers didn't really start going off until Kawhi Leonard came back. That 18-2 record, bro, that's when Kawhi Leonard was playing at his highest peak. Stop with this shit about James Harden. We wouldn't be in the position we wouldn't be in. No, if James Harden was on that damn court in Denver series and we had somebody, a real second option to help Kawhi, they would be advancing at this point. But like I said, the worst part about all this is that the Clippers are going to have to be at James Harden's mercy, and they can't do a damn thing about it. Pretty much got him by the nuts. I've never seen an organization a front office so taken by the nuts like I seen with James Harden, bro. I can't, and I keep going back to, and I hate to do this, and I try not to do this, but I keep going back to what that white radio commentator said when he was with the Dallas Mavericks. I keep going back to that video in my head. And I know some of y'all do too. I keep going back with that guy. I don't know his name. I think he got fired after he made that rant. But he was on point what he said about James Harden. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? Saying that James Harden is not the system, he's the problem. Basically saying that you had Daryl Morey, he brought this player, he brought that player in. I mean, he just went in. He had everything listed, that every stop he went to. And it's just been a disaster. That people keep getting tricked by what he does in the regular season, bro. People get on Paul George and Kawhi, bro. At least these niggas show up for the post game. This bitch didn't even show up for the post game 3 straight times. And then want to show up to the post game when they win. Man, get the hell out of my face, bro. That right there shows me who you are as a man. That ain't got nothing. Forget basketball. That shows who you are as a man. You're selfish. And the only time you did show up is when you wanted to blame Kawhi, saying the Clippers would have won that game if they didn't turn the ball over this amount of times. No, nigga, the Clippers would have won game 1 if you played defense. Because y'all had the game in overtime, even with Kawhi giving the amount of turnovers. And I'm not excusing Kawhi's 7 turnovers. But when James Harden came on that post game after game 1, y'all remember when the Clippers lost that game, and he pretty much went with the narrative. They wanted to look at Kawhi and say he was the reason why they lost. No, they lost the game because Russell Westbrook out-willed you and got the last second steal off of your hand. And then that tends to prove in game 7. Same shit. Because even when Kawhi turns the ball over, if he gets back on defense and gets a stop, it cancels it out. Now, of course, you don't want to get comfortable with turnovers because it's momentum. But there's bigger issues than what a guy giving you that amount of turnovers in literally one game. We rarely see that from Kawhi. James Harden, the dude averages sometimes more turnovers than he does assists. That was absolutely in Game 7. Hell, it was criminal what he did in parts of the series, bro. He don't deserve no damn extension, but you know what? The Clippers are going to be stupid enough to do it anyway. And that's why they deserve everything they get. I've talked enough. I'm dropping the link. Let y'all come in. I'm going to hold off on reading comments for now. I'm just going to let people come in. What's good, Robert?
Hey, BJ, what's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm all right. How about you?
Man, I love the video. Man, you went in on Harden, man. And honestly, bro, I'm with you, bro. We bet not re-sign him, bro. But you're right though. That's such a Clipper thing to do to re-sign that man. We bet not. BJ, what are we doing if we sign him? We just saying that we just want to be good for the season? That's it? We don't have no aspirations of winning a championship? Like, come on, BJ. Like, what? And it's crazy. Like, all the people that you're right, all the people defending Harden and shit, talking about, oh, well, he had a good season. We wouldn't be where we was at if it wasn't for him playing how he played. Like, was y'all really watching the Clipper game this year? Like, you could tell people only read stats, BJ. They don't really sit down and watch the games to tell you that James Harden did not have yeah, his stats look good and he got a not that all-star, bro. But when we needed him most against good teams, he was nowhere to be seen. Ah, man, I can't understand the Clippers, man. We better not sign him, man. That doesn't make any sense, bro. Sign the man so he could just be good in the season and then flame out in the playoffs. Like, what? Honestly, man, we got a lot to do this offseason, man. But I just know we better not sign this man. We sign this man, we sign in our own fate. We're literally saying, you know what? Yeah, we're good for the season, but screw the playoffs. He might have one or two good games in the playoffs, but that's it.
Man.
We would be idiots to sign this man. Why, BJ? BJ, I don't know where we go from here. It just feels like we stuck, man. But I'm telling you right now, I feel like we can get rid of Harden, bro. We don't need him as much as they saying we need him. I can do without, man. Shit.
Yeah.
Man, we don't need that bomb, dog. We can get rid of that guy. Hey, like I said last stream, BJ, people will come play with Kawhi. So I hope the front office ain't scared to make a move because they worried about we losing a star and ain't nobody gonna come. Bro, Kawhi is not LeBron James. It ain't no circus show. Everybody know what we're gonna get if Kawhi show up and he healthy and he locked in. We're gonna get elite offense. We're gonna get elite defense. And we're gonna get a guy that don't have no ego. and we're gonna get a guy that's a alpha male, but he's not the traditional alpha. He's not gonna be walking around here talking and hard to get along with, or no shit like that. So people will come play with Kawhi. So if that's a narrative, they can kill that. They will come play with Kawhi.
Hey, skills. And if you listen to past teammates of if you listen to past teammates of Kawhi, they'll tell you he's a hard worker, bro.
Oh, most definitely. But see, that type of stuff with Kawhi ain't never been in question. You know what I mean? And I'm one of the people that got fooled by James Harden. This is the first and only year James Harden has ever fooled me. And the miscalculation I made was, I'm putting all my eggs in the Kawhi Leonard basket. I'm like, James Harden normally shit the bed in Game 7 and in the playoffs, but he ain't never been beside a Kawhi Leonard. And that was my rationale. That was my train of thought. That's how I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, if we get a healthy Kawhi, Kawhi will be so great where he can cover up for James Harden deficiencies. But two things I didn't factor in. One thing I didn't factor in, Kawhi was only going to play 30-plus games. So he didn't even get a chance to get into the full capability, his full form. So when he reached down for those reserves, it wasn't there. It wasn't there because he didn't get enough reps. And the second thing I didn't account for is James Harden selfishness. I never realized how selfish he was. You know what I mean? And one thing that's unforgivable, not showing up to that post-game press conference, that's unforgivable.
Bullshit.
You can't overlook no shit like that. Because he didn't, because in game five when they lost, he was nowhere to be found. In game 6, when he had a decent game scoring 28, you couldn't keep his ass off the microphone. You couldn't keep him from saying, oh, this is what I told you, we all show up and blah, 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 and we do this and we do that. You couldn't keep him out in front of the cameras. And then you lay an egg in game 7 and you leave your teammates out to dry. They got to sit there and answer questions on your behalf because you're not man enough to sit there and answer the question. Everybody was disappointed. I don't think nobody was more disappointed than Ivica Zubac and Kawhi Leonard. And the reason I said Zubac specifically is because Zubac had a great-ass series. Besides Game 7, Zubac had a great series. He was going against arguably the toughest matchup that he has in the league. And he performed well. He played good defense. He got good rebounds. He had good offense. And that was, in spite of the fact that we stopped going through him like we was going through him prior to the season end. You know what I mean? So he still played a good game. So nobody was more disappointed than those two guys I just named. And they still showed up to answer questions. Your bitch ass didn't show up to answer questions. Bro, that type of shit right there is unforgivable. And it shows who you are. It shows who you are as a man. It shows who you are as a basketball player. And, these things, bro, we can't unsee these things after we've seen them. There's no unseeing it. So it's like, dude, the Clippers need to get off him. Like, they need to get off him, bro. People will come play with Kawhi. I'm going to keep screaming that. People will come play with Kawhi, but they're not going to want to come play with James Harden. That's the problem.
Hey, Skills. And remember, I was telling people the whole year that this team goes how James Harden go. It shouldn't. It should have went how Kawhi go. But I was everybody was calling me crazy. No, this team is Kawhi. Team is Kawhi. I'm like, no, James Harden is selfish, bro.
He's selfish, bro. And I didn't realize. I think it was JM. I think maybe it was JM who said this. He was like, when Kawhi come back, James Harden ain't gonna want to turn over control. And in my mind, I'm like, man, how can you not? Like, bro, we all have played basketball before, and when you're hooping with somebody that's clearly better than you, you're gonna defer to that person, whether you want to or not. Like, if you got a person,
the point guard, Skills. I always say the point guard is like football. It's the quarterback of the team, bro. You go through the point guard because he's the one holding the ball.
But it's crazy. But it's like it's a lot of blame to go around though, because you gotta fault T. Lue in the fact that he enabled this behavior all season long. He allowed this man to think that we could just run the James Harden offense and it was effective, bro. Kobe told us this shit, nigga, about 10, 15 years ago. He told us, bro, that style is not going to be effective in a 7-game series because we get to scout it. We get to take it away. Look, if you're playing in the regular season, how many times on average do you play a team? Maybe 4 times, 5 times, even if y'all in the same conference. So and then those times are spaced out. So they don't really necessarily have time to scout you like that. You can win a game here or there versus Denver, but it's different when you're locked into a 7-game series. all they're thinking about is
That's a
you.
fact.
All their game planning about is you, taking you out the game. So that ISO ball doesn't work in those situations, especially if you're a guard. Like the ISO ball not gonna get it. Bro, we got the best shooter in Steph Curry of all time. Even he understands he has to run off screen. Kyrie Irving is the exception because he has incredible, impeccable handle. So there is no containing him. But any guard outside of that that's under 6'6", the ISO ball is not going to work for you in a post game series. You have to be big enough to be able to get your offense off and go through people, even if they are scouting for you. James Harden is his handles are okay, but he refers to the step back, and that's only going to get you so far, bro. When you're in a 7-game series and everybody is locked in on you, And then another thing, I'll end with this. I got to go. One of my clients coming. I'll end with this. And BJ said this, and I agree 100%. It's easy to see when somebody is scared. In that game 7, he was scared, bro. He was scared to shoot the basketball. He was scared to attack. He was scared to get in the lanes. He was scared to go downhill. Westbrook took his heart. That's exactly what he did. He took his heart. And you can't unsee some shit like that. Your teammates can't unsee some shit like that. It's a difference, bro. If you only score 7 points, but you had 20 shot attempts, you use 5 of your fouls, you got 8 rebounds, you got 10 assists. You know what I mean? We can overlook the 7 points because I can say you did everything else in your power to try to help them get the W. But we can't even say that because you were so scared. You were scared to shoot.
Yeah,
That's unforgivable, bro. Unacceptable, bro. Let's get off him, bro. Let's get off him.
man, I can't agree more than that, Skills. Let me go to Kirk and I'm gonna go to Jonelle. What's good, Kirk?
What's good, BJ? What's going on, chat? What's up, Skills? What's up, Rob? What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Kurt?
What to
What
do?
up? What
Hey,
up?
shit, y'all. BJ, I didn't really watch. I mean, I usually watch your video, but I didn't really watch this. But I just seen you was talking about James Harden. So and Lamont sent me the link, so I'm like, let me see what he's talking about. And I, we all been talking about this all year, y'all. Like, that's why I'm not really upset because Rob, Skills, we always talk about James Harden, right? And that's why I just became almost numb to it, bro. And at the same time, before even James Harden came, bro, I thought this team was playing pretty good. Even before, the Rush trade, I thought Bones, when he was out there, he was playing better than James Harden. I'm talking about as a team player, not like a better player, if that makes sense. It was this is I remember when James Harden, that trade happened. And I'm I was like, damn, why did they make that trade? It was an unnecessary trade to me. It was he was trying to cater to James Harden's wishes, basically, because he's always running to a different team. So,
Who asked for that trade? I can't even remember, bro. That's what I don't remember. Was it PG or am I tripping,
Hell
BJ?
no.
Nobody did.
I
Nobody
think it
asked for
was.
that
I think
dude.
James Harden was trying to get out of Philly, and you know what I mean. He found a spot for the clip. That's what I'm saying. It seemed like it was just it was a forced
So
trade.
that's put on Lawrence Frank then, huh?
Right. No, for real,
Bingo.
for sure. So when the trade first happened, I was like, they don't need James Harden. I really, I'm like, they don't need him at all. But obviously he came. The offense was kind of weird. And last year showed me everything. Honestly, I knew James Harden was a folder, but last year's playoffs when Kawhi went down and him and PG was in the finals against Dallas. He didn't do shit. He didn't do shit in pivotal games either, bro. He was, like I said, he was the same James Harden. This year, obviously, when Game 6 happened, he showed up for Game 6. He said we didn't want to go home, and he's over there on a press conference, the post game interview talking about win or go home. But did you realize that Game 7's win and go home too, bro? It's 2 games. It's not just 1 game. But that's why I'm I don't really talk about James. I just know who he is. And y'all know this. I mean, we all talk about James Harden, but I literally I don't get mad at him no more, bro. The only thing I'm surprised about is that I heard that obviously we talked about it, that he took a jet home, bro. As soon as the game ended, come on, bro. That's
Crazy.
when I heard that
Crazy.
shit. Yeah, that's Rob. That shit crazy, bro. When I heard that shit, Rob, I was like, oh yeah, that he is officially a coward. You know what I mean? If you was questioning before that plane, nah, bro, you gonna leave your teammates and come on, bro. That's my thing. You can do
When I was
anything else,
Steve
bro.
Ballmer, man, that should have pissed me off, bro. I
Right,
just flew these fans in and you gonna go take
right. So it's he does have a big. I was saying like he really don't got a big part. No, he got a big part in losing. You know what I'm saying? Like the Clippers losing this series because I feel as though if you take the Nuggets 7 games, bro, you have business to win that series. Am I lying, y'all? You didn't just go 7 games for no reason. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You can win
For
the
them to fold
series.
like how they folded, bro.
Right. And obviously, like I watched the game. Like BJ said, I hold Kawhi. We all hold Kawhi to high expectations. That's why I was upset. But he didn't play a bad series. Like I can really sit here and say that. Like Kawhi played great basketball. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
So
you just fall into what your argument you were saying. He could have played better, yeah,
right,
but I mean, he
right. But
didn't
he
play
probably
bad. So
right, exactly, Rob. And maybe he's seen what we seen about James Harden, bro. Maybe he was like, oh, this dude, what the hell? Like, what is he doing? Like, he's not really affecting the game. And like, someone came on here and tried to. I think Deuce did. He's right there. What's up, Deuce? No disrespect, but he said he had 14 assists. I feel what he's saying, but it was still a blowout, bro. And I watched that game.
But if everybody else is turned down, bro, like what the hell you expect him to do? Like goddamn, they're double teaming him to get the ball out of his hand, so he's passing to wide open dudes, and dudes is giving the ball off their foot. Dudes is getting stripped by Westbrook. Dudes is cranking wide open threes. But like, what are you talking about? Like, do you guys watch the game? Have you ever laced up a pair of Jordans to play like for referees and shit? You want
I
James Harden to get the chuck up?
I'm gonna
You just
say
want
this.
James Harden to get double teamed and chuck up shots while he's double teaming. He got
I'm gonna
capable
say this,
teammates
Deuce.
who's wide open.
I'm gonna say
Like
this,
what kind
Deuce.
of shit is that, man?
I'm gonna
I
say this,
don't think
Deuce.
he was getting doubled though, man.
You're not watching. Well, you're
Christian
not
Brown
watching
was
the game, bro.
Christian Brown
Christian
was
Brown.
no. Christian Brown was pushing him full court, and he didn't get like a double team. I remember one when Westbrook caught on the last second shot, but that nigga wasn't getting like double, bro. Like he wasn't
Bro,
getting
when he
drops.
was driving, bro, the defense was collapsing on him. That's why he was passing. That's why he was passing like that, bro. So you want him to drive and he's not getting the fouls. So like you want him just to do a Westbrook and just turn the ball over?
The refs weren't giving him fouls. He was trying to.
I know. So that's why he was passing.
You gotta go.
That's why he was
contact.
passing.
You
to
gotta
open
go through
people.
the contact though. You gotta go through the contact.
No, bro, we gotta open. You're not getting the call, and you got capable guys who've been hitting shots all year, who's supposed to be some borderline all-star, is scoring 20 points a game. He can't fucking do anything with the ball.
They were playing the same defense in game 6 as game 7, bro.
No,
it was the
bro.
same defense.
No, bro, they bust that zone out, bro. When he got in the lane, they collapsed on him. He was passing to wide open people. That's why KD got benched, missing open shots. Jerry Jones came in, hit a couple of shots.
How are you trapping out of a zone then?
Bro, when you drive inside the zone, they're all collapsing on you.
Stop
driving. You know that.
In. Stop driving all the way to the basket and shoot a midi or shoot a 3. Don't drive into the contact where the contact is and keep throwing the ball to somebody else.
Stop doing what we've been doing all year. Stop doing what we've been doing all year, driving and kicking.
If you can't play through a zone, bro, that's something wrong. In 16 years,
no, bro, he's doing the zone buster. They're doing the zone buster, bro. You drive in, you kick to open people.
I took 8 shots from James Harden, bro. It's not even the points. You took 8 shots because you didn't.
He didn't play the whole fourth quarter. What he usually dominates in the fourth quarter.
He could have had more than 8 shots, though.
I'm happy he didn't play in the fourth quarter. It would have been worse, bro. We've seen James Harden do this no matter what the defense is. He did it in Houston against the Spurs. Nigga had 11 points. He did it against Philadelphia.
You talking about when nobody blocked his shot from behind going for the open shot? Is that what you talking about,
bro? Every stop he has done this, no matter what the defense is. He can't take pressure in those situations.
The pass is the pass, bro. I'm talking about game 7. I'm talking about game 7.
Bro,
the pass is the pass. No.
Come on, he an all-star. He only got 7 points in that game.
That's who he is.
He got 7 points and 13 assists.
Bro, that's who he is. He can't show up in pressurized situations.
I'm not feeling that shit, bro. This nigga's a top 75 player. Been doing this shit his whole career.
In the regular season.
You gotta be taking the side of Gilbert Arenas now. You guys talking about like fucking 8 games, bro. Like, come on, bro. What about game 6? He showed up game 6.
Player, bro. He's a regular season player. He's a great regular season player.
Last year versus Dallas. He showed up in game 4.
Deuce, he was shit. It was shit.
Bro, James Harden outside of games 1 and 4, he was good. Same shit he did this year. He'll give you 2 good games, bro, and that's about it. He can't give you a whole
and
series.
our borderline all-star gives us bullshit every fucking game. All of a sudden, he can't dribble. All of a sudden, Zubac back to getting pushed around and getting stripped and shit. All of a sudden, but it's James Harden's fault. But James Harden been spoon-feeding these niggas all year, and all of a sudden, these guys can't do nothing.
Hey,
Get the
Ty
fuck
Lue
outta
on that
here,
shit
man.
too, Deuce. Hey, Ty Lue deserves some of that shit too, though.
No, bro, those players deserve that shit, man. Norman Powell deserves that shit. Zubac do that shit.
We judging the two All Stars, or
No,
not All Stars, but we judging
the niggas that's
Kawhi
been
and James
balling for us
Harden.
all year. That's what you need to talk about.
We're not judging
the niggas
role
that's been
players,
balling
right?
for us all year.
I talked about Norman yesterday, but today is
I
James
know,
Harden.
but you can't. This James Harden hate is
I'm
crazy,
talking James
bro.
Harden turn. To say that he don't deserve no blame like you saying, bro, no.
I'm not saying that.
That nigga
I'm
deserves
not saying
at
that.
least that nigga deserves majority of the blame for what that nigga did in game 7. And then for you not to show up for the post-game press conference, that's some bitch shit. And the reason why he did that because he was ashamed. He know what
No,
was
he's pissed off, but his teammates let him down like that.
No, like
That's
let
what
him
he's like.
down.
Pissed off.
Man, he let Kawhi
His
down.
teammates
Let Kawhi
pissed off.
down.
This nigga been the leader of the team all year.
Bro,
He's been the
let
leader of the
Kawhi
team
down.
all year.
He left Kawhi
Taking these
down.
niggas
That's
around,
he let
teaching
Kawhi
these niggas
down.
how to play, taking care of these niggas all year. He been doing
So
that
he's
shit.
their
And
dad
them
or
niggas
something,
let him
bro?
down like that.
He did that 3 times. 3 times.
He did what 3 times,
Kawhi, if
DJ?
you ain't gonna show up for the post game, bro, Kawhi was there at front and center every game, win or loss.
Kawhi ain't been there all year, so shit, he should to pick up the slack.
Man,
crazy
Harden just
shit.
got here. Nigga, you lost with Paul George last year in the first round, and you lost with Kawhi Leonard in the first round. The common denominator is that nigga.
Yeah, right.
The
I
nigga's
think
a
James
regular
Harden helped
season
us.
player, bro. That's all he is.
You said James Harden didn't show
He's
up
not a
3 times?
playoff performer. He ain't never been no playoff performer.
I
And
don't
then
know
niggas
about
gonna get
that.
on Westbrook, bro. Westbrook actually took his heart.
Westbrook took Norman Powell
Hey,
hard.
BJ,
He
you
took
said James
his
Harden.
heart, bro.
He took Norman Powell's hard. That's what he
Yeah,
took.
he
Norman
took
Powell was the biggest reason we lost this damn series. We should have swept fucking Denver. We should have
Why
swept these
y'all keep
niggas,
saying
bro.
that dumb shit? Can you please
Bro,
stop saying
you
that
see
dumb
the
shit?
game, the way these niggas play, bro.
No, bro.
The way Norman
No,
Powell
bro.
played on the road is disgraceful, dog.
You just don't sweep a team like that, bro. You
Bro,
just
we were up
talking
game
stupid
one.
out.
We were dominating those niggas, bro.
That doesn't
Norman
mean
Powell come
anything,
in
bro. It's a
clanking.
7-game
Norman
series, bro.
Powell missed his midi floater. Norman Powell missed the open threes. Norman Powell throwing the ball away. Norman Powell getting beat on them bad cuts. Get the fuck out of here. They should have bitched Norman Powell. But get the fuck out of here, man. This
I mean,
nigga's
I ain't
supposed to
lie,
be
bro.
carrying the
We
team
should.
all year, scoring all the points, 45-point games, 38-point games, and all of a sudden, bro, you struggling to trap 20. You missing everything you always do. You turn the fucking ball over, and you want to blame James Harden. Get the fuck out of here.
But James Harden was doing the same thing. He was getting beat
No,
back
James
door.
Harden wasn't, bro.
He was getting beat back door.
Kawhi Leonard was turning the ball over more than James Harden was.
I don't know
He
about
had
that.
one bad game. He turned the
These
ball over,
niggas.
bro. Kawhi led the league, led the series in scoring, bro. And he was the
At
best
25
defender.
points a game? That's not enough.
James
We
Harden
need
gave
more
you
than the
8.
quarter.
Bro, hold on. James Harden averaged 18 points.
James Harden accounted for like 50 though.
He averaged 18 throughout the series.
But he's accounting for like 50 though.
Bro,
What do you
that's
mean
an
he's
excuse,
accounting for
bro.
50?
That's an excuse. Can you just tell that boy that's an excuse, bro? So you want James Harden
No.
to average 18 in the series? Is that what you're telling me, bro?
What
Dude, is
about
that
his
what you're
assists?
telling me, bro?
Nigga,
What about his assists?
Norman Powell averaged 16 points in the series. It ain't too much
Deuce
problem with
is
James
talking.
Harden.
No. Deuce is talking stupid as hell, bro. You want James Harden
No,
to
I'm
average
not.
18
You
points
niggas
in
is
the series?
over objectifying.
What did he average last year, Deuce? He didn't average 18 last year.
What did he average? 20?
Bro, 18 still bad from James Harden either way in the
18
series.
18 is.
Bro. That's bad. That's
But
bad.
what about the assists though? 8 to 9 assists. How many points is that? At least
cool.
40, right?
Dude,
How many turnovers did he
right?
average?
dude?
How many turnovers did he average though?
Like 2, 3?
It's not even that, Rob. He has the ball in his hands though. Of course he's gonna get his
Yes.
He holds the ball.
Spoon-feeding niggas, bro. These dudes, man, y'all don't watch the game and think he fucking holds the ball. It's a pick and roll up the top, bro. They swing the ball around and they pass the ball back to that nigga.
I'm just saying he gonna get
on the
assists
court.
out the
Like,
way,
don't
bro.
tell me he holds the ball. It's not Houston, bro. Norman Powell, bro, is getting 9 to 10 touches a game. 15 to 20. Zubac. Everybody talking about how he getting he's just getting more touches. James Harden, these niggas turned down in that fucking 7th game, bro. We need to focus on that.
They turned down because James Harden turned down.
No. James Harden turned down because they turned down.
How are you gonna
James
turn
Harden,
down, bro? You the best player, and expect the role players to turn
bro.
up with you. You the
Bro,
best
if
player. You
they're
supposed to
double,
turn up.
you are
They
supposed to
follow
turn up,
you. They follow you.
bro.
If
He
you
was doing
turn
the same
down,
thing he been doing all year. Spoon feeding these niggas, and these
I
niggas
gave you,
choking.
I
I
give
wouldn't
you
call
that.
Remember, he
spoon.
went
Regular,
out
Spoon
and came
feeding is
out and said
crazy.
he the system, Deuce.
bro.
He
He a
the
regular
system, so he
season
don't get
player,
no
bro.
pressure.
He do get pressure, bro. But I just feel like it's overdue. I mean, it's overcooked. Like there's no way in hell you guys come on James Harden turn down and watch the bullshit that fucking Zubac and Norm Powell put out
Bro,
there.
Zubac
They
is the
cost
one
us
that's
the
been
game.
playing. Nigga, Zubac had the best. He had the best series out of that. Out
I
of
know,
Kawhi.
but game seven, bro.
And James Harden had the worst game in Game 7.
No, game seven, bro. Game seven. Those dudes did.
Hey,
Those dudes turned the ball
Deuce,
over.
you're giving him
Those
so
dudes
many
missed
What
open
you
Bro,
shots.
talk about?
man, and I'm gonna go. Let me go to Jonelle and Mingle. I
My
Hey,
I
bad,
what's
don't.
bro.
going
Go
I
on,
ahead,
can't.
B?
man.
I can't
What's
rock with
going
that.
on? What's going on, BJ? So I've been out for a while, just working, busy, life. And hey, but I've been listening, and man, this playoffs was very disappointed because I'm thinking that we're gonna go for at least the distance with Denver, or I thought at least we're going 6 games, but after that putback done by Gordon, it seemed like just like it was a mental breakdown, especially from James Harden. The funny thing is, I'm talking to my brother, and I'm watching Game 7, and I'm watching it all just unfold. This dude, it seems like he makes it to half court, and there's already 5 seconds left on the shot clock. That's unacceptable. I think this dude's conditioning, James Harden, is that's why he doesn't get paid. That's why the Amari was reluctant. You know what I mean? He did all that, and they're just not able to toss him all that money because this dude, his conditioning is one thing, and then in the playoffs is another. He doesn't show up. To the brother that was talking, I get it. I understand, but at the same time, you're not. I don't think you're watching the games to be, with all due respect, because all this dude did was get the ball and just drain the shot clock. It seems like every single possession went down to like 5 seconds on the shot clock. That was just, I was, playing with a dude like that. When you play ball and you got a point guard like that who's that ball dominant, that is very exhausting. You can't deal with that. You know what I mean? And then the coaching itself was so bad. The rotations, we were playing small when we shouldn't have. We was putting Bogey in there. That dude was getting tossed around like a frisbee. And he's not like, it's not like you're in Europe or Serbia. Like, this is the leagues. Out here you got to play with versus athletes who are quicker than you, faster than you, who jump higher than you, or stronger than you. You gotta be able to take. You gotta you gotta kind of uh go try to do your best to at least be competitive. If you're not the most athletic out there, you know what I mean. At least try to be physical. But this dude was getting tossed around, and then the decision making. I don't know who said that he's a good playmaker. I did not see that throughout the series. This dude was just. It seems like he only dribbles with one hand. He doesn't have the he doesn't look like a point guard to me. I said that on the chat. Bogey looks like a spot up, like he may be a playmaker overseas, but not here. He looks like a spot up 3-point shooter. A dude who just runs off picks. I don't think that dude should be nowhere near having the responsibilities of a playmaker. He doesn't look like it. He gets stripped easily, and it's easy. It's just he doesn't look like he's that type of player in the NBA, at least. Uh, our rotations was horrible. We did everything possible to, like, at the end of, and you know what's funny? We won 7 games, BJ and Shat. We won 7 games. That should tell us a lot of how great of a team we are. We have enough. We just didn't have the coaching. And it's a shame that Ty Lue's, never mind. I'm not even gonna make that comment because Ty Lue to me is not a real. He's like an assistant coach at this point. He's pretty much like the Dot Rivers, but they're pretty much similar. To be honest with you, just Doc Rivers just has the name, and he just has more experience. You know, Ty Lue is to me he's an assistant coach. He should have like after what happened with Dallas, we should have not given him that contract. I never got that, and because we've been at this for a long time, and to be honest with you, I don't think, and we don't have a lot going for us when it comes to signing players, unless we get rid of certain people. We got a clean house. To be honest with you, in the front office, we got James Harden. I will let him walk this summer, and we'll go and see what we could do. We can attract free agents, especially superstars. Somebody that could come with Kawhi Leonard, because this series was so bad. And it sucks because we were right there with Denver. Denver, to be honest with you, I think they're gonna, they're gonna get their bearings, and they're gonna run through this team. OKC, they're just gonna, game plan and do what they gotta do. I don't think this series, which is versus OKC, is gonna be as tough as this series. We gave them everything, but we just fell short. We don't have the coaching. We don't have the personnel. We have the personnel. We just don't play them. And Coffee says he's not gonna be in. It's a shame, but he's not. He's looking like he's not gonna be here next year. And it's a shame because it's like history keeps repeating itself. And players walk out, or we trade pieces that we should not trade. Paul George, I'm not gonna front BJ. I was mad because Paul George he didn't show up last year. But damn, I'd rather have Paul George than this version of James Harden. This dude was horrible. James Harden, to me, he's always done this. He's always been the same player. The thing is that, and even that Manu Ginobili block in 2017, I remember that. See, James Harden has always been the same player. The thing is that now at 35 years old, 36 years old, 36, he's not the same athlete as he once was. I remember James Harden going down the lane and yanking that ball, just dunking it. He just doesn't do that anymore. He's not able to. His conditioning has gotten worse. So it's like, everything, like he still got the talent, but now that he's not the same athlete, he don't got that burst of speed, that first step. Now it's more glaring that he can't, like, his deficiencies, his basketball IQ is how bad it gets. It's just so much glaring. We see the mistakes that he makes in real time. Game 7, when he put pressure on him, he wasn't getting double. Kawhi was the dude who was getting double and triple team. James Harden, he had open threes. He was just getting bodied by Christian Brown the whole time. That's, when you can like just body like that and you just, you crumble. That has to do a lot with condition. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna keep on. I'll stick around.
Yeah, I wanted to also bring up. Old man made a great point. I mean, because it's like, bro, how is it that they weren't hitting shots when Harden had 13 assists?
Right.
Like, that don't make sense. Like, if them niggas wasn't hitting shots, he wouldn't have 13 assists. So they were hitting shots. It was James Harden not being aggressive.
He should have had 30 assists.
Yeah. How many attempts?
But 13 assists, niggas was hitting shots though.
Yeah.
He had to be
absolutely.
Can we let Mingle go? Cause I'm just like trying to go. I gotta go to work. We let Mingle go.
What's good, Mingle?
What's going on? Oh Lord. So what I'm hearing, I've been listening very carefully to everything everybody been saying, and it just sounds like it's the LeBron effect. Basically, it sounds like to me it's the LeBron effect. Everybody is to blame except the person that needs to blame. You feel what I'm saying? So basically, I'm just gonna break it down. What I'm talking about. What I'm talking about here is everybody trying to blame James Harden for the loss. But Kawhi only played 29 games in the regular season. He should have been the one who take this team to the promised land. I'm gonna say it again. He only played 29 games in the regular season. How some kind of way he getting a pass? I'm not understanding. Make me understand. I listen. Just make me understand. Because
go ahead.
Because ain't no way you playing 29 games in the regular season. James Harden is the reason why mainly they got to the what seed they was, the 5th seed. Because he was there. He was playing. Y'all guys played 29 games. They made it to the playoffs. And now we blaming James Harden? Yeah, again, make me understand. That's all I'm saying. Make me understand.
Okay. Well, for one, Kawhi didn't play 29 games. He played 37 this year.
Okay, 37. What we do? 37.
Hold on,
all right.
Let me finish, Mingle. Second off, the thing is that Kawhi basically was the best scorer this series. He was their best defensive player. He carried the weight as far as a number one option is concerned. If you looked around the NBA, as far as what the numbers Kawhi put up, they were good enough to win a series, especially against Denver, who they were looked at as being a more superior team, the Clippers. So he put up good enough numbers for them to win a series, but it's a team sport, and your second option has got to show up. And what we saw James Harden do the series against the Denver Nuggets, score 18 points a game, not good enough as a second option. Give you 7 points in a closeout game, not good enough. Not be a defensive liability on the court, not good enough. Not dominate your matchup, not good enough. So once again, we're going back to what he did in the regular season. Yes, regular season James Harden was good. He's always good in the regular season. But history plays itself over and over. When it gets to the playoffs, especially in them crucial games, year after year, place after place, stop after stop, he does the same thing. So if we're going to give him credit for the regular season, we got to also give him that smoke in the playoffs, because Kawhi pulled his weight in that series. Now, could he have went for 30? Sure. But that would just be taking basically hiding the fact that James Harden didn't do what he was supposed to do. And that's where I want to stick at. That nigga didn't do what he was supposed to do. He the one got bitched from that white boy Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook. He the one got targeted on defense. He the one scored 7 points in the closeout game. We're playing 30-something minutes. He does this every single stop.
Okay. So he does this every single stop. All right.
Hey.
You trying to tell me?
Hey, BJ. Mingo, I don't understand how you don't. I don't understand how you don't understand. Like BJ really just broke it down for you, bro. It's not hard to.
I don't want to hear that.
Hold on, Mingo, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. You gotta relax, bro. You gotta relax. You know what I'm saying? Nah, relax. Hey, look, y'all gotta relax. You do, y'all. This is one thing y'all gotta take accountability for y'all favorite player, bro, or whoever he is, bro. Listen. Okay, if he not, the fact is the fact he ain't show up. Point blank. That's what you gotta understand. That's what Deuce gotta understand. He did real. Listen, you gotta be real. No, you gotta be real. He had 7 points.
Be real.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go, Mingo, after because Monty gotta go to work. I'm gonna let you go after again. Go ahead, Monty.
Man, look, man. James Harden, he's not the answer. He's not a first option. He's not a second option. We all know that James Harden plays well in the regular season. Who don't know this? He's an entertainer in the regular season. He be cooking. We know this. But when it comes to clutch games, clutch time, he is not that guy, bro. Point blank. How many times he got to show it, and how many jerseys? Huh? How many times? Game 7 with 4 different teams, he's lost every time and went out every way. You talking about Kawhi only played 37 games. Bruh, what you mean? They were in a situation they was in, it was just like work. And they ain't get to the playoffs because of fucking James Harden. It was Norman Powell, it was Zoo, it was defensive team, it was everybody, bruh. It wasn't just him. You get what I'm saying? Like, come on. And Kawhi, when he came back, he elevated that team, bruh. He elevated that team. Which I was the 5th seed. Hold on. Before Kawhi came back, where y'all was at? BJ, y'all was the 8th seed. Stop playing. Where was he elevating y'all to? Nowhere. Y'all was in the play-in. Come on, bro. You gotta respect what's going on, bro. You're not about to. Nah, it's not no crazy as hell. You don't do. Y'all need to. Y'all gotta take accountability for James Harden, bro. Point blank. Hey, dudes. You gonna say 13 assists? Cause that's all he had, bro. That's all you could say. He had 13 assists. Yeah, I know. He ain't scored nothing because they had him on straps, Holmes. He could not do nothing. He was on straps by a little white boy. What we talking about? You know what I'm saying? He's been winning championships. The white boy been winning championships. Christian Brown been winning championship. Russ, he already know how James Harden play, bro. What you talking about? It's more shit to it. Y'all keep this one run y'all mouth, bro. You really got what's going on, bro. James Harden ain't show up. James Harden ain't show up, bro. James Harden ain't show up. Bro, you talking about you done yapping. I'm speaking real facts, bro.
Bro, you done
real
yapping?
Facts. Everybody
in
in the chat, everybody up here already know, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
it's not no yapping. I'm right here telling you, Lord, and BJ telling you, Lord. And for y'all to come up here, hey, listen, bro, for y'all to come up here on my man podcast and he breaking it down and he telling y'all why this nigga should be on the team, why he fucked up in the playoffs, and for y'all to argue this man down and tell him, oh, he did. Otherwise, y'all crazy as hell. He said he the system, he the second option. He fucked up. And guess what? Y'all gotta accept that. And where y'all at? On the motherfucking couch because of James Harden. Stop playing, bro. And I'm about to go to work. I love y'all, man.
All right, you done yapping? All right, then. So this is my thing. You sitting here trying to tell me that a dude played 37 games, and you trying to blame it on the dude that was there all season long. It's 82 games in the season, and he played 37
Kawhi should have been there. He should have been there. Wait
a minute, I ain't interrupt you. He played 37 games out of those 82 games. 82 games in the season.
He should have been there.
It's 82 games in the season. And y'all wasn't in the play-in either. Y'all was the 6th seed when James Harden, before Kawhi played the game. Y'all was the 6th seed.
Don't listen to that shit.
Y'all ended up being the 5th seed.
This is what it was. They was in the 6th seed for 1 or 2 games, but the majority of the time before Kawhi came back, them niggas was in the play-in. They ended up being the 6th seed. But then it was the 5th seed after that. They didn't elevate that 18-2 run to Kawhi started playing at a high level.
Man, get out of here with that. He should have been playing at a high level. He only played 37 games.
All right, so we ain't gonna give James Harden all this credit like he carried.
Well, I ain't giving James Harden nothing. James Harden played bad in that game 7. I'm not giving James Harden all or nothing. But we're not gonna act like it wasn't Kawhi ain't have no hand in this. That's what I'm saying. I ain't giving Kawhi nothing. Not Kawhi. James Harden played terrible in that game 7. Terrible. But guess what though? So did Kawhi Leonard. He ain't played no better. That's my point. Y'all trying to give him a pass like it was just all.
What about the supporting cast?
All them guys played bad in that game 7. Norman Powell played straight. All these guys played terrible. It wasn't just James Harden.
That's right. So Mingle, this is the issue. So this is the narrative he carried throughout the whole season, even though his teammates helped, because you had Norman Powell who was leading them in scoring. You had a Vince Zubac playing the way he was playing, being an all-defensive type of player. You had a top-5 defense. Nobody talks about that through the season. They just say James Harden carried. All right,
so
cool.
You think?
Cool. Now, hold on. Let me finish. So if you want to say James Harden carried when he didn't really do all that, but we'll give it to him, why should I not give him the blame majority for what the fuck happened in the playoffs? Why do I got to look at what everybody else did when we want to give him credit when he does well, but when he clearly shits the bed and gives you 7 points with all the minutes, it ain't all his fault? You can't have it both ways.
I'm not having it both ways because you got to understand something. So you trying to tell me y'all would have been in that same position without James Harden?
I will pick any other nigga. I will get a point guard and replace him, and we would be in the playoffs if Kawhi played 37 games. Hell, we did it before. We didn't need James Harden.
That's a lie.
Kawhi missed a whole season, and we were the 7th seed.
When?
So we have proven without Kawhi, we do not need him to at least be in the play-in. James Harden.
Y'all went in the play-in. Y'all was the 6th seed. The 6th seed is not the play-in.
No,
the 6th seed is the playoff.
We had a winning record without Kawhi playing a whole season.
Bro, all I'm telling y'all is Kawhi don't escape this. He don't escape this, bro. Dude don't escape this. He played trash just as well as James Harden played trash in that game 7. He don't escape none of
How
the
did he
blame.
play trash when he had 20? He was the only one playing good. Nobody else came.
Ain't y'all the ones who always tell me stats don't mean anything? You
Man,
can
you
have all
just
these
talking
stats, but
shit,
if you
man. Let me go
lose,
to Mass, man. Man, you talking
I'll
shit.
be
Let me go
caring
to
about
Mass.
LeBron.
I gotta go around. Let
But
me go
now
to
all of a
Mass,
sudden
man. You just talking shit now.
it's stats now.
I got Mass. Let me go ahead, Mass. Go ahead. Hey,
Crazy.
Mass. You on mute, bro. Mass, you there? All right, let me go to E. What's good, E?
What's good, bro? Salute. What's happening, everybody on the panel? I kind of came in till end, but I could already tell where the conversation was going. So, yeah, I can't. It's a lot of factors that play into why teams don't succeed, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? But as far as the Clippers, Kawhi did what he normally does. Now, the game got away from them, obviously, which we were watching. But you can't just say he played equally as bad as another player when he led your team in all the statistical categories. Like, and we could say stats don't matter, but sometimes stats, they do tell the truth. They are deceiving too at the same time. But if you tell me that when you compare Kawhi Leonard's stats to how he actually played to get those stats, and then you compare James Harden's stats to how he got those stats, it is not even comparable at all, not even a little bit. Because we seen Kawhi being aggressive. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's only so much players can do when we would have liked Kawhi Leonard to say, you know what? I need to take 40 shots and I need to score 50 in order to give us a chance to win. Yeah, but hindsight is 2020, and we all know that's not who Kawhi Leonard is. He's a high efficient basketball player. He takes the shots that, you know what I'm saying, that he takes based off of, rhythm and flow to a basketball game. He's never been the Kobe or Jordan to say, you know what, I'm carrying you on my back. He can lead though. So we've seen him lead his team in scoring and actually do that, but he always had help. Because every team and every great player needs somebody else to come along with them. And that was supposed to be the all-star, which I thought he shouldn't have been an all-star, James Harden. It's no way that you can tell me that this dude is a top 75 talent. But then in the biggest moments, when you're supposed to be a top 75 talent, you look nowhere near that. And that for me, I'm like, James Harden, it's no way that you could okay, game 7. You did everything you could in game 6 to get you to this point. Because the previous game, you didn't have a problem when you was at home front running. You know what I'm saying? After every shot you was making, and you dropped 27 or 28, or however many points you had with double-digit assists, 8, 6, 7 rebounds, a steal here and there. It's no way that you can tell me that you cannot replicate that in the next game, in the biggest game, to give your team a chance to advance in the playoffs. So it makes no sense. Just think about this. In game 7, when we needed somebody to step up, let me transition real quick to the Warriors, right? Who came along with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and all these other guys? Like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't just Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. Buddy Hield put his imprint on the game, impactful, and that's ultimately the reason why they won. Buddy Hield and Draymond Green. Because what's Steph and Jimmy going to get their numbers regardless of their shooting percentages, right? But you need that type of value and impact. So if you're telling me that Buddy Hield can impact the game in that way, but James Harden can't, and James Harden is 30 times better all around than Buddy Hield, we have an issue, bro. Like, James Harden got to show up. It's no way buts, ands about it. This is who he's been his whole entire career. What happened in OKC when he won the Sixth Man of the Year award, or when he was one of the top finalists for Sixth Man of the Year awards in OKC? He made it to the finals, right? Everything that he was doing prior to the finals was all good and dandy, right? All of a sudden they get to the finals and he does not show up. So
Him from being an OKC as a six man, going to the finals, getting his opportunities and his shots to add value and impact on winning, he failed in OKC, right? All that did was just follow him. That was that tail right there telling you, oh, this is who this type of player is going to be. He is a really good regular season performer. He's going to wow you with the stats and the crossovers and all this and that. But when it comes time for him, you know what I'm saying, to be an alpha, he's always, that tail is going to follow him from OKC, bro. And he's always going to fail in moments where you expect him to be big. And that's just the point of the matter. However you want to spin it, you can say Kawhi this, Kawhi that. If James Harden shows up and scores 25, 26 points, we might have a different discussion. It might be okay. It might be OKC versus the Clippers tonight instead of OKC versus Denver. So that's just what it is.
Yo, is nobody there? I mean, good take, bro.
Yeah, what happened? Damn, what happened, bro? Did everybody pass out or something?
Where's these niggas at?
Where everybody go? Why ain't go so silent on me?
I'm still here. I ain't trying to hog the mic. Still here.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm finished. That was drop the mic on you. It ain't nothing else you can say after I said all that.
Yeah, right. I'm hot. I'm hot still. I don't think we putting the blame where it needs to be. To me, James Harden been playing how he played all damn year. It's everybody else who turned down. But you know what I mean? I guess I'm a Harden. I guess I'm a Harden supporter or whatever, fan or whatever. But I'm not.
So why did he play in the game then?
Excuse me?
Why did James Harden play in the game if he didn't need to do nothing? Why did he play? For what?
Wait, no, he played how he played all year. And once
he made an all-star team not dropping 7 points. You don't make all-star teams, bro, scoring 7 points, bro. What are you talking about?
So what did he average this year? 18 points? 20 points?
He was in the 20s. He was like 21 point something, right? BJ, fact check somebody.
I think
he was
like
an all-star.
Points.
Okay, even if he did average, if he averaged 18 points, bro, he scored 7 points. That's 11 points under his average. So
he didn't play the whole fourth quarter.
I know they was getting blown by 50, though. So
that's just an excuse, dudes. I mean, if you want to say this, dudes, that James Harden is the same. To me, I just expected this to happen anyway. So I'm not mad or upset because this is who he is. So if you want to say this is who he is, bro, then that's cool. I'm not mad at that, bro. He's not going to get better.
Pass first point guard who will hit an open shot or who might take a shot at the end of the clock. Yeah, that's who he is.
I'm just talking about like James Harden's a folder. That's what he is. And you disagree with that, Deuce? If you say that, then you're just lying. And if you say that, shit,
y'all delusional, bro. I don't know if y'all pay attention to the actual game, bro. You feel me?
I watch every dribble, all 82 games.
You watch all 82 games. So what's your assessment of what happened then with James Harden in the game 7, the biggest game in your career?
Once Zubac and Norm start letting go of the rope, I think he just let go of the rope also.
No,
but what does that say about your player that you're going to be a follower and not a leader? You're supposed to be leading those guys, not the other way around, right?
No, I think that first of all, the first big thing that altitude kicked our ass.
Oh,
I don't know about. I don't know.
Bro, it sounds like you're making every excuse in the world not to hold players accountable, bro. That's all that is. You're making every excuse in the world not to hold players accountable.
But that's the reason, though. So. You know what I mean? I said James Harden deserves it. He should have been more aggressive. I said that. But to sit here and give him 100% of the blame, nah, I'm not fucking with that.
Well, no, we're not saying 100%, but at least 95, though.
Hell no. I'll say 30 to 40. I'll say 30 to 40.
I see what you're saying, though, bro. I mean, the whole team could have played better, bro. That's what it is.
I say 30 to 40. And the altitude kicked our ass all series. The altitude kicked our ass all series.
If James Harden wasn't scoring, what else did he do to help his team if he wasn't scoring?
Pass.
Because you can impact the game in other ways outside of scoring.
Like he did, pass. Now, if you're looking for James Harden to sit in the chair and strip niggas and you know what I mean, lock niggas down, I don't know what player you expected to get.
That's not a skill, though, to do that, right? Would you agree that defense is effort, and it's only a little bit of skill that goes into defense, but everything else is just
I don't think
great?
no, there's a lot of skill to go into defense. There's a
So
lot
you
of
mean to
skill that
tell
go
me
on
that
defense.
you can't slide your feet? They teach you that when you in the third grade, bro. To
I
slide
know,
your
but
feet.
niggas still can't
What
slide
the
their
hell are you
feet.
talking about? You said
Niggas
what?
still can't slide. They still can't slide their feet.
I know,
They
but how
still
is he able
grabbing
to
and
cross
holding.
niggas over and go by people? So if he's quick on offense, why you can't slide your feet without the ball? You should be able to move faster without the ball in your hand.
But you're reactionary on defense or anticipating like Kawhi Leonard does.
So you mean to tell me Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook is better than James Harden?
Who said that?
I'm asking you a question because they killed y'all. So
No, not at all, bro. Not at all. Not at all.
all
Russ is a hustle player, which is good. I love
right.
Russ' energy. I love all that, but he's not a better player than James Harden.
And what
I'm
about
sorry.
Christian Brown? Would you think he's a better player?
What kind of question is that?
I'm just asking a question, bro.
If you want to allow Christian Brown to bump and hold and grab the whole time, yeah, he could be a better player. It's not
Okay.
basketball. You want to allow him to play Bill Lambier ball?
So you're
Yeah, I
saying that
guess so.
James Harden played bad because of the altitude and Norman Powell and
I think the
Zubac.
whole team
Is
played
that what
bad
you're
because of the
telling me?
altitude.
Okay. All right.
I think
How
the
many
whole
times did you
team
play in
played.
Denver? How many times have you played in that altitude though? Over the course
Well, we played
of their
there once,
careers. Over the
twice
course
this
of their
year.
careers.
Bro,
Huh?
what are you talking about? Everybody has problem playing in Denver. Especially we got old guys like us. What are you talking about?
So now y'all old. Okay. All right.
We
Cool.
not old?
All right. Yeah, I guess y'all old, bro. Yeah, y'all old.
We not?
Yeah, y'all old. Y'all old. So who's fault? That's Lawrence Frank then. Why would you have all them old players? So
Well, that's fucking Ty Lue's fault for not playing the young guys. Lawrence Frank like, fuck, I better get something for the young guys.
okay.
See what Musa Diabate been doing. See what Kai
Yeah,
Jones is looking like.
I agree. I agree with that. But I'm just saying though, that's not
And,
y'all
oh
didn't
yeah,
have
we
those players
can give
though.
a lot of
So
blame to Ty Lue. We
I
can give a
know,
lot
but we
of blame
gotta
to
go
Ty Lue.
based off of game 7, bro, what you was dealing with. That's all.
In game
We can't go back to the
seven, I
beginning of
give
the
all the
season.
blame to Norman Powell and Zubac.
Okay, so you think James Harden played like an all-star?
No, I don't.
Okay. So why does he get any blame?
He
Makes
does
no
get
sense,
blame.
bro. You just
He
said you
does get
give all
blame.
the blame to Norman Powell and Zubac. You just
Okay,
said
bro.
all. You just
That's
said
hyperbole,
all,
bro.
bro.
You know, that's hyperbole.
All.
The majority, excuse me, if you want to be exact words, the majority of the blame.
Okay. So where's James Harden fall in that
I already
slight
said
minimum?
30 to 40%. 30 to
30 to
40%.
40%? Okay, and then what's the rest of the percentage? Break it down.
55 to Zubac and Norm, they're the same. They're both equally, and I give
Okay.
five to the coach. So the coach only can do so much.
Okay. Mm.
It's up to these pussy ass players like Norm. You let a nigga pick you up and shit, and do all kind of bullshit to you. Let a fucking Eric Gordon push you in the face, and all of a sudden you ain't got no fucking heart. You scared and shit. Get the fuck out
They
of
did
here,
the same
man.
thing to James Harden too, though. So
Powell did the same thing Harden did. Played great in the regular season and didn't do shit in the playoffs. What's the
No,
difference?
to me, James Harden do what he do in the regular season for us. Not Houston, not 10 years ago, not Oklahoma City. This 2024-25 season, James Harden did it. All he's been doing the same thing.
No, well, his production turned down in the
he been
playoffs.
averaging 7 points all season. So there it is.
That's what I was saying. No, he's averaging 18 points.
As Powell did. Powell turned down, Harden turned down. Like, what's the difference? How are we gonna put more on Powell?
I can't hear you, bro. You low.
Harden. Harden is the
I
star
can't hear
player.
you,
How are you gonna
BJ.
put more on the role players?
Is that my phone or somebody else's? Or is it him? Can anybody hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
We sound low at me.
He said y'all riding James Harden like y'all be riding LeBron, bro. Y'all out here capping. That's what
Ain't nobody riding James Harden. I'm not gonna over blame him either. That's just me. I watched the game.
I know, but he made it to the All-Star team this year though. So
Strictly on reputation. Paul George made the All-Star game last year on reputation too.
well, Paul George was averaging like 24 points a game though.
I know he wasn't, bro.
Look it up, BJ. How many points did Paul George average? 22 and a half?
Paul averaged 23 points and had his best shooting splits of his career.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done deal.
23 points. No, it wasn't
Done
average
deal.
25.
I
Okay,
mean,
23. One basket off. Come on, bro.
Yeah, you're right. But 25 and 23 is some way
Shit,
different.
Cal Korver,
That quarter,
made Draymond Green made an All-Star game, All-Star team. You know what I'm saying? Averaging what, 12 points a game? Come on, bro. What we talking about?
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Reputation
Reputation. He only got what? One All-Star, two All-Stars.
on reputation.
Reputation means you're gonna get in down there every year. If that's the case.
So he got in with those reputation, bro.
No. So you just really saying
But
that that's how garbage James Harden really is. You ain't giving James Harden no credit, to be honest with you.
I'm not giving.
So
I'm
he don't
not.
get the blame. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
I
hearing.
do give James Harden credit. James Harden was spoon feeding these guys all year. All year. Can't nobody create a shot without James Harden. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's sad, bro.
James Harden who made Zubac who he is. James
He
Harden
sure
literally turned
did.
Zubac into a different player.
hey, Mingle, let James Harden walk, bro. I promise you, we will not.
James Harden turned Zubac into the player that he is now.
How did James Harden turn Zubac into the player when he can score with his back towards the basket? That's a stupid statement, bro.
James
That's
Harden,
dumb.
Zubac offensive game went up.
Any
When
big
James-
man
when
nigga that
James
got a
Harden.
point guard, any big man that got a point guard to make a pocket pass can make their big man look good. So what are you talking about?
Nah,
Zubac was
stop
not.
the cap.
Zubac
Man,
was
y'all
not
gotta be
playing like
real
that
with
before James.
yourselves, bro.
Zubac was fumbling the ball. Zubac was
Y'all
getting
gotta
pushed
be real
around.
with yourselves first.
Thank you, man. You don't watch the game.
Hold on.
That's
Bro,
what
I
I'm
watch
saying.
every game. I watch all the games.
Zubac got was more touches, bro. That's all he got was more touches. That's all that changed.
No, look. Okay, look. Guess what? Guess what, BJ? If they're saying that James Harden is responsible for Zubac's success, doesn't that mean that James Harden failed the team because he didn't get Zubac and Norman Powell enough shots? It's the same thing. However you want to say it.
No, he was getting them shots. They were turning the ball over.
in that game 7.
It all falls back to
He
James Harden at
was
the end of the
getting
day,
them
bro.
shots. They were turning the ball over.
Yeah, James Harden
It all falls back to
Hey,
James Harden,
dude,
bro.
we
Stop it.
cannot talk turnovers
Yeah,
when it comes to
James,
James
you
Harden.
can't say that shit. Oh,
Yeah,
he wasn't getting the ball.
James Harden averaged 5 turnovers on the season, bro.
Dude,
Stop
first you
it.
said niggas wasn't hitting shots.
Westbrook was ripping. Westbrook
Can y'all hear
was
me?
ripping Zubac. He did it
Yeah,
3
we can hear
times.
you, BJ. Go ahead.
First you said they weren't hitting shots. Nigga, he had 13 assists. So obviously somebody hitting shots. Now you
He
say
should have had
they
30.
turned the ball over.
You're right.
No, James
He should have
Harden
had
wasn't
30.
being aggressive, looking for his shot to open everybody else up. I was at game 6 in the first section. James Harden was doing all that wolfing, doing all that shit talking in game 6. Nobody was talking about the role players. Norman Powell came along. Here comes Ivica Zubac. They went off to James Harden. Now in game 7, the pressure gets to him. He can't do none of that shit. And everybody else turned down.
Right.
They were doing the ball, those BJ. But
Y'all forgot that Zubac averages points. He gets to the free throw line. That's not James Harden.
Check it out.
Stop it.
Check it out. They had 5 straight turnovers that led to 17-0 run, bro. 2 rips by Westbrook and three fucking turnovers by Norman Powell.
Nah, that's all James Harden. James Harden had the ball in his hand, bro. That's James Harden's
game, bro. That was the game right there.
James Harden.
That's not James Harden's fault, bro.
They was up
That
in
was
the
the
first
game.
quarter, bro.
He's
They
the
was
point
up
guard.
28-21.
That's what I'm saying. That's how you get all
But
this
it wasn't
assist.
because of Harden, because
Kawhi
Derrick
was
Jones Jr. Derrick Jones Jr. was the one that was giving them energy in the first quarter.
he was passing the ball to him and Kawhi.
Kawhi was taking it
Why wasn't
coast to
James Harden
coast
shooting
and
the ball in
getting
the
his own
first
shit
quarter?
off.
That's all I want to know.
Man, Kawhi got a wide open 3. They came off that short pick with Norm. He came off the pin down from Zoo. Kawhi gave him the open jump shot. I mean, Harden gave Kawhi the open jump shot. Like, they were running the offense, bro. They were down. They turned that third quarter, bro. Them bitch ass niggas turned the ball over 5 straight times.
The third quarter. Harden was out there too.
No, bro, I'm telling you, they turned the ball over 5 straight times. Kawhi hit the 3, and this bitch ass nigga turned the ball over 5 straight times.
Where is James Harden at, bro? Where is James Harden? He's the point guard. Where is James Harden? He's the point guard.
What the fuck?
He was passing the ball. These niggas was open. Zubac in the low post. He let Westbrook take it from him twice.
Crazy.
Why
He
is
let
he
Westbrook take
passing
it
the
from him
ball
twice,
so
bro.
much? Why is he passing though so much?
Norman Powell.
Because he was
You get the
scared.
ball, 3 straight turnovers, bro.
Can you explain to
Dribbling
me
the
why he
ball
was
off his
passing
foot.
so much, bro? How many shot
Because that's
attempts did
the
James Harden
offense.
have?
That's what he's been doing all
Hey,
year, bro.
no, he has
No,
not.
he has
No, he hasn't,
not.
bro.
No,
Yes,
he
he
has
No, he
has.
has
not.
not, bro.
No,
Yes,
he
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 has
has
has.
not
not,
been.
bro.
He was
Stop it.
aggressive. He had 8 shots the whole game, bro.
8 shots.
Yep.
Now tell me how many shot
Google
attempts he
how many
averaged a
times.
game for the whole season. For the whole season, tell me how many shot attempts he
Google
averaged a
that.
game.
Wait, Google
Okay,
what?
Google that. Because he's 18 to 20. You don't shoot the
So
ball that much.
why he only got 8 shots then in a game 7?
Because he missed the whole fourth quarter.
No,
And
because
when
he
he
was
makes
making
the
the
turn
plays.
the ball
No,
over.
bro, dude.
Why did he miss the
got
whole
taken
fourth
out.
quarter though?
He got taken out because he
Because
was playing bad, bro.
it wasn't him playing bad. Norman Powell was playing bad.
Bro, they threw the towel in, bro.
Yeah.
They quit.
After a 17-0 run. That
So whose
that
fault is
happened with
that though? I don't
5
understand
straight
that.
turnovers. Norman Powell is
Bro,
due.
James, but I'm saying to say it's Norman Powell more than James Harden is crazy. When
I don't agree.
James Harden had
I
7
disagree.
points and Norman Powell had 9. They both play bad. But I got a
No,
star player who's an all-star playing like that, bro. I'm putting it on him.
No, that's that nigga Norman Powell. You passing the ball, you just giving it away. That was a 17-0 run, bro. That killed us. That broke our fucking back.
So
Because them
why did
niggas
James
turned
Harden play
down.
defense is what I'm saying. I don't understand why he didn't get it
Bro,
back
that
on
shit
defense.
was leaked. Turnovers, live ball turnovers leading to fucking runouts, open threes and shit. Not boxing out. Like, man, what the fuck are y'all talking about, bro? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that was Harden. That rebound Westbrook guy who was supposed to box him out.
James Harden.
You know what I'm saying? Like, stop this shit, man.
This is crazy.
You know that
bro.
nigga don't box out for what the fuck?
He don't, bro. But
Bro, do you know James Harden personally, bro? Do you know James Harden or something?
No, I don't. I watched the game.
You watched the game. So why they didn't win there?
Because they let go of the rope. Norman Powell, I keep saying this shit, the 17-0 run that broke our back. We talking about
that was all Norman Powell's fault? That had nothing to do with nobody else?
Yes, Norman Powell. He passing the ball off the pin down screen, and this nigga just can't play no more. Get the fuck out of here with that, bro.
So why did James Harden only take 8 shots in the whole game, bro? He should have had 8 shots in the first quarter.
Because he had 13 fucking assists. He can't shoot and assist every day. It was still more to play. Like, what game are you watching, bro?
Hold on. You said he can't shoot and pass the ball. So the previous game, he had 26 points and 13 assists, right?
In the same possession? He can't. No, he can't.
No, in the same position. Okay.
No, he can't.
I know, but why didn't he turn into the Hall of Fame, James Harden? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it seemed like he was trying until everybody else quit. He's like, fuck it.
No, it was that Christian Braun dude, bro. Bothered him. Ever since game 4 happened, bro, James Harden, that nigga been in his head. That's what happened.
Well, we can't take that game 6.
Well, yeah, that's one game, and then you supposed to follow it up in game 7. You
Game
supposed to
5,
follow that shit up, bro.
Game 5,
Kawhi had
blown out.
Kawhi had 27 in game 6, and then he turned around, could have went off more. He could have had 30 if he didn't get benched and get in the fourth quarter. James Harden wasn't going to do a goddamn thing, bro, in the fourth. He was done.
I feel it. Well, I gotta go, man. I gotta get ready to go to work. But you know what I mean? Much love. I don't agree. You know what I mean?
Much love, bro.
I hope we can trade.
I hope
Norm
James
for
Harden make you
Zion.
happy one day, bro.
I hope we can trade Norm for Zion, Norm and Bogey for Zion, and let's get some money.
At least Zion gonna shoot the ball.
Hey, I would love to get that, but somebody gonna get that nigga, and I hope it's us. For Norm and Bogey. And let's just rock and roll.
I hope James Harden make you happy one day, bro. Salute.
Hey, I've been a Clipper fan for 40 years, so you know it's an abrupt ending for everybody. Peace out.
All right, dudes. Yep. Nash, you still there, bro?
Oh, is the chat over?
Nah. Nash, you still there?
Sitting there. Hey, BJ, you gonna have to do some questioning when you see OKC advance, my guy. Did you see OKC?
Yeah, we got game 3 tonight. I'm gonna watch. I'll be watching that game close.
Danny Green said he wasn't impressed, so I guess. OKC they just gonna have to prove everybody wrong, but maybe people still gonna be like, oh, they got lucky. So I don't know.
Tyson, what's good, man?
What's good, man? Salute. How you doing, bro?
Chilling. What's good, brother?
Same old out here grinding. But yeah, man, I don't disagree with y'all. James Harden played bad in that game 7. We all agree. Um, but he was a big part of what made y'all what y'all were throughout the regular season, even the postseason. He had some good games. He had some good assist games. Like you said, we know he's not a defender. He's never been that. We know he's not a guy that's going to box out and get rebounds. If we don't know that by now, then blaming him for that at this point is kind of, it's kind of crazy. But he didn't show up that game 7, but the team didn't show up. So I'm not as down on James Harden as everybody are y'all seem to be. I agree that y'all can move on from him. I don't have no issue with that. He's old. He's at the end of his career. Him making an all-star team on the same numbers he had last year, y'all, he's not the same player he was. Y'all say he top 75, he should do that. That top 75 is based off what he did in Houston, period. You know what I'm saying? So he's not that. He hasn't been that same player in a while. He's a secondary option at this point, second or third. And second and third options, that's what they do. They show up some games. They don't show up some games. You can look at Klay Thompson. You can look at, multiple players from multiple teams. Second options is not tasked all the time with having huge games every game. You know what I'm saying? So, we can point blame at Kawhi. We can point blame also. The coach can get blamed. But, just to say that James Harden cost y'all the series, I don't agree with that.
Hey, speak your facts.
So how much blame do you give James Harden, Tyson?
If I'm breaking it down like a percentage, that's tough. Man.
45%, nigga.
Hell no, not no 45%. Hell no. That ain't enough.
That's too
ain't
high.
enough to go around, bro. I say more than maybe like 25% range. I didn't really break it down in my head before I came up here, or to really think about it. If I was thinking it all out, I would have to take some time to do that. But I'll say if I was just guessing, I'd say right in the 25-30% range.
Do you think if James Harden take more than eight shots and score about 25, 26 points in the way that he knows how to score, do you think that the Clippers would have probably won the game?
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that they would have won the game, and based off hypothetical. But if Kawhi maybe would have did the same thing, they would have won the game. If Norman
So you
Powell
needed
gave you
Kawhi to
similar
score 50
production,
then.
if Norman Powell gave you similar production to what he gave in the regular season, they might have won the game.
But Norman Powell
It's a
ain't
lot
play
of
good
ifs.
all series though. Norman Powell was so inconsistent off series. I'm not really tripping on
That's
Norman
my
Powell.
point. That's my point, Lizzie. Second and third options are inconsistent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the second
Tyson,
option is damn near a hybrid of the first option.
Yeah,
So.
Buddy Hield's gonna give you a great game, and he's gonna give you a shitty game. Draymond's gonna make 5 threes or whatever he made that one game, and then he's gonna come out and not make one or make none. That's what role players are, bro.
It matters
That's why they role
when they
players.
give you the game,
That's why they're
though.
not
It
superstars.
matters when. Timing is everything, bro. It
Oh,
matters
I
when.
agree. He didn't play one that game 7. We all agree. But like I said, Klay Thompson played like shit in game 7s, and the Warriors won. You know what I'm saying? And other players have done the same thing. So, it's if we don't
So
do
do you
that for
think
every
Klay
player and
Thompson is
call him,
comparable to James Harden, though?
yeah, he had some horrible games. Yeah, but Klay had horrible games, but Klay's a better defender in his prime. I give you that. I understand that. But but at the same time, I'm just saying from an offensive standpoint, if we gonna hold second and third options to having bad games and call them trash because of it, then we got a lot of motherfuckers to call trash.
Now, guess what? To what you just said, Klay Thompson probably did play bad in some games, 7s, and some other games, right?
Right.
But you can't say that he wasn't aggressive in those games. He just didn't make shots.
They called him
But
Game 6
but
Clay.
he
Hold up,
shot.
wait.
Huh?
They called him Game 6 Clay. Y'all remember that shit? Game 6
Because he
Clay?
had a couple of big game sixes. Come on, bro. They done played
I'm
a
just
lot of
being
playoffs.
honest.
They done played in a whole bunch of series where he didn't have no good game six, bro. But
I mean,
but
but
I
he
feel you
was
though.
big as.
He had some great game sixes though. And he had some bad ones too.
But to be honest with y'all, like this game was lost on defense. It wasn't really on offense, bro. They was letting Denver
Mhm.
shoot off the damn. I was watching that game, bro. I'm like, damn, y'all
Yeah.
gonna let these niggas shoot? Like they
So
let these niggas shoot.
okay, bingo. So who takes responsibility for that?
Man, James Harden and Norman Powell.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. So it can't be he's at 25% or 30%. You was a deficiency offensively and defensively. I get it.
No,
If you was good offensively, then I can handle you being whatever defensively. But
I disagree with that.
if you
I
can't
disagree
do
with that only because Denver is a dynamic offense, right? You gon' we seen them go against great defenses and they still get those same type of shots. We seen them, you know what I'm saying? That's a dynamic offense. You're gonna give up something. And if they're making shots and knocking down shots, a lot of times you lose those games if you can't exploit them defensively and kill them because of their lack of defense. That's their weakness to me on the defensive end. But if they're knocking down shots and big man Nicola's doing what he's doing, that's a dynamic offense, bro. You sometimes they're gonna beat you on
you just
offense.
said it. You just said it though, Tyson. You said he's not a good defender, so that is a liability on the court. Don't
What
matter
was
what
that?
the offense. You said Harden is not good defensively,
But we know that, BJ.
so that's why I'm saying that is bigger reason why he gets majority of the blame because he can't help you offensively or defensively. So it's like
No, we not.
you and Norman Powell, it's the same thing. They both did the same thing. They had a couple good games throughout the series, and then defensively gave you absolutely nothing.
I understand what you're saying, but again, like if we go, if we get into the finals and Steph Curry is getting cooked by Kyrie Irving, we're not gonna sit up here and shit on Steph's legacy
Steph
because
don't get backdoored like that, man. He's
that's
not a
not what he's known
liability
for.
that
That's not
hard
what he
on
does.
defense.
Huh?
Steph Curry covers his space on defense.
No, he
The only
tries,
time,
but he still
only
if he's going against a good offensive player, they was known for hiding Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? Trying to hide Steph Curry in those type of situations. And if he gets exploited, nobody's gonna say, "Oh, Steph Curry trash,"
but
because
he
you know what I'm
always
saying.
shows up offensively though. He
You
usually
don't
Steph
always,
Curry,
but yeah, but
usually Steph Curry,
right.
he's
Usually,
showing up. He's not having them games like that on offense.
that's why he's better than. That's why he's better than, and that's why he's not a second option at this point in his career.
But that's why I'm saying James Harden got to show more than 25% of blame because all I kept hearing he was carrying the team. So it's like you can't have it where he was carrying the team, and then when I give him that jacket, he don't want to wear it. That's
No,
that shit he did not showing up for the post game. You want to be in front of the camera when they win, but when they lose, you don't want no responsibility. I don't think nobody should be able to debate that.
No, I don't disagree with that. If you want to show up in post grams, we talking about, I mean that's off the court and on the court. It's kind of both, but it is an off the court thing. But I think it shows his character a
That's
little
part
bit.
of leadership,
Right.
bro.
Yeah.
That
I got you.
exposes his character, and you
No,
can't have
I got you.
that's not a championship player in my mind.
I got you. Well, he ain't won no championship, so that's a fair
And he
argument. He's not a
won't, and
championship
he
player.
never will, and he never will.
I don't disagree with that. But and that's why he's ranked how he's ranked at the same time. But at the end of the day, I'm not putting, 50%, whatever, 45% on James Harden. It's a team game. They didn't show up, they lost. If Kawhi plays better, who knows what happens? If James Harden plays better, who knows what happens? Norman Powell plays better, who knows what happens? You know what I'm saying? These are second and third options at the end of the day. So just like a lot of times, BJ, I came up on your panels and you blame certain players because they the stars of the team. You know what I'm saying? Because if they was aggressive, if they had a bad shooting game, you say this player's better than that player. He ain't won shit. Blah 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 blah. But we got it in this series. we got to put Kawhi. Kawhi is the best player, and
But
he
he
got to
was the
be
best
healthy.
player on the boat. So okay, that's true.
He is the
He was
best
the
player.
best.
He gonna be that
He was.
regardless.
I'm saying, but he was the best player in the series. Even
So
as
what?
bad, even if he played, I'm not putting Kawhi Leonard more blame than James Harden. I don't know where you're going with this, but I'm not putting that over James Harden. What the hell he did? I'm not
Okay,
doing that. There's
okay,
no
BJ.
way
I get what you're
if he was
saying,
the
but
best,
like I said,
what you want to do? Drop 35, 40 points a game to cover for
I didn't.
James Harden showing up how he
But
showed up?
okay, but at the same time, BJ, we've seen other players have huge playoff games and losses, and you tell me it's not enough.
What do you mean?
I'm saying we've had all kind of debates, me and you, about Devin Booker and Paul George. I say Devin Booker went for 45. You say, well, it wasn't enough. He don't do this. He don't do that.
No, I don't know what all I've said before is like Devin Booker is overrated. That's what I've been consistent, and he really has shown that to be.
Okay, we're not getting into a Devin Booker discussion. We're gonna
I
put that on
know.
the shelf. But all I'm
That's
saying
all
is,
I've said about dude.
okay, all I'm saying is we hold stars to a certain standard. When they win, when they lose, we put them. 9 times out of 10, we're gonna put the majority blame on the superstar. That's why he is what he is. If he go out there and give you 23 points or whatever on sub 50% shooting or whatever he shot that game 7, I know it was sub 50 though. That to me that I'm not saying it's completely his fault. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he has some culpability too.
The only culpability I'll give Kawhi is that if you want to say he needs to do more, then that's perfectly fine. He can do more. But this discussion will be starting with James Harden. Because when you give me 7 points, bro, that's where it starts, ends, and begins.
Okay, and like I said, BJ,
that's just the dude that quit.
if we holding second options to that standard, then there's a lot of motherfuckers is trashed in.
Hey,
So I need
BJ,
smoke for all of them.
BJ, put Kawhi stats up there, then put Harden stats up there.
Kawhi is supposed to be better than Harden.
But he was head and shoulders over Harden. That's why he doesn't deserve none of the
Kawhi,
blame Harden got, bro.
On both ends of the court. And that's on both ends of the court.
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example.
Harden
Nikola
averaged
Jokic,
19
I'm
and
gonna give you an
9.
example. He averaged 18. I'm gonna give you an
18
example.
and 9.
I'm gonna give you an example. Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. The difference between Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic was not much. That his second option came with him.
What did he average?
He averaged 22 points, and Nikola Jokic averaged 23. That is a tandem that did their jobs.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
They did their jobs.
We're not comparing Nikola Jokic to Kawhi Leonard offensively. We're not doing that.
Hold on, Tyson.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Kawhi averaged 25 throughout the series. James Harden gave you 18 points. That's a 7-point difference. That's a 7-point difference. Nigga, you a third option at that point. You ain't even a second option. You a third option. Visca Zubac gave you 17. That nigga became a fucking third option right before our eyes. And I gotta look at Kawhi and say he gotta give me 30 because James Harden playing like shit.
Now that's
and
funny.
I gotta be the best defender on the court.
That's funny, right there.
I disagree. I disagree.
I don't know what you disagree about, bro. That's a 7-point difference, bro. You a third option at that. You ain't even a second. You a third option, and that's what James Harden was throughout that whole series. Got exposed, bro.
What did Jamal Murray have that last game?
Oh man, you there? My bad. I gotta go around the table.
Yeah,
go,
I'm here. What's up, pal?
Did you hear me, bro?
Salute, old man.
Did you hear me? Oh, I had a response, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, my.
Real quick. Sorry, old man. No disrespect.
No, none at all, bro. Go ahead.
What did Jamal Murray had that last game, BJ?
Yeah, double digits.
What did he have?
What does it matter? What you trying to do?
I'm asking the
What
question.
are
What
you
do you
trying to do? It's not okay, bro. Tyson, no, you're not gonna twist this because
I'm
James
not
Harden.
twisting it. All I'm
But it
saying
would have
is,
been
bro.
nothing to say, bro. A
Okay,
7 point
how you
difference
gonna tell
throughout
me
the
I got nothing to
series.
say?
No, if he had a 7 point difference, bro, that's embarrassing. Jamal Murray did his job. He
Okay,
did his job.
all right, bro. I ain't gonna. If you adamant about it, I got something to say about it, but I let old man
The
go.
cool part about it, bro, the Joker didn't even play up to his par and his standards of what he'd been doing this
No,
whole regular season.
Zoo did a great job.
Who?
Zoo.
He did a great job. So if you're shutting down their best player, how do you lose by 30? That makes no sense, bro.
That's my question. How do you lose? How do you lose that game?
Because Kawhi Leonard didn't score 70. So
No, that's not. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said he could have been played better and he deserves some culpability. That's what I said. And then you're gonna bring up serious tests, but then y'all go to just the game 7.
okay, tell me where he could have played, what areas he could have played better at that would have impacted and kept the game a little closer than it was. Just Kawhi Leonard, what area?
He could have been more aggressive as a scorer as well. He could have been.
Okay.
He could have. Huh? He could have
Okay.
been more aggressive as a scorer. He could have
I
affected the
said
game
that. I said that.
by. He could have been more effective in the game by, you know what I'm saying, knocking down shots and forcing them to be uncomfortable and do more things to stop him. As far as
Okay.
like bringing more double teams, doing it to get other people better shots, whatever have you.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's what a superstar does. Nikola Jokic might not affect the game as far as maybe his points, but he gonna put your defense in rotation a lot of times and have motherfuckers running around trying to scramble to get to players so they can operate in a situation where they against the closeout so they can get a blow by or open shot. That's what Nikola Jokic is gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Even if he's not affecting the game as far as I drop 40, he's still gonna put your defense in rotation. You know
So
what I'm saying? So
you want Kawhi to play
he's
make.
huh?
You want Kawhi to be the playmaker.
No, I'm not saying that, bro. It don't have to. It's not about necessarily assist numbers. It's about putting people in rotation, doing all those things. Sometimes it's a hockey assist. Sometimes it's all kind of stuff to affect the defense. All I'm saying is when you bring up Nikola Jokic just raw numbers, you don't see the effect he has on the game by putting defenses in rotation and all those things. So don't just bring up his
Hey,
numbers and say
hey
he
Tyson.
didn't do this
But
and
he
didn't do
is.
that.
Wait, hold on.
Hey Tyson.
How? What you mean he playing defense in rotation? What are you talking about? The Kawhi not playing in rotation. What do you
I'm
mean?
talking I'm talking about the Denver Nuggets offense and how Zuba.
Bro, anytime they was
I'm talking about
doubling,
how Nikola Jokic is the centerpiece of that offense, and he
but
creates open shots for Eric Gordon. He creates mismatches for Aaron Gordon by putting teams in rotation. Therefore, you have smaller people guarding Eric Gordon in the dunker
bro,
spot.
Kawhi does
All
the
the things
same
that he
thing.
does,
If you
huh?
double me, that's putting the defense in rotation.
No, I understand that. I understand that. That's what I'm saying.
So Kawhi does the same thing Jokic does.
He does a lot of times. The Clippers don't exploit it though. I'm talking about Denver's system and their offense that's based around Nikola Jokic.
Well, that's a
But
scheming
that's Harden
problem.
problem. He the one he's the damn system. I take that up with Harden. He the one that controls the basketball.
Yeah, that's coaching and that's more
I'm
stuff. You
not
know what
gonna
I'm saying?
lie.
We talked.
Man,
We already talked about
go ahead, man.
how they got
Go
a
ahead, man.
isolation heavy system.
Well, I just want to know. Everybody say Kawhi could have done more, but if Kawhi is playing offense and defense, and you got liabilities on the offense that doesn't play defense, if he take more shots or be more aggressive, where's the defense going to come from the other guys? That's just a question I got.
No, that's a
Because
good point, Holmes. That's a good point.
if he would have played, if he would have been more aggressive, and you got Harden and Powell who are lacking on defense, then that means you would have had more defensive liability. So he couldn't play offensively the way that you all wanted him to, and not play defensively the way he needed to play. It just doesn't make any sense. And the James Harden defenders, they always want to bring up, well, what he did in the regular season. The regular season don't have anything to do with the postseason. None whatsoever. You get your accolades like he got all-star player accolade, but that all-star player, you getting that means that you were supposed to show that in the postseason. And we giving him excuses, saying that, well, look what he done in the regular season. Look what he done in the regular season. No, you play the regular season to get to the postseason. When you get to the postseason, that's when you're supposed to become your best. Now, let's look at the regular season. James Harden was playing. How many times did Houston beat us in the regular season?
3 out of 4 times.
How many times did Minnesota beat us?
All 4 times.
How many times did Oklahoma City beat us?
All 3 times.
See, you see where I'm going with this? Was James Harden playing?
Yep.
You see where I'm going with this? So when it came to the juggernaut teams, he underperformed. He couldn't do nothing. Yeah, he padded his stats. He made Zubac look good. But you see how they carried over into the playoffs? And so now you in the playoffs in a 7-game series, James Harden is the easiest person to scheme against. Because he played one way. He just like LeBron. He just like Luka. He just like any other ball-dominant player. It's easy to scheme against him. So when they made, in that game 7, when they made an adjustment after that first quarter and they schemed against him, that's when he checked out because he couldn't do what he was doing in the first quarter. He couldn't do it no more. And he checked out. Anybody that's seen that game know that Russell and Christian Braun punked James Harden. They punked him. And Kawhi was getting his own shots. Everybody say, well, Kawhi can't get his own shots. That's all he was doing. He was getting his own shot. He didn't feed Zubac. He seen that the way he was playing wasn't working, and he checked out. And just like Russ said, I told Christian Braun how to defend James Harden. That's what the Christian Braun guy said. He said Russ told him how to defend James Harden. So all of this, what James Harden did in the regular season and all of this old food, he carried the team and all of this, and what did Kawhi do? Kawhi was the most consistent player in the game. You put up the stats. Kawhi got rebound. He in three straight games, I think he got like almost 10 rebounds a game. One game he led in assists. What was James Harden at? He was the most consistent player scoring on the team. Everybody else was up and down. James Harden. And we give all of these so-called superstars all this credit, but can't do a damn simple box out. Can't do a damn simple box out in game 4. But you want to give them all this credit. Game 4 was the deciding game of the damn series. And you couldn't box out. You go back and look at the video, he ball watch. Simple foundational things that you need as a basketball player. You get away from it, then it come back and bite you in your backside. Now you got all these apologies. Now, move on from James Harden. If he resigns or he opt in, use him as trade bait. It's just that simple. Fans want a championship. The Clipper fans want a championship, and they want it with Kawhi because he's healthy. So you got to do what you need to do for Kawhi. He is the guy. James Harden is the guy. You can poll any player in the National Basketball Association and ask them who would they rather play with, Kawhi, James Harden. And I guarantee you, every last one of them will say Kawhi. Because he's proven. James Harden ain't proven. He's entertaining. That's it. That's as far as it goes. He's an entertainment factor. But when it comes to that play, and BJ, I was leading up to the playoffs about it. Everybody know James Harden going to shrink in the playoffs. Everybody know. And he sure enough did it. He had Paul George last year, healthy, going against Dallas. Look what he did. Now they had Kawhi who was healthy. Look what he did. So there's no excuse. And we need to stop this foolishness about James Harden. There's better point guards out there. You got a guy who's playing point guard and he conflicted because he don't know if he want to be a shooting guard or a point guard. When he a shooting guard with high ball usage, he get all the accolades. But when it's time for him to be a point guard and set up everybody, you see what happened. Because he's not a true point guard. So we need to explore that if we're not going to utilize the guys that we got on the team who can run an offense without affecting everybody else's offense. Plus, who can play defense at that position. Because if you look at the point guards in the league, especially in the West, you got to play some defense, man. It's just that simple.
No lie
You
about
got to
that.
play some defense. So, yeah, we need to explore getting off of them. And we need to explore getting off of them before the season starts so you can get somebody in training camp. And if Ty Lue going to stay there, which I don't believe he should be able to, but if he's going to stay there, he needs to have a real point guard who knows or can run his offense with ball movement and fluidity. Because when they was playing under Brian Shaw, you seen a glimpse of what can take place when the ball moves around and move with fluidity. Everybody gets involved, everybody start playing defense. So that's my take on that, BJ.
Sit down. So, fellas, my bad. I'm back, BJ.
Big Mass, what's happening?
How you guys doing, man? What up, Tyson, BJ? Okay, let me get my take about this topic because I think that this is a great topic and this needs to be talked about. Yeah, I mean, how many times is James going to pull this stunt, right? And what's frustrating is he shows you signs of being a productive player and doing certain things and having the right mindset. And then in one of the biggest games, the biggest game, you come out and shoot the ball 9 times and score 7 points. And yeah, I think he had 13 or 14 assists. But oh man, game 7 wasn't a game that was called for 14 assists. It's like James doesn't understand the magnitude or what's required of him on any particular game, right? Like let's be honest here. Game 7, we needed James to be aggressive scoring the basketball. We didn't need the 14 assists, in my opinion, right? I would have rather James had 25 and 7, 28 and 8, So the 14 assists wasn't what was needed in a game 7, in my opinion. They needed James Harden to turn the clock back and put the ball in the basket. Come on, stop. My bad, that's my dog. And so he just doesn't understand, time, place, and score. I can never understand how you take, 9 shots in a game 7. And like, if I was to ask him any questions, I would say, like, what are you thinking, bro, going into the game? Like, you don't understand what's happening right now. Like, you don't understand the temperament of the team. I mean, you're the primary ball handler. Like, you're the guy to get the offense in its place, and like you're setting the table. Yeah, Kawhi's the best player, but James Harden sets the table more times than not. And so I just don't understand his mindset. I don't understand his mental fortitude, and the fact that I think he has a player's option. I heard Law had a. I listened to the interview yesterday with BJ with Law, and that was an awesome interview. I mean, I think James Harden coming here was a major mistake, huge mistake, because when he's on your roster, you have to modify what you do based on him. You just have to, because if James is not going to be the one facilitating and dictating, what else is he doing off the ball to impact your offense? He don't set screens, he don't move, he just stands and sits and he pouts. And so once you sign a guy like James Harden, you're basically giving him your offense, right? And the proof's in the pudding. I mean, he had the audacity to say what Kawhi and I think with PG on the roster that he's a system. Are you kidding me? I mean, so yeah. So I know we're gonna blame James and rightfully so. But I got to question the front office. I got to question people who are making these decisions. I mean, you tell me that Lawrence Frank and these guys don't know who James Harden is. I mean, they didn't have no inkling on what this dude does. I mean, yeah, he gonna tease you and give you a 40-point game here and there. He gonna tease you and have big monster individual games during the season. But like I said it all year long, when you need him the most, right? When you need him the most in a game 7, when everything's on the wood, BJ, he just can't be trusted, bro. And the fact that he's on the roster for next season, arguably, because let's face it, I mean, I think he picks up his player option, right? He'll be a fool not to opt in. Stop it, Moss. And so, yeah, man. So we'll see. I mean, listen, bro, you make your bed, then you got to lay in it, bro. There are so many other players out there, old man, that the Clippers could have got. Listen, I mean, you don't need no dominant, dictator or a facilitator to run your offense. Like, just go get a guy who can just, play make somewhat, but also has the mental fortitude to, do what he does in big moments, right? And so people are still living off of the name on the back of the jersey, Harden. And to me, I can care less what his name is, bro. I care about production and what you do in winning time. So I'm not trying to be long-winded, but the Clippers made their bed, bro, and they got to lay in it, man. And I got to question their front office and people up there who are making the decisions. That's why I asked a question yesterday to Law. Did the front office really feel like the Clippers had a chance to compete at a championship? I'm really, really wondering, what was their mindset? And I don't mean last point. I don't mean Tyson. Did they feel that way going into the season? I'm talking about when they had everybody healthy and when they envisioned this team at 100% with Zoo, Powell, Kawhi, James, and everybody. Did they really think that they can compete for a championship? That's my question, bro. And the beat writer yesterday, he gave a cool answer, but I don't think we really know the answer to that unless we actually ask Lawrence Frank. But yeah, man, James, who I thought he was, and I've been saying it all year long, and right on cue, Game 7 happened, and yeah, y'all saw what happened.
I agree with most of you said, Miles. My only issue is that if you go out and get a point guard that's not on the level of playmaker as a Harden or the level of can have the highs that James Harden has per se. You know what I'm saying? Like can go out and get you a 30 ball or whatever, average 20, whatever Harden average this year. Are the Clippers even in a situation to be in the playoff series? Are they, you know what I'm saying? Are they even in that situation to be in that?
Absolutely,
We know Kawhi's injury history. You know what I'm saying? And we got to go out and get somebody who, if Kawhi goes down, or because that's what history tells us, right? That he's going to play, however many games, half the season, maybe more than half, a little more. But we need somebody who's going to carry that for us when Kawhi is out. So if you don't go out and get a James Harden, what is your predicament without a Paul George, especially this year? What is your predicament? You already were a bottom offensive team without
Okay.
Kawhi Leonard on the floor, who's going to be able to play make and who's going to help that team make it to a 5th seed or maybe a 7th seed, whatever they were without Kawhi was there?
Oh, that's easy, bro. Because I mean, are you gauging James Harden off points scored? I mean, there's more ways to impact basketball than just scoring the basketball. And listen, the Clippers
No,
don't
I
need
agree. Oh, go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
Clippers don't need a elite playmaker, bro. Why can't they just get a decent playmaker, but that playmaker can play on and off the basketball? Because listen, when you bring in a James Harden, bro, it's like you're limiting your offense to him. I know playmakers in today's league, Tyson, who are effective with the ball and without the ball, right? Who can still play make, bro. I'll give you an example, right? Now, you may call me crazy, right, bro? I think if the Clippers had a player like Peyton Pritchard on the Boston Celtics, they'd be a better team. You want to know why? Because he's a team player. He has heart. He's not going to give up. And he can play make, he can score, and he can play off the basketball, bro. Listen, let Norman Powell, let Kawhi do the scoring. And again, bro, like you talked about James Harden's highs, but those highs are few and far between. Give me a guy who is just consistent across the board rather than a guy who's going to give me 30 every 10, 15 games, but the other 14 games, he's inconsistent, bro. I mean, for crying out loud, bro, game 7, you shoot the ball goddamn 9 times, bro, and score 7 points. Come on, bro. Like, I mean, this is crazy. And so again, bro, like, I mean, I know Payne Pritchard is not the name value. I know he's not the playmaker that James Harden is. I know he's probably not even the scorer. And to be honest with you, he probably shoots the ball better than James at this point of his career. And he's a more versatile scorer at certain points of a game. Now, I know that sounds
easy.
Hold on, Tyson. Hold on, Tyson.
Go ahead.
I already know it sounds crazy the way I'm saying it, bro. But you just have to understand why I'm saying what I'm saying, bro. Right? Because I think James Harden's high moments, Peyton Pritchard could never reach that. I agree with that. But I'm saying that just give me an even kill, consistent Payne Pritchard, who's going to give me 16, 5 assists, blah, 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 good basketball, cutting, setting, pick. Bro, James Harden doesn't even set screens, Tyson. Come on, bro. He doesn't even set screens. You feel me? And so why do I want a guy who's going to give me 30 points and 10 assists every now and then compared to a guy who is just going to be consistent, bro? Like, I mean, the NBA is changing, bro. Like, we're too caught up on people's names on the back of their jerseys. Now, I know the Payne Pritchard take may be a little hyperbole.
Yeah, that's a little stretch to me. That's my only issue.
Yeah. And
it was just
bro.
the principle I believe Mass was talking about.
Yes. And so listen, I'm acknowledging that it's hyperbole, but I'm trying to find a guy who is just consistent and give me consistency, bro, over a inconsistent so-called star player any other week.
I don't disagree with nothing you said. I'm a firm believer in that. Like, not to change the subject, but when my sons got Bradley Beal, we don't need that, bro. We need somebody who's going to set up offense, knock down an open 3, do dirty work, and we can get somebody at half the cost and go get a big man as well or another athletic wing. So I understand what you're saying completely. I agree with you saying 100%. I just don't know. Like I said, you basing that off Kawhi being there. You know what I'm saying? Peyton Pritchard or a player like that, not even his name. So a player like that, I don't think is gonna help you get to that play off spot that you needed to get to while Kawhi was on the floor. But other than that, when Kawhi is healthy,
and neither is James Harden then, for that matter. I mean, they both in the same.
No, he did that. He did that though. You can't take that away from him.
Well,
he did what?
About it is,
he did what?
The thing about it is, Tyson, is
Harden did what?
You get somebody in that mode, like just for instance, Peyton Pritchard, the principle, not the player, but the principle.
Right.
I said it wrong.
See, you coming between maybe an $8 to $10 million value.
Exactly.
You can produce. Now with the rest of what James Harden is getting paid, you can go out and get you a really
You're more flexible. You're more flexible.
See,
I agree.
That's what needs to be really talked about.
Right.
I agree.
Because you, like Mr. Matt say, you got to play according to James Harden's system. Because he really takes away from everybody else. It may look good at times when he picking and rolling with Zubac and everything. But really and true, like I've been saying all along, James Harden is a two guard. If he was actually playing off the ball in the Denver series, he probably would have had more success. But since he had to control everything, and when they adjusted to him, he really couldn't play like he was playing in Game 6. See, because they really, to be honest, Denver really didn't play hard in Game 6. They really didn't when you go back and look at it.
I'm not. Again, I just agree with most of what y'all said, but I'm not gonna say James Harden takes away from your offense. It's a lot
Yes,
of
he
players
does.
that had it's a lot of players that had career years next to James Harden. Norman Powell had a career year next to James Harden. We're not gonna say that he takes away. I'm not gonna say that he
Well,
takes away
Can
from
I ask
players
you
on
a
your
question?
offense.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question? Tyson,
100%.
was it no James Harden added to Norman Powell, or was it just Norman Powell getting more opportunity?
Norman Powell did get more opportunity, but at the same time, he's the facilitator. He's running the offense. We can't take that away from him at the same time, BJ.
But Tyson, you know what about James Harden? Let
You
me
can say
compare.
that, and I agree with you. I agree with you that he got more opportunities, but like I said, it's not just Norman Powell. It's other players that have great years next to and career years, and that's predicated on the offense. When he was in Houston, he had players next to him that had
can
very
you
good
name them?
years. You know what I'm
Can you
saying?
name them? Can you name the players, please? Yeah, go ahead, bro. Name them, because I'm a Rockets fan. Go ahead, name them.
Who had I
Go ahead,
say,
bro.
hold on now. I'm trying to
Off
think,
of your
man. I
head,
got it
bro. You made the statement. Go ahead.
off the top of my head.
I'm gonna help you out, Tyson. Clint
I'm gonna say
Capella.
Clint
I'm gonna
Capella.
say Clint Capella was the only one.
Well, Clint
Arguably.
Capella.
Who else?
That we know that one for a fact.
Who else,
Clint
bro? That was it.
I gotta go back and look, but I'm thinking I'm thinking
Westbrook,
what's your boy Eric Gordon had a resurgence.
Nah, Eric Gordon had years before James Harden, bro. Next, no.
Nah, but he got hurt.
already
Come on,
good.
man. Don't do that. He was on the downslide.
Bro, Eric Gordon was a ball handler who created his own offense, bro. He shouldn't have come off of no goddamn James Harden, bro. Eric Gordon could play basketball from Indiana, bro. Eric Gordon did not rely on James Harden to dictate his offense, bro. Never. Like, it was like, give me the ball, get out my way. I got this, bro. That's who Eric Gordon was. It was never no James Harden.
Eric Gordon is a scorer for sure.
Right, he's a scorer, bro. Come on, man.
And who's in the MVP conversation with James Harden?
Let me see. Huh?
Russell Westbrook.
Who's in the MVP conversation with James Harden?
What year was that? When he won?
It don't matter what year. Who was just in the MVP conversation with?
What do you mean on as a opposition?
Yeah, you say he makes guys better. Guys had career years with him. So if you're in the MVP conversation, that means you're having a career year. So
no, it don't.
Nah, I don't agree with that, though, man. I don't agree with that.
He got to have an MVP conversation to have a career
did
year.
Paul George have a career year when he was at OKC?
I mean, his name was being brought up.
Did Kevin Durant have career years at OKC?
Yep.
Yeah, he won the award. He
Who was
won
they
the
playing
award.
with?
Russell Westbrook.
Russ.
Oh, okay then. So
Yeah,
that means Russ know how to run the offense.
What?
I mean, James Harden turns the ball over a lot, so I'm not even confident saying that he's a great person at running an offense, bro. Like he's a very low IQ player to me at times. And so I'm not big on James Harden running my offense, bro, because he's gonna give you a lot of turnovers. And yeah, like on the surface, you see 9 or 10 assists, but then people tend to just look over the 4 or 5 turnovers he has each game. Like his turnover ratio, bro, is like the worst in the league, arguably. You know what I'm saying? And so just real quick too, bro, for Tyson to say that James doesn't take away from your offense, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying that's not true, because anytime Kawhi Leonard is standing in the corner, then you're taking away from the offense, bro. And it's that way because James is the primary ball handler, right? James, listen, bro, if you don't set screens, if you don't move off the basketball, then you're taking away from the offense, bro. Basketball is not dictated on just you having the basketball. And when you don't have the ball, you're standing and watching. Like, go watch Steph Curry, bro, and watch what he does off the ball.
Of course, Steph Curry's a totally different. Oh my God.
No. He's moving. He's moving. Go watch SGA. He's moving. Like, it's basketball. It's not called stand and sit and wait and watch and pout. And
That's the
so,
offense he in. That's Ty Lue.
well, no, bro.
You got to blame
Well, I mean, it's a player. It's James Harden. That's the
right.
offense.
James Harden is a super ISO heavy type of player
Right.
and a pick and roll type of player.
That's the
We
offense, bro.
understand. We understand who he is.
Right.
Right, but obviously Kawhi Leonard is operating in the ISO. He's getting post ups. He's getting the ball on the wing in isolation. Now are they
He's
going
not
to run
getting
up?
it enough. He's not getting it enough he's not getting the ball enough in my opinion, bro.
He's not getting it enough?
To me, he's not. No. There's times where he's standing in the corner watching, sitting and waiting. And to me, that's not a winning formula. When you got Kawhi Leonard on your team, it's not.
Okay.
I've seen James Harden literally look Kawhi off and like do some other dumb shit, bro, on the court. Look him off like, nah, I'm not going there, and go do his own little, in and out dribble, step back off the side of the backboard three. I mean, I've seen that, bro. I've seen that on too many occasions. Come on, bro. And Tyson, last point, bro. Last point. He's slow. He walks the ball up court, right? I mean, go look, bro. Go look at the Pacers and their style of play. You will never see Tyrese Halliburton walk that thing up court, bro. Like James Harden, by the time the Clippers even set their offense, bro, it's like 8 seconds left on the shot clock. That's not good offense to me, bro. You know that.
James Harden is not Tyrese Halliburton. We all agree. Come on,
I know,
man.
but no. But he can push the basketball on occasions, bro. You can't walk it up every trip down the court and just set up, traditional offense. Like, this league is changing.
They're a defensive team.
I'm not arguing that.
Right. So they control the pace, they slow the game down, and they want to get into what they do defensively and then they're only running off of missed shots when they can get, run out opportunities that way.
No. I'm not talking about running, bro, all the time. Listen, bro, pushing the basketball is not just running sometimes, right? It's just James Harden getting past half court, getting into the offense earlier in the shot clock in case your first or second option is not there. You have time on the shot clock to go to your third and fourth counters to the play you're calling, bro. But he'll wait till there's like less than 10 seconds. And then when the defense kind of, stops that first option, now he's left to throw up a Hail Mary step back three, bro. That's my point here, bro, honestly. You can't argue that, Tyson. Come on, bro.
I agree. The same with Luka Doncic. They run a slower style pace.
Bro.
Yeah, right. They slow the game down. They want to get into their ISOs. They want to get into their mismatches, whatever have you.
Correct.
That takes a while. You got to get the screen. You got to get into your ISO. You got to, I agree with all that. LeBron James, a lot of times, similar style.
That's a fact, bro.
Right.
And then too, bro, like, my bad, BJ. Go, bro.
Get Mike in because Mike been waiting. What's good, Mike? Mike, you on?
Okay. Just say, man, I don't think you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I don't think you can place the entire blame on James Harden, bro. I feel like it was a total collapse. I feel like we went against a rookie coach. Ty Lue was out coached by a rookie coach, somebody who had never been there before. When you look at the games they lost critical games. When you lose that game on that putback by Aaron Gordon, that's heartbreaking right there. I knew the series was over after I seen that right there. I said series over because mentally that you checked out after that. After you take an L like that, your coach you got a 6'10" power forward and you got a 2 guards blocking him out, 2 6'5" guards blocking him out. So you started with that, and then you got to look at your personnel. You could have used Ben Simmons, but I'll give you an excuse not to use him. He offensively he's not there. You feel me? He gives you nothing offensively, so I'll give you the excuse not to use him. But it's like for a coach, for you to get outsized like that in the playoffs, you gotta I feel like it's a lot of good available coaches out there sitting around. It's time to replace Ty Lue. I'm not gonna put the blame on James Harden.
Man,
For me, I see that they,
there's going like I told you, we just seen Luka get traded. You know, it's gonna be a lot of big trades this offseason. The Clippers are gonna have to give up on maybe Norm Powell, maybe Vaka Zubac, anybody which you could upgrade and give them dudes a big three. Yeah, you need a real big
A
three.
big three. You don't even know a
Oh,
big three
what?
didn't win, bro. A big
Hey,
three.
hold on, bro.
And
Wait a
Zubac.
minute. You telling me
Hold on,
Zoop?
hold on.
Wait,
Let
wait,
me
wait.
talk to. Yeah, what's
Wait a
up,
minute.
BJ?
Zubac. Why would you trade Zubac?
I'm just saying if you could upgrade. I'm not trading Zubac for for a player that's not there. I need for a guy that's out there that's ready right now. That's an upgrade over Zubac. I would package up Norm Powell and Zubac. Those guys just played. They had great seasons this year, so their trade value is kind of high. You gotta if you smart, if the Clippers are smart, you gotta make a move on that.
So who you gonna get as a center to protect the paint?
Okay, you look at it like this, right? You don't necessarily got to have a center, right? But you look at it like this. I mean, okay, we'll just go by the rumor mill right now, right? Giannis is out there. If you can go get a Giannis, I don't care who plays center. Giannis is a big man. He's 6'10". You know what I mean? It don't matter who plays center at that point. All I'm saying is you gotta you gotta get an upgrade. You gotta bring a third star for those guys. I mean, because we know, I'll give you guys this. We know in the big games, we know. I cut out a little bit, but in the big games, we know Harden is not going to show up. So go get a third star. You need, and we know Kawhi Leonard is not going to play all 82 games. You got to look at it next season. I mean, we got to be happy with maybe 50 games from Kawhi. 50 to 60 games.
So if you go get a third star, Mike, then who's your second star? It's still James Harden?
No. I mean, if you go get
then who be your second star then?
If we could go get a Giannis, of course, the second star would be Giannis.
So it'll be Giannis and Kawhi, and
no Kawhi, Giannis, and then James Harden will be your third guy.
Oh, so James is still on the roster. Yeah, you're gonna lose, bro.
Man,
He's on the roster. No.
Man, no.
I'm just saying. I mean, you gotta go get a third star. That's what this team is lacking. This team needed. If you looked at the playoffs, they need. When you look at Denver, right? You look at Denver. You got Jokic, right? Jokic is a star, and then I give you Murray's a star. Aaron Gordon played like a star. To me, I mean, Aaron Gordon's a good player, but I wouldn't put him as a star player right now. Aaron Gordon played like a star in that series. That's three. That's why they was able to pull out that series right there.
So who was more important in the series, though, Zubac or Harden?
And I'll be honest with you. I like defensively. I love what how I seen Zubac playing, but I feel like offensively there was a lot of easy shots that they giving him the ball right under the basket. It's like just go up, Zoo. He's still at that point in this game that he still got to develop things like that. So I mean, like I told.
Y'all still there?
Yeah, we still here. Old boy cutting out though. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Nah, Zubac need to stay on the team. Obviously, he adds a lot of value. Man, I mean, if you can go out and get Giannis, I mean, hey, that'd be tough to turn down. But at the same time, realistically, you need Zoo on the team. I'm all for getting rid of James Harden. All I'm saying is, it's a team effort, bro. I'm not about to sit up here and throw 40% of the blame at Harden. That's just my point.
All right,
Yeah. But yeah, y'all need Zoo. Obviously, y'all need Kawhi. But yeah, I think you made a video. I don't know if I caught all of it, but is this championship window closed? Is Kawhi's on this team? Is his championship window closed? Do they have the assets to go out and get a viable team that's going to do all the things you want them to do to support Kawhi? Those are all fair questions. So, Ballmer got a lot of decisions to make as far as how much he's putting, what type of money he's putting out for this team. Obviously, like you said, Harden's going get his player option, and his trade value is probably not the greatest at this point. So, it's a lot of questions. What did you? I didn't catch the whole video at this video either. What did you suggest they do with James Harden?
James Harden, just let him go.
Just with the money, just pay him, let him go.
If he opts in, just look to trade him. If he opts out, don't give him another contract. Just pay him.
Oh, for sure. He ain't opting out though.
Yeah, if he ain't opting out, but if he opts in, just look to trade him. I'm done with Harden. I'm just done with Harden.
So if you trade him, you're gonna have to eat a really bad contract to back.
I mean, you can trade him for somebody to match the contract.
That's what I'm saying. But nobody's giving up a player with that good player to make that type of money. We talking, max type money. So obviously it's going to be a good player, or will start off as a good player that somebody wants to move off of. So obviously he's playing below his contract level as well. So now you're eating a contract that somebody else didn't want.
Yeah, that's a tough thing too. Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So they in the kind of catch, when you pay these players like this, then it all falls apart. That's why teams a lot of times got to go into a type of rebuild type session by a mode. But obviously you don't want to do that with Kawhi Leonard there. So it's tough, man. Y'all in a tough situation.
Yeah. Hey, old man.
And then checked out, man.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Tyson. They're in a tough. The Clippers are in a situation where they got to figure out what direction they want to go in. Because you got James, Kawhi, and it's like, do you want to just rebuild? Do you want to just build off what you got? I mean, and some of their best attributes, Zubac and Norman Powell, teams are going to want that in a trade package. I'm not giving them Zubac, bro. I think Zubac right now is, other than Giannis, Joker, AD, I think Zubac's right there, bro. I mean, obviously, listen, bro. I think he's more impactful than Bam right now. I think
that's a decent discussion.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. Because his defense is better to me. His rim protection.
No, hell no. Come on, Miles. I thought you was gonna say because his offense is better or something.
No, listen what I just said, bro. I think Bam can switch out on the pick and roll because he's smaller. He's more. He can move laterally better than Bam can. But rim protection and rebounding and being like more of a traditional big down low in the paint, I'm taking Zoo all day, bro. And Zoo can finish over bigs. Zoo can compete with bigs down low. Like, I don't think Bam does to Joker. Not saying that Zubac outplayed him, but Joker didn't win that matchup running away, bro. Like, Zubac had games where he was way more impactful on both ends of the court. Is that fair to say, Tyson?
I'm gonna say it's close. Again, I value a lot of what Jokic does. Just even if he's not scoring, bro. Like you said, just like Steph Curry coming off a pick, he might not score that bucket, but he getting the back door for somebody. You feel me? You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. Listen, that's fair.
Right.
That's fair.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, now I think Zubac needs to develop a mid-range. I said mid-range, pick and pop, but that might be asking too much of him because he's not a Bam where you can play pick and pop and pick and roll with. Far as like him just picking and popping, but I think Zubac's defensive impact, and then he can finish around the rim around bigs. I don't know. Listen, I mean, again,
he's the top 5-6 center in the league. I say right in that range.
Yeah. You're right. He's a top 4 or 5. I agree with that 1,000%. And so to me, he's untradeable because while Kawhi was their best player and Powell had a great start to the season, I think if Zubac wasn't on the roster or went down, I don't think they have the success that I don't think that defense and the team has the success that they had. I think Zubac is their most important player. I do, bro. I just do. I do. I value him so much, and he's changed my mind. You said besides so much. Kawhi. Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, obviously Kawhi is Kawhi, but I'm saying Zubac.
No, Zubac
really
to me is the second best player on that team right now.
I can't, bro. Like I can't argue that because the game's played two ways. I mean, I know Powell can put the ball in the basket, but he's been lackluster.
No,
And areas.
he's replaceable. Powell's definitely
Yeah,
replaceable.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of guys who can come off screens and
I
shoot the
mean, by a lot of
basketball. I
people.
like Powell.
Zook,
He could do. I mean, I like him. I mean, he can
right,
play basketball, but you're right. I could go find a guy like that.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe not to that level of scoring, but I can find something to, bro. I mean, you just can't. But I think we both agree that Zubac has, for one, he gonna want to get paid, and rightfully so. He's earning his money, and then two, yeah, bro, he's changed my mind about him this season, bro. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
front. He just
he
changed.
bought up.
He changed the way I viewed him.
Right.
There's no other way to say it, bro. But long as James Harden,
And real quick, to
yeah,
the guys that say that, you know, Harden is the reason why he's doing this. He's second in the league in post up touches to Nikola Jokic,
right.
and he's very he's efficient off those post ups. He's
He
not
is.
tops in the league. It's a lot of players that are high as far as efficiency, but he's right there in the top 10, top 15. You know, as far as efficiency in those post up and post up points, he's second in the league in the NBA. So don't think that just Harden is doing all that for him.
No, he's not. I mean, look, obviously, like the little pocket passes, and he's around the rim. I get it, right? The lobs over the top when you try to front him. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give James some credit there, but
100%.
bro. Yeah, but
yeah,
Zubac, listen, bro. Like, I feel comfortable saying, face out. Here you go, Zoo. Go to work. 1-5 flat, bro. Here you go, big fella. Go get me a basket. I feel comfortable going to him in key possession, saying, get me a basket, bro. Way more comfortable than James Harden dribbling 30,000 times and, you know what I'm saying, shooting a setback three. Tyson, long as James Harden is on this roster, bro, they will never win. They don't have a chance to win. They don't have a chance to win.
He's one of them players that it's tough to win a championship with. I'll put him right up there with Russell Westbrook.
Okay. I mean, we'll see what Denver does, but I mean, see, I think Denver
Westbrook. I'm talking about them prime type of guys. Westbrook coming off the bench are in that role. Yes, Russell Westbrook has value in that role, but he's not. He's not even a top 2 guy no more. He's not even a top 3 guy over there in Denver.
Oh, of course he's not. I mean, we know that.
Right.
We know that.
I'm talking about in that type of role as a second, third option role. James Harden is very tough to win a championship with.
And check this out, bro. And this is a great conversation. Even though Harden and Westbrook, because guys compare those two, and even though Russ may have some bad games or he may shoot the ball bad, he always is going to keep coming. And I think that's my biggest gripe with James Harden, bro. Once you get him in a zone where he's mentally checked out, he's checked out in the moment in the game. Like, you've never seen Russ checked out. If he's playing bad, and it's a make or miss league, Tyson, but Russ is going to continue to keep coming, right? Playing downhill, being aggressive. Yeah, we can say that's a bad shot, that's a bad play, but James Harden just stops everything, bro. Like, he stops being aggressive and he just does dumb shit. You feel me?
Nah, they
both like that. I would say they both like that. If you notice in game 1,
No,
anytime
you
the
hear what I just
crowd
said,
is
bro.
not in Russ' favor, Russ start playing bad. You notice in game 1 of their series, the crowd showed him love when he came. When he came in, the crowd showed him love.
Mike, I'm not arguing Russ playing bad, bro. That's why I said what I said. I'm saying at least Russ is going to keep coming. He's going to keep coming. And there's something to be called, like mental pressure and just aggression, right? Bad or good, whatever.
I'll get that to you.
James Harden ain't got that.
He's mentally tougher.
Okay, there you go.
He's mentally tough. Russell Westbrook giving you 110 for his whole time on the court.
That's what I mean.
When he's down, when he's losing, and sometimes that's to a fault. Because sometimes we don't need Russ to give 110. We need you to back off and get a ball to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? When you having those type of shooting nights, when you not finishing at the rim, when you know what I'm saying? When you making bonehead plays, trying to make a great play. But he always trying to make a play. He always giving you effort on defense. And that's he's a gift and a curse to me. The same thing. It's a gift and a curse for Russ. The gift is he gonna give you 110. He gonna play with energy. He gonna play with effort. At the same time, man, slow your ass down, man. We didn't need to try to fast break 1-on-2 right there. We needed to back it up and swing it. You know what I'm saying? So
that's a fact.
Yeah. So that's the gift and the curse with Russ.
Yeah, That's a fact. And
And the gift and the curse with Harden is he's uber talented, a great talent, great
yep,
ISO scorer, all those things. But when you not hitting,
right.
you check out. You know what I'm saying. You shot chuck at sometimes. You do you just do stupid stuff as well. So
Yeah.
but he's an uber talent. He's one of the best scoring shooting guards we ever seen in his prime. We can't take that away from him.
Nah, I don't put him in that category, bro. I don't.
Yeah, you got to, bro.
No, I don't got to, bro. No, I don't.
The
Because
numbers don't lie, boss.
I don't care about numbers, bro. Numbers don't move me, man, bro. Listen,
Hey,
I
if you
care
if
about.
you
That's
say
what we
he's not
basing
one
it
of the
on for.
greatest shooting guards of all time, man, you just hate.
I got,
dog.
bro. Listen, y'all got to assess how he got those numbers and what was going on, bro. Rule changes, foul baiting,
Oh, come on, bro.
Come
ball
on, man.
hogging, high
Nah.
volume, low efficiency.
Hey,
No, nah, bro.
hey, whether you
I
want
don't
to
praise
say
that,
it or
bro.
not, bro, when he was
I don't
playing in
praise
his
that.
prime, he was cold. Hey,
No, he wasn't cold. No,
2018,
yeah.
2019 James Harden, cold. Let's
He
not do
was
that.
So why wasn't he cold in
incredible,
game?
bro.
So why wasn't he cold in games 5, 6, and 7 versus the Warriors when Chris Paul got hurt?
Man, this is a team game. This is a team
Nah,
game. When it
no,
comes to that like that, bro, that's a
no. Hold
team
on, bro.
game, bro.
There comes a moment in the game, Tyson, where team goes out the window, right? Here you go. Take me home. Am I right, Tyson? Yes or no?
I agree with you, Miles. I'm not
Oh, okay.
saying that James Harden doesn't have flaws. That wasn't my
Uh-huh.
point to say he doesn't have flaws. And we all know he has shrunk in big moments. But to take that away from him when he went out, when y'all praise different players, Kobe's and whatever, for averaging 36 on a losing team, he went out there and averaged 36 on a winning team. You know what I'm saying? That
Kobe
went
did it in a
far. You
much
know what I'm
tougher
saying?
league, bro.
Huh?
Kobe did it in a much tougher era. I don't
Oh,
respect the era
man,
less.
here we go, bro. Give
What? It's just my
bro.
opinion, bro. It's just
James
my
Harden his spot.
opinion.
He did it on.
I
He
can't,
did it
bro.
on.
I can't,
He did.
bro.
He
I
did.
can't.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but at the same
Yeah,
time,
bro.
he did it on great efficiency. He did it on. You know what
Great
I'm saying?
efficiency. What are you talking about right now? This man said
For
great
shoot,
efficiency.
Go check the numbers.
bro.
Hey, Maz, you got to check
Go
the
check the
numbers.
numbers.
Check the numbers, Maz. Check those
All right.
numbers.
Okay, guys. Maybe I'm missing something, but a guy turns me completely off when you're front running during the season, and then when moments become the moment, all that great score like Tyson's talking about is just non-existing, bro. I don't respect it, man. That's just me though. Everybody's different though. Now let's see this great efficiency that y'all talking about, man, because this is crazy. Pretty much mid-40s. Oh
Yeah.
my
For a
God.
guard, for a guard, that's good. Hey, Maz, for a guard, that's good.
Hold on, man. Listen, bro. Since 2021 season, this man has shot, wow, 41, 41, 40,
That's
44,
not prime
42,
Harden no more, bro. You talking
41.
about
We
Brooklyn
talking. You
Okay.
Harden?
said
You
So give me
2018
Brooklyn
to
okay.
and Philly Harden?
2019, my
So
boy.
give me so Tyson, give me prime year Harden.
Prime year Harden
Yeah.
was anywhere
2018.
from 15 to 19, right in that
Okay,
4-year,
cool.
5-year span.
All right, cool, bro. 15, 44%, 16, 43%, 17, 44%, 18, 44%, 19, 44%.
That's
good
good
for a
on that
guard.
volume
That's
as
Man,
good
as
for
a
a guard.
guard.
That's good
come
for a
on,
guard.
man. Come on.
Maz, if
That's
you don't know the
average.
game, just say that.
Come on, man. Hey, y'all can praise him. I'm not praising him. Proofs in the pudding. Clippers went home. The Rockets went home because of Harden. The Sixers went
We
home
all
because
agree
of
with that.
Harden.
We talking two different
Come
things
on,
now.
man.
We talking two different things now. We talking win. Nobody said he was a winner. Nobody said. I said he was a
Then I
great
don't praise
scorer.
losing,
Period.
bro. I don't praise losing, bro. This is basketball. I praise winning. I don't
Man.
praise two guards who are high volume shooters who ain't never won shit. I don't praise that, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a Kobe fan.
Karl Malone won a great player then, and Dominique Wilkins and all
I
them
don't
other
praise
dudes won great
I
players.
don't listen. I got to put guys in their proper place, man. Listen. Your greatness, your individual greatness has to be able to overcome tough situations. Superstars do super things, Tyson. And Harden has never done anything super. Nothing super.
Oh shit, he talking.
Name it,
I
bro.
disagree. I disagree.
Okay, so tell me when he did something super. Tell me when.
I mean, come on, man. He had
Great
super
point, man.
seasons. He had seasons where he
Hey,
balled out the
hey,
whole
but
season, bro.
hey,
Come
who
on,
did? I
man.
want to go back to that conversation. Who did Harden make better outside Clint Capella in Houston?
He made Zubac better. He made Ivica Zubac better.
He didn't make Zubac better, bro.
I
Yes, he
think he.
did,
I
bro.
think he.
He
Well,
definitely made Zubac better.
Bro, Zubac put the time in the gym and got better off of
Man,
his own skill set. Tyson, you just said it, and you made a good point. All them touches Zubac be getting, bro, is in the paint. That footwork and always getting them point. Any point guard can just give him the ball, and he can score. That pick and roll that James Harden be doing, bro, teams have figured that out. So what is he making Zubac better at?
he's putting in position, bro. So you telling me? Let me ask you this, BJ. So can Zubac make that bucket without a point guard in a pick and roll? Can he just get on the block, back a guy down, consistently score? Can he do that?
Yes,
Put the ball.
yes.
You seen it in the playoffs. He couldn't do it. He took
He's
nerves off the
gotten
playoffs.
better.
Put the ball on the ground.
He's gotten better.
So
Now he's great. Hey, he's great when you put him in when he get the ball in position. He's great. He got the footwork to do it. You feel me? Let's not say he got crazy footwork. He don't got crazy footwork. What he got is a nice touch around the rim. He don't got good footwork.
I can agree with that, Mike. I can agree with
that. I disagree with that.
He got decent footwork, Mike. I think he got decent footwork.
It's just slow.
he got decent
If you
footwork.
want,
He not elite.
hey, listen. If you want to talk about a big man with good footwork, I mean, I hate you look at a guy like Jokic, great footwork. You look at, I'm gonna go with a throwback guy, you know, because it's not too many guys right now. You look at Al Jefferson, great footwork. You know what I mean? You look at
Al Jefferson. I mean,
you don't remember Al Jefferson? Oh,
yeah, he was a big man for the Utah. What are you talking about? He played
Jefferson
for
was
Utah Jazz,
nice.
bro.
Al Jefferson
Right.
was nice.
Hey, crazy footwork.
He was good, but his footwork was okay. I mean, up and
No,
under.
he
Okay,
had
cool.
great
Zubac
footwork.
does
That
the
was
same
his whole
shit,
thing.
bro.
He didn't even have athleticism. He was
Man,
beating
Al
with
Jefferson
footwork.
had one move. Tyson was a fucking long hook shot, bro. I mean,
No, he didn't have
Nah,
no
hell
one
no.
move.
He can
he had
face
one
up. He
move.
can do a lot of
You
stuff. Don't do
crazy.
that, bro.
That's what
Man,
I'm
this
saying.
is
You don't
crazy,
know the
bro.
game like that, man. I can tell.
Zubac got footwork, and to come out and say Zubac ain't got footwork, bro, you not watching Zubac play basketball. And to say Zubac can't back down centers, he was backing down Lively and Gafford last year versus Dallas, bro. He was killing one-on-one
Zubac can get a
versus
bucket.
Dallas, bro. This is crazy,
Zubac
man.
can go get a
No,
bucket.
listen. He could get a bucket, but can he consistently do it?
That's not what you said, bro. You said
No, that's
Zubac
what I.
can't
That's
back a
what I
player
said.
down.
That's what I said. Can he consistently do it?
If they go to him,
Two things
No, he
can be
can't.
true, bro.
No, he can't. And I'll give you an
Two things.
example. Hey,
Two things
when
can
you
be
look at
true.
him, hey, you throw the ball to Jokic, he can consistently get you a bucket. You throw the ball to prime Shaq, he can consistently.
I hate
give
when
you
y'all do that, bro. Why
Hold
y'all
on.
comparing Zubac to some of the greatest centers in the world
that's
that's
not
ever
even an even
played, bro?
playing
Don't
field.
do that.
No. And I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving
Of
an example.
course,
Hold
they
on.
can get you a bucket.
No. Let me get it all. I'm gonna give you an
Okay, but
example. I'm just saying for big, you know what I expect him to be able to do? Give me 3 dribbles, either turn right, left, and score when he right under the basket. I need my big man to be able to do that. Zubac cannot consistently do that.
I agree with that. Depending on the matchup, I agree with
But
that.
they don't go to him consistently, Tyson. So I mean,
Man, I don't
No, I
know.
wouldn't.
That's
I wouldn't.
excuses, bro.
If Zubac has a mismatch down low, if he's playing a center, if they got a lot of teams go small play, small ball, these small ball liners, blah 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 blah. Yes, Zubac in that type of advantage, yes, he could go get you a bucket. I'm not giving the ball consistently against Jared Allen and Hartenstein
Did you
and
see
all
what he
these
did?
guys. I'm not.
Okay, Tyson. It's funny that you mentioned Jared Allen and Evan Mobley because did you watch the game? What Zubac did to that elite big combination? Did you see that game?
No, I don't remember that game, but I'm talking. They was giving them consistent. They was giving them consistent post ups.
Later, Maz.
Hold on, Mike.
When they played him a week later, what happened? He was a no-show.
What did he score the second time around, Mike?
No, you talking about the first time. The first time is when he had a good game. The second time,
No. He had a
looked
great
like
game the
shit.
first time, bro. Not a good. No. He had a great game versus that elite front line. That's what.
Exactly. That was the first game, and the second game,
right.
he
The
looked
second
like
game.
shit.
Okay, so
I
what did he have the
gotta
second
go back.
game?
He was just posting them up and cooking them.
He was doing everything.
Both
bro.
of them. He was manhandling.
He had like
Mobley
28 and like
Allen.
I don't know, like 18, 19 rebounds, bro.
And then the second game, what happened? They didn't give him the ball no more.
I don't remember. I'm not sure, bro.
That's not that he didn't.
I gotta
he's
remember
not
what he did
consistent.
second
He's
game.
not
I'm not
consistent.
sure.
Hey, he's not.
That's what I'm
consistent.
saying.
So in the second game,
Zubac.
he wasn't able to do the same things because he's not a consistent player.
No, Zubac depends on Harden to get him the ball. So when he's not getting the ball and he don't know when he's gonna get the ball, that affects his play. He's a traditional center. So a lot of times Zubac ain't getting the touches. There'll be games he get like 10
I
shots.
agree with that.
And he's
I
like
seen that.
65-70%. So all he needs is more touches. That's all he needs
Right.
is more touches around the rim.
You think he's the back to the basket, 20-point scoring type of center?
He averaged, I think 17 this year.
No, I'm saying and granted, a lot of those points did come from what Harden provided. I'm just saying he can get those buckets when he's post up in certain
They come
matchups.
in a
I
variety
don't
of
know if he
ways,
could do that in
Tyson.
every matchup, and
They
Yeah,
come in
maybe I
variety of
misspoke
ways.
like you said,
on Jared Allen.
when you put Tyson, when you put a smaller player that he could dominate, yeah, he could do that, and you leave him 1-on-1. But
Right.
which team is gonna just keep leaving him 1-on-1? When you
But
start
Tyson,
sending the
that's not
double,
true
hold on,
because when they play the
Miles, why you
Dallas
cutting me
Mavericks,
off? Why you cutting me off, Miles? When you send
go
a
ahead,
double
bro.
at Zubac, he start fumbling the ball, and
He bad
teams
out the
know that.
double. That's
A
important
That's
lot
too.
of
not true.
guys, a
That's
lot of
not
guys
true.
about
That's
the
not
double
true.
team. Tyson. I mean,
I ain't gonna sit up there
Devin
and speak
Booker
to
don't
that
like to
because
be
Not
double
true,
teamed,
bro.
bro. So I mean, what that mean?
whatever,
Zubac's
Miles.
good out.
That shit crazy.
Zubac's good out of passing out of doubles, bro. I don't know.
Right?
I don't
Yeah.
see that. I don't
Yeah.
see
Pull
that.
the numbers
No,
up, Mike.
hey, I didn't say pass out the double. Can you handle the double team?
Well, if he's passing, getting guys shots, then I mean, yeah, he's handling the
Shit,
double team.
Listen, hold on,
What are you talking about, bro?
Moss, hold on,
Come
Moss.
on,
You
man. This
keep
is
cutting
crazy,
me
bro.
off, dog. You
What are you
keep cutting
doing?
me off.
Harden
Look,
can
look,
handle
look.
double team.
Hold on. But as the big, this is what you do. As the big, look, your back is listen. Your back is to the defender, right? You're supposed to feel the double team coming, bro. Either you looking and you can see it, or you feeling the double team coming. He don't do that consistently. Now, if the game is going slow, yeah, he can hit a slasher that's coming down the baseline. He could do that. But to say he's a good passer, no, he's not a good passer.
Nah,
He's an
I
okay
saw
passer.
Zubac hit the
He's an
corner
okay
3-point
passer.
shooter consistently. And again, I mean, Daniel Gafford in Dallas, who's a big center, Zubac was handling him pretty well on the block, Tyson. Easy, like 1-5 flat. Here you go, big fella. Go to work.
You
Yeah,
talking
I
about
remember
Daniel
those. I remember
Gafford?
some
You
of those
talking
games
about
for
Daniel
sure.
Gafford, bro? He's an undersized center. What are you talking about?
Bro, Daniel Gafford and fucking Lively, bro, led the postseason last year in block shots.
He's an undersized center.
Hold on,
bro.
Mike.
He's an undersized
Mike,
center.
you cut me
He's
off,
an
bro.
undersized center.
Mike, hold on, bro. The Dallas Mavericks front line, the year they went to the playoffs and got to the finals, Tyson, with Gafford and Lively
Oh no,
and
their
PJ Washington,
defense was
bro,
great.
they
Their
were
defense was
dominant, bro. What is Mike
Yeah.
talking about?
But hold on.
They were
No,
dominant,
you didn't
bro.
say that. You didn't say. You said he was handling them defensively. That's what you said.
No, what I said was that Zubac was handling Gafford easily. It was easy. He's a big man.
Are you saying he was scoring on him, or are you saying he was handling? Which one are you saying? Because I'm confused.
No. I was counting what you said because you said if Zubac has a mismatch with a smaller guy, then he can score. So I gave you a guy in Daniel Gafford who is a legitimate big man who Zubac was dominating
A smaller big man.
one-on-one.
He's a smaller big man, though,
Bro,
right?
every big man ain't gonna be 7 feet tall, bro, or fucking 7'1", bro.
But
Like, come on, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean,
big is not gonna
goddamn,
be
bro.
7 feet.
Like
but
you
we
moving the
gotta
goalposts every
Can we
time.
state the facts here? He's
Are
a
you moving
smaller
the
big,
goalposts
right?
every time, man?
Maz, let's state the facts. He's a smaller big, right?
How tall is he?
He about
6'10",
6'9".
6.
How
Yeah,
tall
they
is
got him
Zubac?
listed at 6'10".
Okay, he's 6'10". How tall is Zubac? 7'1", 7?
7'1".
Okay, goddamn, Lord have mercy. Woo, I mean, 2.5 inches, bro. Okay, whoop you do.
And if you look at the wingspan, I bet you if you was to measure the wingspan, it's a lot.
So
They don't
if that's
just
the
go
case,
off the
then
inches.
hold
If you look
on.
at Zubac, I've seen Zubac countless times in real. Zubac is a fucking giant. Gafford is not. Gafford is like
Man,
look
listen,
like a 6'10"
bro.
guy, bro.
I've seen both guys in person too. All right, I mean, and Zubac is a big dude. He's a big kid. He's not like, I mean, Gafford is probably bigger than Zoo. Zoo is just taller, but Gafford is still a very good center, and the defensive pressure that he provides for the Mavericks, particularly that year, was off the charts, bro. Dallas was dominant down low.
I get what you said. I get you. Now
He
let
was
me say
dominant,
this.
bro.
All right, let me get you. Let me say this. You were still going, or did I cut you off? Because
No, go ahead, bro. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, let's go. Let's take it this year, right? Let's go this year, this playoffs right now. I'm gonna tell you who gave Zubac problems.
Who?
DeAndre Jordan. DeAndre Jordan came in the game and Zubac could not turn over the shoulder and get none of that shit that we used to seeing him get off. That's why when you start seeing around game 3, when they start doing the Jokic minutes and they start putting DeAndre Jordan in, the game changed.
Listen, bro, DeAndre Jordan, I mean, Zubac has
That's
some
what I'm
bad.
saying. So when you put a real 7-footer on this guy, I'm telling you, he changes, bro. He's not the same guy.
Okay, well, listen, man. Some guys have tougher matchups with certain guys. I mean, I saw Braun from Denver give Harden problems, and he fucking locked him up. So, okay, what that mean? I mean, certain guys styles make fights, and it could be that DeAndre Jordan.
It's all mute really anyway, because most offenses is not running their offense through post ups consistently through a game. I said Zubac was second in the league in post up touches, so they giving him the ball. He doing his thing. He was second in points behind post up points behind Jokic. So I think they're getting good value out of Zubac, Zoo and what he does. At the same time, they're not going to give him. They're not going to give him, run and base their offensive off of Zubac post ups. Nobody in the league is doing that really anymore.
That's pick and roll. He got all of that off pick and rolls. That's how Harden get all his assists.
Well, maybe
old man know what he's talking about.
Well, maybe if they come down and run more of a traditional style offense at times and divide out and go down to the big fella Tyson, maybe you might get some different offense, bro. Maybe that might create open shots on the weak side for your shooters. It's like the Clippers have to fight every possession to get good shots, bro. The Clippers have to fight every possession just to create a typical efficient shot in the NBA, bro. Like the Clippers offense does not produce easy shots like other teams.
I agree with that, Maz.
I agree with that too. They're not a great offensive team. Go ahead.
When you think about that, that's more on the front office and the coaching staff, bro.
Agreed.
But the front office is not putting the right players, not building this roster right, and then the coach don't got the right players on the floor, bro.
So just real quick, Tyson. If the excuse is always going to be
Mass, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I gotta.
Okay, yeah, because I don't agree with that, bro. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I could have sworn I kept hearing Clippers in 5. I could have sworn I said Clippers are going to sweep this series. I could have sworn.
I never said sweep. I said first. I said 6.
Not you.
I know
6.
Mike. I was saying 6. I was saying 6, and I said, "Hey." I said,
"You was hella confident on this." So if you was, because the Clippers, from what I heard, had the better team. They had the better team. So
we got out coached.
Now we going back to
we're not doing that.
Clippers. Now the Clippers are going back to they don't have the right players. But you said the Clippers had the better team.
Listen. The coach didn't play. What I envisioned. This is what I envisioned. I knew. I said, "Hey, Denver's a big team, right?" I said, "Look, Denver's a big team. If I'm Ty Lue, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. I'm gonna put a bigger guy on Ben Gordon. Maybe get Batum. Why is Batum not starting? What is Chris Dunn giving me to where I'm gonna say, hey man, Chris Dunn, I want you to start, and we're gonna let Aaron Gordon go crazy. This is a guy who usually averaged 12 to 14 points, but fuck it, we're gonna let him go off for 25 points a game.
He scored 25 points a game that series?
Come on, bro, but to BJ's point though, bro, like, why are you bringing up personnel? And because when I said their offense isn't that good, and you say it's because the front office didn't get the right players, then if you are saying that now, then why'd you pick them to win the series then, bro?
No. Listen. Let me tell you what let's go here. If this was a good front office, right? You never got rid of Kai Jones for nothing. You lacking a big man behind Zubac. You don't got no big.
That's not why y'all lost.
Hey, fuck it.
That's not why y'all lost.
You got another 7-footer right here. We just gonna say we're gonna
backup big is not why the clip is not.
We're gonna cut him for nothing.
Yeah.
Moves like that, bro. That's why the Clippers. I mean, come on.
Listen, I agree with them. Listen, my bad, BJ. Go ahead.
But we we knew all this before the series going through the series, Mike.
I didn't expect dude to get out coached. BJ, can you saying Ty Lue didn't get out coached, bro?
Bro, I've seen this nigga get out coached many times, bro. That's
Yeah,
how we
he's
lost
like
Dallas
fucking
last year.
he like Doc Rivers.
What
He
I
came
see,
up under Doc Rivers
but
and he coached the same way, bro.
but as bad as Tyloo coached, bro, James Harden, I've seen him come up small, and I am not re-signing that back on any circumstances.
Right.
Because he's gonna be, no matter what the offense is, he's gonna do the same shit over and over. So why would I keep that? And why would I give up Zubac, who was the bright spot in the series, and held his own against Jokic, and give that up? No, I'm shipping James Harden's ass out first and foremost.
But you got to look at it like this: who holds more value? Zubac hold right now in his career, Zubac. And if you could package up a Norman Powell, that's a lot of value right there. You got to think Giannis don't want to be there. Giannis is finna force his way out of Milwaukee.
Nah, you just don't want to goddamn be honest.
Man, you didn't just see what happened, bro. It's about to be a crazy. See, that's how I know you don't know the game, bro. It's gonna be a crazy.
Why would they bring in Giannis for, bro? Why?
Why would they bring in Giannis?
Yeah. Why?
Why wouldn't you bring in Giannis? Why wouldn't you bring in the Giannis?
You have Zubac. Why? I mean,
hold on. Are you telling me Zubac is better than Giannis? Hold on, Maz. You telling me Zubac is better than Giannis?
But Kawhi and Giannis don't fit.
Maz.
I'm not giving up.
Is Zubac better than what you saying, BJ?
But you got to cut your team to get Giannis.
Why they don't fit, BJ?
Because I want to know why they don't fit. Why is they not a good fit?
They don't. They play two different types of styles.
Correct.
Giannis plays more downhill, fast paced. Kawhi likes to play in sets. They don't fit.
But look, hold on.
Methodical.
Kawhi could play with anybody.
I think that's a good, and I think that's
a play with anybody.
And I think that defense is gonna be tough too.
That defense.
That defense will be crazy.
Yeah, the defense.
No, it's gonna be tougher though.
No, it ain't.
I'm talking about as far as the playoff series. Man, I'm not talking about regular season numbers. I'm talking about as far as the playoff series.
Giannis is a real threat around the rim.
Giannis can't even guard the Pacers.
Hey, what would that pick and roll look like with James Harden and Giannis? That shit would be unstoppable.
He couldn't even guard the Pacers, man. Stop this.
See how we blaming Giannis for his 33 and fucking 15 in that series? We blaming Giannis for that?
I don't care about
the man damn near averages triple-double that series.
So who would you trade for Giannis, Mike? Who would you trade for Giannis, Mike?
I am watching the game. Let's see. This is crazy, Mike.
Look. For the Giannis trade, look, you get Zubac, right? You throw a Zubac in there. You throw Norman Powell. And for the third player, look, this gonna hurt me. This gonna hurt right here. But fuck it, throw in DJ. We gotta find somebody else. We gotta find somebody else.
All that for fucking Giannis? Nah, bro.
Hell yeah.
No.
Giannis is like that, bro.
No, he ain't like that. No, he ain't like that. No, he ain't like that.
Giannis is a game changer.
Giannis is like that. I know you a Giannis hater, Miles, but Giannis is like that,
funny though, bro. But listen though, here's what's funny though. How was that pick and roll between Dame and Giannis? How did that work out?
Dame is not James.
How did that work out, bro?
Dame is not James.
It was horrible.
Oh, okay.
Dame
and for the
is
record,
not James Harden, bro.
Hey, and for the record, I mean, I don't think Kawhi is a heavy pick and roll player. Like he likes to get it and do his thing. He's methodical. He wants to work the pinch post, mid range. He ain't trying to run no goddamn pick and roll with a big man who can't shoot, who travels, who ain't got one move that he remembers to save his life. Bro. Giannis is overrated, bro. Nah, don't bring his ass to LA, man. Y'all tripping. Pacers just showed you that, Tyson. That was easy work. He can't even guard Miles Turner. Stop it, bro.
I'm not giving no goddamn dirty too, Mr. Mans.
Facts, old man. I'm not giving. Listen, I'm not giving.
He don't even guard Miles Turner.
I'm not giving.
Brooke Lopez guards Miles Turner.
Dirty, man.
Brooke Lopez guards Miles Turner.
Man, Giannis was guarding a little bit everybody and getting his ass cooked.
Giannis was locking up Siakam. What are you talking about?
Locking up Siakam. Oh my God! Well, okay, let's look up Siakam's numbers versus Pacers.
Go ahead, look it up.
This is crazy, bro. Now he was locking up Siakam.
Yeah, okay. I bet you, Siakam didn't average over 20 points. Man. I bet you.
What'd you say?
I bet you he didn't average over 20 points that series.
He averaged 19.8 points, bro. 6
rebounds. Well, I said over 20.
What? Hold on. What did Siakam average during the season? Let's look and see. Because
Siakam a good player. I expect him to be
bro. Yeah. Hold on, bro. Because now you're saying he got locked up, but Pascal Siakam averaged
about 23 points a game.
No, he didn't. He averaged 20.2 points in the season.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, exactly. So So you're more worried about
He held him a little
Siakam.
bit under his average. Tell me
So
what the shooting number. Hey, Shep, tell me what the shooting percentage was.
hey,
That'll tell
hold
me
on,
a
bro.
lot too. What was the
So
percentage? What did he
I
shoot?
would have a guy who's scoring 0.8 tenths less a point, but
Miles,
he's more impactful in
Miles,
other
what's the
ways.
shooting
Tyson,
percentage? What's the shooting
rebounding,
percentage?
defending, playmaking. I
What's
mean,
the
why
shooting
is points?
percentage?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Why is points the only measurement of a guy playing well?
That's
Like
what you just said. You just said that.
Siakam can't impact winning by rebounding, playing defense, and doing other things.
You brought up the point.
Hold on, bro.
I didn't
You
bring
just
up the
said
point.
that Giannis locked him up. So you stand by that?
Yeah, tell me the shooting percentage what he shot. We already know that he was a little under his average. He was a little under his average. Now tell me the shooting percentage.
I gotta look for that. Let me see if it breaks it down. If it breaks it down for me like that, sometimes those stats are hard to get. Or you just gotta just search for them. Okay, let me see, bro. Let me see. Indiana.
He shot 55%.
Okay, thank you, Tyson. Go ahead, Mike. What's your rebuttal to that, bro?
Okay, 55%.
That's what I say. It's okay.
Hey, let's not play with Indiana like they not up 2-0.
Oh, now okay. Hey,
let's not play with them like they not up 2-0. Let's not play with them like they not up 2-0 right now. You feel me? That's a good
Well,
team.
I mean, DeAndre Hunter,
Clearly,
Garland,
right?
and
Clearly,
Evan
that's
Mobley
a
didn't
good
play
team.
in game 2. So I mean, come on. I mean, that does play a factor.
Nah, we're not doing that. Indiana outplayed.
No. I'm not arguing that,
the
Tyson.
Milwaukee Bucks. Period, bro. We're not gonna sit out here. We're not gonna sit up
That's
here
not what
and
he said,
blame.
Tyson.
Yeah.
He said he's up 2-0. No. He just said don't act like they're
No,
not up
but
2-0
he was
versus
giving Indiana credit for how well they playing this series. They hitting big shots. They playing well down the
They're
stretch.
playing great basketball. I agree.
They playing
They
very good basketball.
well versus
But
Milwaukee.
Giannis,
Hey, they played good versus Milwaukee.
They're
that's
playing
what I'm saying.
fast basketball.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I
So
agree.
I'm saying Giannis. I'm not.
Giannis
Giannis had a very good series.
Was he good in clutch time?
No, not all the time. No, he wasn't good in clutch time. Not all the time. But
in no times, bro. In no times.
no, but y'all got Kawhi Leonard.
What do you mean, y'all?
And you got James Harden, you got a Kawhi.
We're talking
Leonard.
about the Pacers and Bucks series,
this
bro.
year you got a draft.
No,
pick.
I'm saying why they wasn't a good fit. If y'all can get a Giannis on that team, I think that
Well, I'm a
uplifts
Houston
y'all a lot.
Rockets fan.
What does Giannis bring? What would Giannis bring?
But he had Dame Lillard, bro, and fucking couldn't get it done. So what's your point?
Come on, man. Dame Lillard blew out his ACL. I mean, whatever.
On the real, what would Giannis bring to
He didn't have Dame Leonard. What are you talking about?
He was battling
Dame
the illness,
played
then he
in that
came
series
back
a little
and blew
bit,
out his
Tyson. You know that.
ACL. So
What?
he didn't have him, bro.
Dame played a couple games in that series. You know that.
Yeah, he played horrible.
An illness, bro.
He was
got
half
a blood clot. He got blood clots and shit. You know
those
Dame wasn't
games came
himself.
down.
You know Dame wasn't himself, Miles.
Those games came down to the fourth quarter. A lot of them, and Giannis didn't close the games out, bro.
Nah, come on, Miles. You know Dame wasn't himself.
The games came down to the wire, old man, and Giannis did not close.
So why didn't you say that for Kawhi Leonard then?
I did say that, bro. I did say that. I said that already.
No, but everybody's saying that Kawhi Leonard didn't come through. I mean, don't hold no culpability.
I never said that.
And the majority of blame goes to James Harden.
No, Tyson, you talking to me, bro? I never said that. This stream is about James Harden. But
okay. So it was Kawhi. It was cool. So no, hold on. So you got that same energy for Kawhi Leonard. It was his fault this series that they didn't win.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He's the best player, bro. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, you didn't come on stream saying that, bro.
Because this is about the stream's about James Harden. That's why.
No, the stream is about who holds the blame for the series.
Well, maybe no. How many times? No, hold on, bro. I mean, I can see right here. How many times are people going to be tricked by James Harden? That's the title of the stream, bro.
I understand that, but then we was up here talking about
this is crazy.
They asked me specifically how much percentage do I give James Harden, and I said about 20. I didn't hear you come in and say.
I didn't hear all that, bro.
How you give him 20%?
James Harden, 25%.
How do you give James Harden 20% in Game 7?
That's what I want to give. That's what I want to.
I'm saying for the series.
No, I'm talking about Game 7.
Oh man.
Oh, just Game 7. You can give him more for just Game 7.
Man,
because that
determines
the outcome of the series. So you can't gloss over Game 7.
20%. I'm not glossing over Game 7, but the Game 7 did not. To me, that game where they lost, where he got that tipping at the end of the game. To me, that was the pivotal point of the season.
Hey, hold on.
Wasn't that his fault?
Thank you, Tyson.
Wasn't that his fault?
What's up, BJ?
No, that wasn't his fault,
He didn't box out.
bro. If you blaming the whole game off that one moment,
He
then
did what? That was the moment that won the game. What is you talking about?
no. That ain't how I look at
Oh my
sports, though.
goodness.
I play sports. That's
Bro,
not how I
how
look
can
at
you
sports.
keep getting tricked by this man
This a
over and
team
over
game, bro.
again?
They keep placing the blame on one. It's a team
That
game,
was
bro.
the play that determined the outcome of the game.
I
What is you
play sports
talking about?
too, but it's the same thing.
Hey,
Right.
old man. Guess what? Guess what? Let's go through that play right there. Let's go through the
They
play.
Hold
both
on,
didn't
Mike.
play
Hold
well.
on. Let BJ
Hold on,
go.
yo.
Let's
Hold on.
hold on.
I gotta get my boy Hendo in. What's good, Hendo? I get my boy Hendo in.
Hold
Hey,
on, my
Hendo,
fault.
you on mute, bro.
What's up?
What up, bro?
Yeah, nah. Listen, I agree with what everybody is saying. Like, it's not just on one person, but let's not act like James Harden doesn't do this on a yearly basis. It's the same. It's James Harden season. It's titties over titles. He does the same thing. He had a solid game in game 6. You come out in game 7, you only take 8 shots. It's like he's allergic to game 7s. He is the worst three-point shooter for a superstar in game 7. He has had 55 single-digit games in the playoffs.
Right.
Come on, bro. This is not no just, oh, man, he just had it. He'll get him next year. No, this is literally like damn near have most of his legacy in the playoffs. He's a talented player, a wonderful player. You know what I'm saying? Some people try to emulate his style and everything like that. But when he gets to the playoffs, I've seen it on multiple occasions, over and over and over again. And at some point in time, bro, you cannot allow him to trick you. You just can't. You can't tell me you give him 20% when in game 6 he had a solid game and everything was good. Game 7, you come out, you looking like Bron in 2011 finals, shooting 8 shots. Come on, bro. I could see if he was 2 for 20, but he was 2 of 8. Yeah, 13 assists. But come on, man. He's passing the ball. He is allergic to these moments. And that's why I can never put him above no damn D-Wade. Y'all was crazy ever disrespecting my boy D-Wade like that.
Okay. Look. So we was talking about the tip, right? Game 5, the game 5 winner from Aaron Gordon, right?
Game 4.
It was game 4. Okay, so what game 4? The winning tip shot, right? Let's go through that, right? Whatever remember, we tied it up. We tied the game up, right? It's only so many seconds left. They call a timeout. Now, what a good coach is gonna do? A good coach is thinking, let me put some size on the floor because I don't want to lose to a tip. A good coach is already thinking that I need size on the floor. Tell me, why is James Harden and Norman Powell on the court? You need defense. Why is them two on the court? When
Can
we
I
got
answer that, Mike?
listen, when you got a Derrick Jones Jr. and you got Ben Simmons on the bench, why are those two players on the floor?
Can I answer that, Mike?
Go ahead.
Please. Okay, I'm gonna answer that with this. It's basic fundamentals in basketball, right? You agree, right?
So I didn't hear what you said. You kind of broke up.
It's basic fundamentals in basketball,
Right.
Okay. One of the basic fundamentals in basketball is what? Box out.
Box out, right?
Okay. Why would and BJ can show you the video if he can pull it up. Why did James Harden not box out?
Yep.
But now think about this, old man.
But you want to put him on a superstar level.
No. Hold on. Coach is gonna be like, hey man, you know what? Let's look at the floor, right? Let's look at the floor. You got Jokic, 7 foot. You got Aaron Gordon, 16.
No.
Hold on. You got Michael Porter. He's 6'10". You feel me? It's the last possession of the game, old man. I can see if it was like 30 seconds left. You didn't have no timeouts. I can see if you didn't have no timeouts. You was down. The game is tied up.
How tall is James Harden though? How tall is James Harden?
He's 6'5". You giving up 5 inches, and
to an athletic big man. This is a nigga who
Yeah,
won
let me.
dunk contest.
I say,
Hey,
let me
hold on. This is a nigga who won dunk contest, bro. This is Aaron
bro, that's
Gordon.
not an excuse, bro. That's not
Man,
an
we
excuse.
can't
Come on,
keep
dog.
absolving
Come
James
on,
That's not an
dog.
Harden.
You
excuse for
expect
boxing
James
out.
Harden to block
Now
out
you
Aaron
just giving
Gordon, bro?
excuses for
Hey,
him.
You
That's a
expect
simple box
James
out,
Harden to
bro.
block out Aaron Gordon, bro?
I didn't watch.
I got
First of
Come
all,
on. You
Draymond
expect
Green
that?
is 6'5". I didn't watch Draymond Green box
Draymond
out.
Green is
Go
not
there.
6'5".
I want to
Stop the
hear that,
cap.
bro.
Draymond Green is not
Draymond Green
6'5".
box.
Stop the
Go
cap.
who is 7'2".
Draymond Green is
All
not
about effort,
6'5".
bro.
Stop the cap,
It's
dog.
about effort, bro. If
Come
he
on,
gave
Draymond
any
Green is not
effort on that
6'5",
box
dog.
out,
Stop that cap. You
that might
capping.
not
Hey,
happen. Stop it, bro.
I got a question. So Mike, you saying because of the size he couldn't box out Aaron Gordon?
So let's go with this, BJ. Because
No.
I know you know the game. You know the game, BJ. BJ, you know the game. Look, it's
I know. I just
15
want to ask
seconds.
that
Hold on,
question.
BJ. It's 15 seconds left. It's 15 seconds. It's a tie game. We are not down, bro. You supposed to substitute offense for defense. We supposed to have the defensive lineup in there. Guess
Okay,
what?
that's
You
fine.
gotta
though,
hold on.
Mike.
Guess what? We got a 6'10" guy that can match up with Aaron Gordon, but he's on the bench, not in the game.
Bro,
That's fine,
bro, I
Mike.
get you.
But
I get you
this-
that. I got you that. But again, I'm asking you the question again. Are you saying Harden couldn't box out because the guy was too big for him?
I looked at, hey BJ, I looked at that replay 100 times. You know what I seen? Listen, we're gonna say, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Hey,
No,
listen,
Mike,
hold on,
just
bro.
answer
You
it, bro.
cutting me
Just
off,
answer it,
gang.
bro.
Hey, come on. Hold on. Don't cut me off. Look, I watched the replay 100 times. Hey, Harden and Powell gave no effort. You feel me? But he jumped over, even if they would have gave effort, bro, he jumped over the top of those two dudes. You mean to tell? Hey, that dude got. Hey, he got bounced, homie.
Kind of like how Russell Westbrook jumped over him at that free throw, right?
Look where he got his hands at.
I stood, but I seen Russ and James Harden up close, right by them two. Harden's bigger than Russell Westbrook. So explain why he didn't box out Russell Westbrook off that free throw.
The same reason why Zubac didn't grab the rebound. Harden is thinking Zubac is gonna grab the rebound.
What are you talking about?
Mike, you said size was the reason why this nigga didn't box out.
Come on,
because
BJ.
he ball watching.
BJ,
Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck.
BJ, keep it a buck, bro.
Come on, bro.
Even
Keep
if
it a
he
buck.
box
Keep ball
out,
watching.
even if he box out.
But the same. Hold on. But the same reasons that y'all point out is the same reason why the nigga shouldn't even been on the fucking floor.
Exactly. Thank you.
He was on the floor, so he don't need to give effort.
Somebody get it.
You talking about he shouldn't have been on the floor? He was on the floor. If he would have gave more effort, who knows what would have happened?
If Norman Powell would have gave more effort, if this would have happened, if they wasn't in a tie game in the first fucking place, if
coach put him in a bad position.
Yo, Mike, you said that's what.
Hold on. One at a time. Let my boy go.
If Harden didn't give you that 7 points in the fourth quarter with 4 assists and no turnovers, y'all wouldn't even have been in that situation.
Box out. It don't matter.
7 points. Stop it.
We all agree with
He
that.
would have went over the top of Harden anyway, homie.
I don't know about that part. If they would have boxed out, I think it would have been a different outcome. We all agree with that.
Okay, then that determined the outcome of the game.
If you look at when he jumped at,
Man, if y'all I look at sports a little different, but that's cool.
One play determined the outcome of the game. You can't get away from it.
No one play did not determine the outcome of the game.
Come on, dog. I'm in the playoffs and I'm gonna have James Harden on the floor and it's a defensive possession. What the fuck? Come on, that dude needs to be fired off of that right there. He needs to be fired for that right there.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you a question, Mike.
Come on, old man. I'm here. I'm listening, old man.
Let me ask you a question, Mike.
Go ahead.
What's smarter than him? That wouldn't have happened.
Let me ask you a question, Mike.
Go ahead, old man. Go ahead.
Is it about winning? It's about winning or losing, right?
It's about winning.
It's about winning or losing, right? One team gonna win, one team gonna lose, right?
Right.
Then. Okay, now let's look at it objectively. That play, we just talking about that play.
I'm specifically talking about that play.
Okay, then that play, it doesn't matter who's in the game.
Yes, it does.
That play determine the outcome of the game. Is that right or wrong?
Hey, but listen.
No,
why
I just
is
asked
he?
you a question.
Oh man, why is he in the game? Listen, the only way. Listen,
point.
hold on, oh man. Let me, because I'm trying to rebuttal to what you're saying. The only way that what you said makes sense is that if it was a play on, let's say if we score, right, and they didn't call no timeout and James Harden is still on the floor, I understand what you're saying. But the fact that they call timeout and you as a coach, you got a chance to put the right players on the floor, bro. This as a
okay,
coach,
that's fine. We had to go with who was on the floor. Doesn't matter.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Listen,
you had
listen to what I'm
had a
saying,
chance
though.
to put the right players on the floor, bro.
Okay, we could have put the right players on the floor, but we didn't. Let's do that. Okay, so
Well, how you glossing over that though?
Hold on. Let's do that. So since the players was on the floor on that play, you said earlier the basic fundamental rules of basketball, one of them is boxing out. Is that what you said, Mike?
Right.
Okay,
We know
then.
both of those guys didn't box out.
It doesn't matter how small. I don't care if you were Muggsy Bogues.
Man,
the basic rules
bro,
on the floor.
if you think Muggsy Bogues got a shot at
I'm
blocking
just
out
talking
Aaron
about
Gordon,
the
dog,
principle of a basketball
Plenty
player.
of smaller players that have boxed out bigger players on possession.
man, stop it. You're not boxing out Aaron Gordon, dog.
What
I'm
are
gonna
you
keep it
talking
a buck.
about? You act like
You're not boxing. If you're not listen, listen. Hold on. If you're not Aaron Gordon size, you are not boxing him out, bro. He's gonna go over. Not only. Hold on. Let me talk, bro. Not only is he
my boy Brandon Punjinski boxed out Aaron Gordon.
Hold on, bro. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. Not only is he 6'10", dude could jump out
bro,
the gym.
you're making excuses. That's all you're
Man,
doing.
ain't nobody making excuses,
You're
bro.
making excuses,
you,
bro.
Hey, you making it to where you want to be right. Hey, homie, you making it to where you want to be right, homie.
Hey,
We
Mike.
know basketball. Hey, that dude should. Them two shouldn't have been on the floor. Hey, them dudes should have never been on the floor, homie. Them two should have never been on the floor, homie.
Hey, Mike, can James Harden
be on the
dunk
floor
the
at all.
ball?
He need to retire. How about that? That's what he need to do.
What do you do, homie? What do you do?
Hey,
Do you
Mike.
ball? Hey, is we tuning in talking about you, nigga? No.
Mike, hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Let me ask you one more question, Mike. Then I'm gonna let y'all go at it. Mike, I'm gonna ask you one more question, okay? For real.
Go ahead.
If James Harden, listen to what I'm getting ready to say. If James Harden would have jumped for the rebound,
he was gonna jump over him.
Listen,
old man, I watched the replay a lot of times.
Let me finish asking the question.
Listen, old man, I get what you're saying. Now listen. Had that Now I'll give you an example. Look, if James Harden had to bounce like a DJJ, then maybe he could make that. James Harden barely get off the floor, bro.
I'm getting ready to tell you
James
about
Harden
the IQ.
barely get off the
Mike,
floor.
I'm getting ready to tell you about the IQ.
You giving that 5 inches to a nigga that jump out the gym, bro.
I'm just getting ready to tell you about the IQ.
Just box him out.
The IQ is say like he didn't box out and say like he jumped. If James Harden would have just jumped, Aaron Gordon would have came over his back. Would a foul been called on Aaron Gordon?
No, he wouldn't. Hey, they only call over the back when you look, they only call over the back if we make contact. If I go over your head and
you trying to absolve James Harden,
that shit, bro. They're not calling over the back.
What Norman Powell right there too?
It would have been a foul on James Harden, bro.
How you know that? How you know?
Yeah.
That's the rules, dummy.
How you know?
Oh man, that's right. If I box you out and I would hate. You know the problem I used to have trying to jump over is niggas smaller than me. If they box me out, they get my legs. And that's all James Harden would have to do is get Aaron Gordon's legs.
Hold on.
All facts. That's all facts, BJ.
BJ, hold on. Let me rebuttal that. Hey, hold on. Let me get at my boy. BJ, hold on.
I wasn't finished, Mike. Hold on. When you get somebody legs, when you get somebody legs, you're not jumping over shit.
I'm gonna explain that. Hey, BJ, I hoop too. So let me tell you that. Let me explain that too. Let me explain that. Now we know that, right? Now in that situation, if you're a bigger guy and you stocky like Aaron Gordon, it's nothing that you could do, bro. I'm too big. I'm sturdy. I'm big. Aaron Gordon is a big dude, homie. You not stopping dude.
James Harden's a big dude. James Harden is 220, nigga. James Harden's a big dude.
Hold on, real quick, Mike.
BJ, we talking about a rebound situation. That's a vertical. Hold on. We talking about a rebound situation. That's more of a vertical situation.
I can't ride with you on that one, Mike. I've been agreeing with you most of the time, bro. But I can't ride with you on that one. If James Harden pussy a body on him, maybe he does get the rebound, but he not getting no tip in like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
bro.
was the whole
But
thing. He got that off with little to no time or no time on the clock. He barely got it in. Period.
Tyson,
If
even
he
if
boxes
James
out, I
Harden
do
would,
agree with that. I do agree with that, and I do agree with the fellas that James Harden and Norman Powell add that in there, did not box out. But at the same time, who is the worst defender on your team?
James, why is he? Thank you. Why is the man
Who is
on
the
the
worst
floor?
rebounder on your team?
Why is he even on the floor? Both of them
okay,
two
we
Why
dudes.
can
is
Both
look
of
he
at
them two
on the
that.
dudes.
floor?
Listen,
We
Norm
can
Powell is
look.
the worst rebounder, and James Harden is the
So
worst
both
defender.
things can be
Why
true.
are they on the
Yes,
floor, bro? Thank you.
We
yes.
can
James
look
Harden
at
didn't
that.
box out. We all agree.
We can look
Except
at
for
that.
Mike, maybe.
But you
But
still, as
but
a
at the same
basketball,
time, he is your worst rebounder. He is
Thank you,
your worst
Tyson.
defender, and he's on the floor in a defensive situation. And you asking him
Hey,
to
Tyson.
and you asking him to box out. And it could have been a different play. They could have shot
Right.
quicker, and somebody and he down there trying to get a rebound. The fact of the matter is, he shouldn't have been on the fucking floor. Period.
Tyson.
but that ain't
Not
got
to
nothing
mention,
to do with
hey,
the
Tyson.
play.
Not to mention, you got a 6'9" Nicholas Batum
That ain't
out
got
there.
nothing to do with the
Hey,
play.
mention,
Whoever's on the
look on the
floor.
bench, you got a
Who's on the floor
6'9".
don't have nothing to do with
It
who's on
didn't
the play.
have whoever was on the floor
Right.
did not have anything
That
to
don't
do
make
with
no.
the
Well,
play.
why y'all the fuck y'all crying about rotations then?
But
Whoever
Tyson,
was on the floor at that moment didn't have
If it don't matter who's
anything
on
to
the floor,
do
why
with
y'all
the play.
crying about rotations? This don't make no damn
Tyson,
sense.
Tyson. But the thing about it is, you may be at a disadvantage, but you didn't even try to box out.
We agree.
A basic principle in basketball. A basic
Right.
principle. A
We
basic
agree.
principle.
We all agree. But he's your worst rebounder and your worst defender.
It
He shouldn't
doesn't
have been
make
put in
any
that position in
difference.
the
He
first place.
knows that he has
And
to
then y'all want to
box
cry
out.
about rotations. All the rotations. But he didn't even take this motherfucker out when you're in
Y'all
a
trying to
defensive
absolve
possession
James
and y'all
Harden,
need
man.
to
That's
rebound.
sad, man. Even when it's clearly his fault, you still try to absolve him. The play
I
clear as
said,
day.
didn't I say Mike, did I say two things can be
Ain't
true?
no two things
Now
in this
you definitely,
situation.
Tyson.
It
No,
is two
they do that.
things.
They don't want to see the truth, bro.
There
Why
is
is
no
the
two.
dude
Only
even?
thing
It's like
James
y'all want to
Harden.
be right every time.
Okay,
See,
there's
hey,
two
when I first
things.
hold on, oh man, when I came up here, the first thing I did, I said, you know what? And we know I'm a James Harden. The first thing I said, hey, James Harden, hey, he didn't show up. I told you he don't show up in big games. You feel me? I'ma always be on the side of the truth, bro.
Well, the
I'm
truth
not gonna
is,
make up
Mike,
nothing to make me
there's
sound
two
right. You
things
feel me?
James Harden could have done. He could have
No,
won.
the truth is he
Let me
shouldn't have been
finish.
out there, bro. The
Let me
truth is he
finish.
shouldn't have been out there.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
One, since he was out there, one thing he could have did was box out. Second thing he could have did, he could have jumped for the rebound and got a foul on Aaron Gordon for coming over his back.
You wasn't gonna do that,
Right.
bro. I told you that dude jump
That's
out the
low
gym. That
IQ
dude
then.
jump out the gym.
He's not aware. He don't have good court awareness then.
We all
Man,
agree
nah,
in
the
that
dude jump
situation.
out
He
the
didn't
gym,
have
bro.
good court awareness. He didn't box out. He didn't. We all agree. Like I said again, we all agree with that. But at the same time, that doesn't absolve Ty Lue for putting your worst
Putting
defender
him
and
on
your
the.
worst rebounder on the floor
Why
in a
don't you got
situation
Ben
where you
Simmons
need a
in the game?
rebound and
Now
you need to
guess
play
what?
defense.
Guess what, old man? Ben Simmons is 6'10". You think he would have just jumped over somebody that's 6'10"?
But
No, he's not gonna do that.
again,
And guess what? Ben
but Ben,
Simmons is 6'10", so guess what? Naturally, he gonna go for the rebound. He gonna, hey, let me bat the ball out or something. He's big enough to do that.
but
But
Ben
nah, the
Hey,
Simmons.
dummy
salute,
Ty
fellas.
Lue.
Thanks for
Look what
having
the
me, man. I
dummy.
gotta go
Come on,
pick up
let's
these
not
kids,
bail
man.
out Ty
Salute.
Lue, bro. Ty Lue got
Salute,
out coached
Tyson.
by a rookie.
But why not James Harden and Ty Lue can go at the same time?
Say that one more time, BJ. I can't hear you.
Why can't James Harden and Ty Lue go at the same time?
Why they can't go at the same time?
Why can they not go at the same time? I mean, what excuse does James Harden have in doing to score 7 points?
7 point. When he scored 7 points
in Game 7.
Game 7.
Okay.
7 for 7.
I mean, like I told you. Look, I knew. Listen, from the moment of that game, right? If you pay attention, he came out there with butterflies. If you really know when he came out and he was heavily passing the ball, you should have knew what time it was right there. I knew.
Well,
I
how
already
come
knew.
Ty Lue didn't take him out then?
He should have. I would have. If I'm the coach, guess what? Oh, you ain't come to play today. I see. Oh, you got the nerves. Let's put somebody else in because we trying to win. That's the coach. That's what I tell you, old man. That's the coach, homie.
So what's the problem with getting rid of him then?
I didn't never say get rid of Ty Lue. Look, you got Mike Brown.
No, I'm talking about James
Mike
Harden.
Brown. Hey, Mike Brown is out there. You got the Nuggets old head coach out there. Man, get rid of Ty Lue.
I'm talking about James Harden.
If you
you can upgrade, hey, guess what? If you can upgrade, get rid of him too. If you could upgrade, but I'm not getting rid of him for nothing.
Because see, James Harden and Ty Lue, he got three ideologies. One ideology is the pick and roll, another is a dribble handoff, and the other is ISO. What do James Harden run the most?
Pick and roll. He like to be in the pick and roll. He don't go ISO heavy. You know, he'll go pick and roll.
BJ.
But
Did
guess
you hear
what?
he just said?
Oh man.
Yeah,
If he had a better coach, if he had a better coach to call out better plays and get people open, you'll see different stuff. You got a coach that's consistently letting even before he was there, when we had Paul George, ISO. Hey, here you go, you ISO. That's the type of game. That's what Ty Lue run.
And that's what James Harden specialized in, right?
Nah, but we saying before he even came to the team, this was an ISO heavy team.
Okay,
that's what
but I'm
trying to tell
just saying that's what James Harden specialized in, right? ISO.
I wouldn't say he's an ISO player. You could say he's a good ISO player, but he could play in the pick and roll. He could play in the system.
No, he is the system.
See, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna do stuff like
No.
that.
I'm not saying that just to be. I'm for real, because what he did in Houston, he carried on to every other team. He carried it on to Brooklyn. He carried it on to Philadelphia. Now he carried it on to LA.
It basically comes down to, if you want to fix this team, you got to put the right pieces around the team, bro. You go get you guess what you need for James Harden, somebody who can't play defense. You need you a good shot blocker right there. You need you a shot, and I like Zubac. Zubac is a solid player, but I seen a lot. You know what? We need a more athletic big man. You feel me? I would love to go get a Giannis, bro. I would love to go. I would take athleticism and dominance over the skill set what Zubac bring any day.
So what do Giannis bring to the Clippers?
Dominance, athleticism, bro. A lot defense. You feel me? A lot of 30 points. Hey, old man, that's 30 points a game.
Okay, does he fit Ty Lue philosophy though?
You get Ty Lue out of there. I don't care who he bring. If we don't get Giannis, you get Ty Lue out of there. Get him up out of there, dog. We seen enough of that. We seen enough of dude. I'm watching. Hey, if you really want to be real about it, JJ Redick it looked better than Ty Lue all season, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. And JJ, this is his first time. I don't remember JJ Redick sitting on nobody's bench and learning under another coach. JJ Redick looked like a better coach than dude.
What do you mean learning under another coach, bro? He got Scotty Brooks and he has Nate McMillan on his roster. So
But I'm just saying we know Ty Lue learned under.
Let me ask you a question, bro. How did JJ Redick?
We know Ty Lue learned under Doc Rivers before he even was a coach, and that's how most coaches get developed, right? Hey, Maz, is that not how most coaches get developed?
Yeah, there's a coaching tree. Yeah, I'm not saying that Ty Lue is a great coach, but how did Ty Lue not do better than JJ Redick when Ty dealt with injuries all season long, a top defense, and he kept the team afloat while the Lakers?
Hey, Lakers dealt with injuries too.
Not the way the Clippers did, bro. Not the way the Clippers did. They didn't.
Like I'm saying,
and last time I checked,
all I'm saying
hold on, bro.
Hey, and then when you go to
you just
head-to-head
cut me off,
matchups, Maz, let's go to the head-to-head matchups.
Bro.
He dominated the head-to-head matchups, Maz.
Head-to-head matchups
wherever
doesn't mean you're a better coach.
Make, you know.
Hold on, bro. Head-to-head matchup doesn't mean you're a better coach. I mean, that's just a casual take.
Oh, okay. So now
and also too, last time I checked,
you see how we just
last time I
bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. We can't do that, bro. So what are we measuring this up against then? If head-to-head matchups don't
Can I finish what I'm saying, bro, before you just butt in, bro?
I just want you to say something realistic, bro. You just
this is crazy, nonsense. Bro. I mean, Mike having a fucking mental breakdown this stream, bro.
Mental breakdown. Let me tell
what I'm saying, bro.
I'm just talking sense. You talking
for anybody
nonsense,
to say, for anybody to say head-to-head matchup makes you a better coach than that coach, that's a casual take, bro. I mean, like that's just ridiculous. Secondly, didn't Ty Lue have a top 5 defense in the NBA? JJ didn't have that. I mean, now listen. If you want to say
about Jeff Van Gundy,
I'm not done yet.
Jeff Van Gundy brought. Do you know about the Clippers, or you just be talking?
Let me finish, man.
Do you know about the Clippers, or do you just talk?
Bro, so we don't give head coaches credit now?
Huh?
We don't give head coaches credit now? Now we give
that's Jeff Van Gundy. Everybody, hey, come on, BJ. Who brought that defense to the Clippers? Keep it 100, bro.
Ty Lue is still the head coach.
Hold on, BJ. Just keep it 100. Who got us playing like that, bro?
Ty Lue is still the head coach.
Hold on,
What are you
let's
talking
let
about,
BJ
man?
answer that, bro.
Ty Lue is still
Van
the head
Gundy was,
coach.
yeah.
Thank you. Van Gundy got us playing like
Everybody
that, man.
knows that.
The
Ty Lue
players
got.
that tell you that.
What
Every
does that
player,
mean?
every time they brought up defense, they would bring up Van Gundy, man.
So, hey, BJ. So, if that's the thing, then that means that every team in the league, they have a defensive coach, right? And so we're giving the assistant coaches credit for the offense and defense. I'm not saying that Jeff doesn't get credit because he does, but everything is we give the head coach the credit. I mean, at the end of the day, the head coach is the one that has the oversight. So, I mean, this is crazy. And so this dude just said that JJ Redick, who makes zero adjustments, who played superstar players, a 40-year-old player.
Hey, the same thing that Ty Lue do. The same thing
Didn't BJ
zero
ask you, man, to
adjustments.
stop cutting people off, man?
Zero adjustments.
Bro,
Yeah, let him
can I
finish,
finish what I'm
Mike.
saying, Mike, please, bro? This
Yeah,
is crazy.
I gotta go to. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Dom after.
Well, you know what then?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say this. I mean, to say JJ's a better coach and he's playing his two best players for the entire half. I mean, no adjustments whatsoever. I mean, you never saw the Lakers set any screens, any backdoor screens, none of that. And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, top defense.
I did. I seen the Lakers set a bunch of.
No, you did not see that.
I live in
No,
Los
you did
Angeles,
not
bro.
see
I
that.
watched a lot of Laker games this season.
Nah, you didn't see that, bro.
Okay.
You didn't see
Tell
LeBron
somebody
James.
that
You didn't see
don't live
LeBron
in
James
Los
set
Angeles,
Luka Doncic
that
one
don't
screen versus
tune into
Minnesota, bro.
LA
No, you
Laker
didn't.
games. Come on, dog.
Yeah, you didn't see LeBron James set Luka one screen in that whole first round. No, you didn't see that because it didn't happen. But I digress.
Why would LeBron set a screen for Luka?
Because it's called basketball,
bro. You don't know basketball.
Because it's called basketball.
Exactly.
What are you talking about,
But I
man?
want to know why would you want LeBron to set the pick for Luka?
So the defense has to react to him and
why would you
fucking
want
guard him.
another good player setting the pick, bro? Why? I just want to know that. For what? Why you want that?
Ask BJ that question, bro.
Kawhi sets screens too. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, bro? Don't Curry set screens for the Warriors, bro? Are you okay, bro? Do you know basketball, Mike? Come on, bro.
Come on, dog. You're not gonna get LeBron setting the screen for Luka, bro. You're not gonna see that a lot of times, bro. You're not gonna see your best player get out there and set screens all the time. Yeah, you're gonna see it, but you're not gonna see that a lot, bro.
I mean, it depends the system you run. I mean, if you're in a system like when it's ball moving, you're gonna have no choice but to set screens.
Right.
That's
if you in the
when
Golden State type of system, and for the shit the Clippers is doing, for the shit is the Clippers. Come on, dog. There ain't nobody setting no screens over there.
Let me go to my man Don. What's good, Don? Yo, Dom.
Yeah, what's good, y'all? Yo, what we arguing about right now?
Man, you already know the title, bro. James Harden.
No, what was him and Marge just arguing about?
We were talking about your best player setting
me,
screens,
look, Dom. Let me
Your
ask
best
you
player
this.
setting
You watch,
screens.
hey, Dom. You watched Game 4, right? On the
which
on the
game?
putback, right? You see when? Hey, should James Harden have been on the floor, bro?
Okay.
Or should they have Ben Simmons and Nick Batum on the floor?
Okay, here's the thing. You have to keep Harden on the floor.
Why?
But I agree with what you're saying.
Tell me why.
Because James Harden is a liability on defense.
So that's what I'm saying. Shit, so why he shouldn't have been on the bench, right? He should have been on the bench, right, Dom?
Realistically, yes. Realistically, yes. But you can't.
Why you can't? Tell me why you can't. Because you saying
because
you can't.
he's a star player. You can't bench a star.
Dom. You got to realize, hey, it's the last possession of the game, Dom.
Listen, yes, but hold on. Listen, I'm not gonna argue about what you're saying, Mike. I'm not. But you can't. Realistically, should he have been on the floor? No. He doesn't
That's
play
all I'm
fucking
saying.
defense. No.
That's all I'm saying.
But you can't take him off the floor. He's a star. He's a star, bro. Like, you can't bench a star, bro. Like, it just don't work that way.
Come
Yo,
on, Dom.
let me tell you something.
Hey, Dom, I just seen a lot of stars come off the floor in those situations. It's like, hey,
Mike,
bro, you might not be big enough. You might not be big enough. We're gonna sit you down right here. You know, we're gonna put somebody in for defense.
Bro, I live in LA, bro. We both live in LA County. I've watched every fucking Clipper game since Kawhi got here, bro. Listen to me. I understand what you're arguing. There's no doubt about it, bro. Trust me. But yes, there should have been more length on the floor. There should have been. You know how many times Harden got back cutted, my nigga, with Gordon straight to the rim?
Exactly. Why would that's come on? He's a liability. He proved he was a liability the first 3 games. What make you think you in a? Hey, we in a 1 possession game, and we come on. What makes you say, hey, let me put him on the floor?
Put who on the floor?
James Harden. What makes Ty Lue say that? Hey, because he called it. Look, the Nuggets called a timeout. So they went through the timeout, right? You got to think. Look, it's a we tied the game up, right? The Nuggets called timeout, right? Now, as a good coach, what you supposed to do? You supposed to be putting defense on the floor. It's a tie game, right? It's 1 possession. It's 15 seconds left.
So Mike, that wasn't Harden's fault. That was Ty Lue's fault then.
Yes, that's Ty Lue's fault, bro.
No, it's both of their fault because you got to remember. All right, so how many of us is it right now? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 of us. 5-man rotation on the court. If Mars is like, yo, listen, guard the nigga. If Gordon been back cutting or catching lobs the whole game, and Mars be like, yo, nigga, either backcourt or catch a lob. One of y'all niggas attempt to jump up for that shit. Harden did neither, which is I don't think they told him that. So we're not gonna say that they explained that to him. But Harden's been in the league for so long. Harden should know things like this already.
Say it again. Say it again, brother.
He's been in the league for so long. He should understand. This nigga's been in the league 16 years, bro. That's damn near almost 20 years.
Right. But you
Harden should understand how to play the game at a high level. I don't understand.
Like you said earlier, right? It's 5 of us up here, right? If all 5 of us, let's say we all hooping, right? We all hooping together, right? We all hooping. Let's say we got a little squad too. Let's say we got a couple bench players, right? If we all on and we a team, right? We like, hey, bro, you just don't got it right now, bro. Hey, we close. This is a game. It's a big game too. Let's sit. If we all want to win, do you think James Harden is gonna pout on the bench and they say, hey, we're gonna take you out and we're gonna put Ben Simmons in for this possession? Do you think like you fuck with his head or anything?
No, but you gotta remember, you run a risk of Mars will tell you.
You don't. All
right, listen to me. Hold on. Listen. Hold on, Harden. Let me explain it, bro. Mars would tell you we're in an era that star players have power, my nigga. You don't take out a James Harden for a Ben Simmons. Should you do it at that point? Listen to me.
Possession for a defensive possession.
Here's the thing.
I'm not taking them off for offensive possession.
Bro, listen. I'm not debating. Listen to me, Mike. I'm not debating what you're saying, bro. Me and you are on the same.
I get you. I get what you're saying.
It's if you do it, you run the risk of him pouting like a bitch after that.
Nah,
I
doubt that.
Too upset.
I doubt that, Dom.
Listen, bro, we seen it, my nigga. We seen it with Butler. We seen it with niggas, bro. Tobias Harris over me. We seen it in the past,
come
bro.
on. But see, you talking
Where you
about
think all that shit came from?
Hold on. You talking about somebody picking somebody in free agency and all that. We talking about 1 possession for the game. That's what we talking about.
Listen to me.
Hey, dog.
You cannot.
Listen. I done seen some of the best small guards come up off the floor, bro, and they put size in the game. Like, hey, bro, it's 1 possession.
Yeah, but you're talking about
Harden's not small, bro.
Harden is like 6'5", nigga.
Okay,
Harden's like 6'5", 6'6".
Dom. Aaron Gordon is 6'10", bro. That's 5 inches, and Aaron Gordon jump out the gym. Aaron Gordon jumps out the gym, bro.
You're big enough to cause some resistance on Aaron Gordon, bro. It had nothing to do with size. Why James Harden got cut? He's because his IQ isn't high enough to say common sense. He didn't even turn around.
Exactly.
BJ, hold on, BJ. Is there any way that you could put the
I'm about to go to the smoothie spot.
Is there any way you can put the
video
on the screen?
2 smoothies. Go ahead, put it on the screen.
Hey, BJ, is there any way you can put the video on the screen, bro?
Put it on the screen, bro.
Because if you can't, and look how high, now let's look how high he went and got the ball, bro. Ain't no way James Harden's finna get up there, bro.
Because you didn't do your work early on, bro. If you
it don't matter, Mike, how high he jumped. The fact of the matter is, if he would have jumped, Aaron Gordon would have came off his back.
Bro, oh man, let me tell you this. If I listen on the rebound, right? Let's say me and you, we going for the rebound, right? Let's say you box out, right? The ball bounces off the rim. Hold on. The ball, I jump up. The ball bounces off the rim. If my arms is above your head and I got the ball in my hand
and I jump over you and dunk, they're not gonna call no offensive foul, bro. They're not calling no over the back. I mean,
they don't
that's gonna be a
stop
foul,
calling that. They don't stop calling it.
bro. That would have been an and one.
They don't stop calling it.
Hold on, listen. When you gain possession, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to teach you, old man. If I gain possession with two hands, and now listen, over the back is only called when I don't hit the ball, bro, and I'm all over your back, and I don't have possession of the ball. If I got possession of the ball and you underneath me and I dunk the ball, they not calling no over the back foul, bro.
Okay.
So that's what I was asking him. If he could pull it, I watched it 100 times. And we all know James Harden barely get off the floor, bro. This is a nigga who jump out the gym, bro. He got dunk contest. He didn't won the dunk contest. That shit was easy for dude to jump over somebody that's 6'4" in Norman Powell and 6'5" in James Harden. That was
And Gordon
nothing for
had
dude.
a hurt calf anyway. It doesn't absolve James Harden for doing the basic fundamentals of basketball, which is box out. You just can't get away from it, Mike.
Nah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I watched the possession 100. It wasn't nothing he was gonna be able to do about it, bro. He went up and got the ball. That's if you remember the replay, that he went up so high, he jumped over. Hey, the nigga hung in the air for about like half a second, and then he punched the ball in the rim. It wasn't nothing that dude was gonna do. You can't box that out, bro.
Bo, you could have boxed out if you turned around first.
Now, if it was a tip, if it was a tip in, we could have said, man, he dunked that in.
Bro,
He dunked the ball in, bro.
Your shot.
You're not boxing that.
The shot went up. The number one rule, and oh man, you can back me up on this. When a shot goes up, you find a body to box out.
There you go, man. It's just that simple.
That's all.
Hey, you know how many? Listen.
Didn't find nobody to box out.
Hold on, listen.
You looked at the rim. You looked at the rim the whole time. Norman Powell did the same thing. You had two weak links on the court, and that's James Harden, a weak link when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. He's been doing it all year. It ain't just
BJ. Look. I know you hoop. Listen, BJ, you hoop, bro. You hoop. You know, sometimes you in the gym, bro, and it's a nigga in there, bro. You can't do nothing with when we talking about rebounding. You know, you can't. I could put I could do all that, bro.
It
and this
ain't
nigga's
got
gonna get
nothing to do with coming over the back, Mike.
He didn't try. He didn't try.
Hey, that's on the coach. That's on the coach,
no,
bro.
That's on James Harden, bro.
Come on. Hey, hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this because I know you, bro. I know you. Hey, look. Hold on. So if you Ty Lue, are you gonna have James Harden on the floor in that possession out of a timeout?
Ty Lue shouldn't have had. Okay, Ty Lue shouldn't have had James. Listen, Mike. Ty Lue shouldn't have had James Harden on the court. We agree with that. We agree. Everybody agree with that. But the fact that he was on the court doesn't absolve him from the basic fundamentals of basketball.
I'm giving you. I'm saying that he should have boxed. I agree with that.
Okay,
but listen, this is what I'm saying.
You agree with that?
Listen,
Mike.
Oh man, there was nothing he could do. That's what I'm saying, Mike. Listen, it was nothing he could do.
If you agree with that, then that means that play determined the outcome of the game.
It definitely did.
Then. So if that play determined the outcome,
listen, man, this is what I'm saying. I would never put my players in that position, bro.
Well, okay, that's fine, but he was in the position.
And then I can understand.
That don't mean he don't know how to box
Let's
out.
say Ty Lue was the interim head coach, and Ty Lue didn't.
That doesn't mean he don't know how to box out, Mike.
Ty Lue has been with his roster for 2 years, old man.
Mike, that doesn't mean.
Hey, you should know what somebody could do and what somebody can't do.
That doesn't mean he don't know how to box out because he shouldn't have been in the game.
I ain't gonna lie.
So since he was in the game,
it's time for T. Lue to get fired, dude.
Okay, we agree with that, but we talking about that one play.
No,
he should have used his basketball knowledge.
They both, and we keep putting it on James Harden. It was two people down there.
Who else was there?
Powell and James Harden.
Powell was busy trying to take care of Braun, and then when Jokic
Powell was
listen, Mike,
BJ, was Powell not right there?
Mike, listen. When when Jokic flashed to the middle of the lane, that
Hey,
deterred Norman Powell.
No, he was on the baseline right
Okay, then.
alongside James Harden, bro. I didn't watch
Norman
this shit
Powell
play
wasn't
100
on the
times.
baseline. No, he was not. He
Okay,
was
I
with
guarantee. Hey, oh man, just watch it. Watch the play if you
he
could
was
pull it
with
up on.
Christian. He was with
No, he
Christian
wasn't,
Braun. Listen
bro.
to what I'm
No, he
saying.
wasn't.
He was with Christian Braun, and when that ball went up, he seen Jokic flashing. I'm not Jokic. It was somebody else that flashed to the middle of the lane, right? And he went to that person that flashed to the middle of the lane. He was holding Braun, and that's when he took his eyes off of
Hold
Aaron
on.
Gordon.
It look like BJ finna play it right now. Hold
Okay,
on.
play it.
You
You'll
finna play the
see.
video, BJ?
You'll see.
Wait, no, it's not working. I'm gonna try to find it. Hold on, it's not working. Y'all keep going. I'm gonna
Now
try to
I
find it.
agree. That's a shitty effort, bro. That's a shitty effort. In the playoff game, bro. Look, I'm only 5'10". In the playoff game, I'm gonna try my hardest to block him out. But guess what? I know, man, this he's still gonna, he's 12 inches tall. He gonna jump over me anyway. Now the effort he gave was shitty. I admit that.
Yeah, he lost that game for us, man. Can't get away from it.
No, the coach lost that game for us. You
Yep.
man, dude, the great coaches, no great coaches is
Okay
doing that,
then,
bro.
Mike. Check this out then. If he went 2 for 8 in game 7, right? Is that Ty Lue fault?
No, that's not the Ty Lue's fault at all. You see
Okay.
how? Hey, you see how I don't try to move the goalposts or make myself right. I just tell you, hey, I'm always gonna be on the true side, bro.
Okay, but why did he keep him in the game when he wasn't scoring the way he was supposed to?
I mean, when you think about it, he was dishing that rock out. He had 13 assists, but we didn't need him to have 13 assists. We needed him to be aggressive scoring.
So since he wasn't aggressive scoring, why do you keep him in the game?
Hey, if I'm Ty Lue, I said this earlier. If I'm Ty Lue, I would have took his ass out the game. I would have said, hey, you ain't looking for you. You not what I'm looking for right now. Let me try to
So
get
it's
some
Ty
more
Lue
scoring.
fault then.
No, yeah, cause bro, you have to make that call, bro. You know how many? I mean, throughout the years, I'm not gonna say this year in this season and this playoffs that we watching, we seeing coaches make decisions that change the game. We didn't see coaches make decisions that change the game, bro, and won coaches championships, playoff matches, and all that, bro. Your coach controls that, bro. That Ty Lue lost us that game, bro. There's no way. Hey, there's no way. I'm a veteran coach and I'm gonna be out coached by a rookie, bro.
We all agree on that.
Come on, man. Like
We
that's
all
that.
agree
That's
on
that
that.
Doc
But
Rivers shit right there. That's the
when
Doc Rivers bullshit that he up under. Go get me a Mike Brown. Bring in Mike Brown, bro. I want. That's who I want the coaches. Mike Brown. Give me somebody who's gonna be hard. Hey, guess what? Mike Brown would have took Harden ass out the game. I
listen,
guarantee you
bro.
that.
Denver
Mike Brown would
had
have took him out the game.
the better roster, a
That's a
better
fact.
start. Denver
Hey, but
had the
we
better
had the
starting
momentum
five.
though. We had the momentum. We had the momentum, homie.
Did we? I don't ever
Yeah,
think
we
we
did, bro.
did.
Hey,
Did we?
hey, listen, hold
BJ,
on, Dom. Hold on, Dom. I'll
I
break
don't
it
think
down for
we did.
you, bro. I'll break it down for you. You lost game one. You lost game one towards the end of the game. You was in that game. You really should have won. You feel me? You was up big on that one. That's the game you shouldn't have won. You got out coached once again. You blew them out game 2 and game 3. Hey, game 2 and 3, you blew them out. And then you go lose game 3 and 4, bro. Like you do just weird shit, bro.
but Mike, check this out, Mike. You know what people say about Game 7?
Say
Kawhi
that one
could
more
have
time.
played.
What you say?
Most of the people say Kawhi could have played better, right? That's what most of the people say, right?
I'm not gonna put that on Kawhi. I ain't gonna put
But
this. A
that's what
team
you
game,
done
bro.
heard.
It's a team game. They
You done
all could have
heard
played
most of
better.
the people say that, right?
Hey, everybody who got in the game could have played better.
Okay, but most of them say Kawhi could have played better because he's the face of the team, right? That's what everybody say, right?
I mean, I'll give you that, but
Okay, okay
I'll
then.
give you that.
Okay, even though he put up the numbers, even though he was the most consistent player throughout the series, when it came to Game 7, James Harden 2 for 8, 13 assists. But Kawhi was the blame by most of the people because he's the face, right?
I don't know why they did that. I wouldn't put the blame on Kawhi. I wouldn't put the blame on Kawhi.
Game one. Kawhi had 7 turnovers. Everybody say Kawhi. What's the problem? They lost game 1, right?
Right.
Okay, because of the 7 turnovers.
I wouldn't put that on.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You know why?
Hold on.
Oh man, hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish, Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
So we substantiated that that's what it was from most of the people. Kawhi was the reason they lost game 1, and Kawhi was the reason they lost game 7 because he could have done better. Why in game 4, a simple box out, James Harden didn't do, Ty Lue get the blame?
Yeah, now, as you say, that's what I want to say, because you just jumped to that, right? I was just about to tell you, I wouldn't put the blame on Kawhi with them 7 turnovers. You know why? Because at the end of the game, we were still in the game, bro. So I'm not that came down to 7. I'm not gonna say his 7 turnovers lost us the game. That's not what happened. The whole team could have played better.
That's what Harden said in his post-game interview was the turnovers.
I mean, but he probably mentioned his turnovers too. He probably talking about it.
No, he wasn't talking about his turnovers.
I don't think he was singling out Kawhi and saying the turnovers.
He wasn't talking about his turnovers.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he was doing it. I think he was talking about as a whole.
Listen, we all got to be real with ourselves. The season is over. It's a wrap. Like,
it's a wrap. That's what I'm saying. It's a wrap. Harden already moved on, bro.
We did fucking bad. Ain't shit we could do, bro. Like, DJ, like, what can we do? The shit is over.
It's time to upgrade, bro. You got to move on from some players, bro. They don't think tell me this. If you had an opportunity to trade Zubac for Giannis, would you do it?
You said what?
If you had an opportunity to trade Zubac for Zubac for Giannis, would you do it?
But realistically, that's not gonna happen. Giannis is a better player than me. But yeah,
no, but I'm saying you listen now. If you add in Norm Powell, listen, Dom. If you add in Norm Powell, your draft pick, we got a first round draft pick this year.
You need Norman Powell.
Nah, you don't. You listen. Let me tell you something, old man. Look, check it out. Sometimes as an organization, the best pivot you could do is move on from a player who had a good season, who played out. Nobody was expecting this from Norm Powell. So if I could get Norm Powell off and have him go somewhere else and score 20, I'm gonna do that. And it lands me a superstar player along, because Norm Powell, he's a good player, right, old man? But you know what his flaw is? When you think about for this team, he's too small, bro. He's 6'4".
You need Norman.
I don't want him in my starting lineup. I need a bigger, guard next to James Harden, and I need a guard that play defense next to James Harden.
If you get rid of Norman Powell, who's your catch and shoot guy?
You go get one in free agency.
Well, if you talking about getting Giannis, and Giannis going to suck up a lot of the cap space, who you going to get on that level?
You could go get. Hey, we the Los Angeles Clippers, dog. We play Steve. He don't mind going into the luxury tax.
That's fine. You don't mind going into the luxury tax. That's fine. Who are you going to get for Norman Powell for their catch and shoot?
I would have to look at the 2025 free agents. I would have to see who going to be free agents this year, and you get somebody to take the vet minimum. Of course, you're not going to get another superstar. We just need somebody, like we said, a catch and shoot player. That's all you need, right?
See, you want to get rid of Powell, and you want to get rid of Amir Coffey, 2 catch and shoot guys. You need catch and shoot guys on your team.
Oh man, Amir Coffey didn't even play.
Okay, and that's who fault?
That's your coach fault.
Okay, then. So you bring Giannis in with the same coach, what's going to happen?
No, I say get rid of Ty Lue. That's my heart.
Okay.
Bring in Mike Brown. Get rid of Ty Lue.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But what if Ty Lue is there for another year?
I mean, if Ty Lue is there, you know what? I feel like, guess what? Just like you helped him on the defense, go bring in another coach to help him on offense. That's what. If you're gonna keep him,
Go bring in another coach and say, hey man, on offense, this is what I think you should do. Because he need as much help as he could get. Go get you an offensive guru and have him on the coaching staff. That's what you do if you're gonna keep Ty Lue.
But you got a coach that got the best out of the players in the season.
But
Brian Shaw got the best. Brian Shaw got the best out of those players when he was coaching in Ty Lue's absence.
And you know what? If they pivoted to Brian Shaw, I wouldn't be mad. Because when Ty Lue was out with those back injuries, I thought Brian Shaw did a good job.
Okay, so if you elevate Brian Shaw, will you still go after Giannis, or will you keep the same personnel?
I mean, if I was to, I'm still going to look to upgrade, because you know why? When you look at this roster, right? When you look at this roster, just not it don't got what it takes. This is a good roster still, you feel me? But it's not enough to win you the championship. You feel me? You need to make those moves to make you a championship contender.
Okay,
I'll be honest.
Okay, so if you sign Giannis, then you signing Giannis long term, right? Now Giannis is what, 30, maybe 30 years old. How old is
he like 30?
He like 30. So Giannis got one big contract left then.
Right.
Okay. You think Giannis could continue to play the way he is playing for the next 4 years? Because he gets injured a lot. You know that, right?
But he plays through it. But he could easily play like that. And he got a chance to get better.
Okay. Because Giannis,
and then that's what I'm
like
saying. When you look at Zubac is 28, so that's only 4 years different right there. You feel me?
Like BJ say, Giannis only plays one way, and that's downhill.
Hey, but man, you got to think that's what the Clippers is lacking. They needed somebody that's gonna go downhill, and that's not scary. Cause you got to think. I mean, I don't want Kawhi playing like that. I don't want Kawhi to play like that. Every time he play like that, it make me hold my breath. I'm like, oh shit, hope he get up. You feel me? You need somebody else to do that. We know James Harden can't do that. You feel me? That's not his game. So if you got a player that can consistently do that, I think that'll get you over the hump.
Okay, so you would have to get rid of either James Harden to match his contract, or James Harden and Zubac.
No, you could get rid of Zubac. You could do it for Zubac and Powell. Zubac, Powell, and one more person.
Now,
hey, I'll tell you what get it done. Zubac, Powell, and Bobby in the first round pick.
You know why you would have to get rid of Harden? Because the same way Harden plays, Giannis plays.
I know, but you want them two in a pick and roll together.
No, because Giannis is he is a ball dominant guy. Damian Lillard didn't handle the ball in Milwaukee.
And then look. I keep saying Giannis, right? But there's a bunch of disgruntled stars like around the league. You got your Devin Bookers, you got your Kevin Durant's. A lot of you could bring in somebody to if you're talking about Devin Booker, bro, I would trade Norman Powell maybe and maybe like a bogey, a first round pick. You should be able to go get a Devin Booker.
Now there you go. Why would you trade a prolific scorer like Norman Powell and keep Bogdanovich? And they make practically the same amount of money.
Who?
Norman Powell and Bogdanovich.
Because I would assume that in return Phoenix is gonna want something. So Norm, you can't start off with Bobby. You feel me? When you look at Norm the season he just had, Norm just damn near average. He was before he got hurt, he was averaging 24 points per game.
Right. So why would you trade that? Why would you trade Norman and he can do that for you at the same?
I mean, because I think Devin Booker is the upgrade. Devin Booker is the upgrade for sure.
No, Devin Booker getting paid $58 to $60 million.
So
that contract just not gonna work out.
What's good,
so, of course, you need more pieces, right? You would put in Norm Powell. Look, Norm Powell, Bobby, and then if he had 50, you need one more contract. You could throw somebody else in there.
For Devin Booker, you'll get rid of all of that for Devin Booker, who only averages 20. I'm not
You
understanding.
you wouldn't do that? That's an upgrade.
But look how much you shaving off though. You shaving off all your depth that helped you throughout the season. Let me go to Taz. What's good, Taz?
What's going on,
BJ,
fellas,
when you
man?
think about it, right? When you think
Taz,
about it,
what's
bro.
happening? What's happening?
What's up, Taz?
What's
BJ, when you
going on,
think about
home
it,
man? What's going on, Mike?
what's
All
up with
right,
you?
all right.
Hey, BJ, when you think about it, Booker is gonna bring in better scoring than Norm Powell. So then you give up Bogey. Bogey not really nothing like that, bro. Let's be honest. Bogey's not no hell of a player to be like, oh, we missing Bogey and throw in like a Chris Dunn or something. Come on, man. That's not we not losing a lot of pieces.
See, but I don't think the Clippers going to be trying to go into luxury just for Devin Booker. I understand what you're saying. Devin Booker would be a slight upgrade, but I would say he would be an upgrade because his playmaking has got a whole lot better.
Right.
That would be the only difference between Norm and Devin Booker to me.
Because
But
Devin Booker could consistently score. He could put the ball on the floor and score. Norm Powell, sometimes you got to run picks and let him come off screens, and you know what I mean. And if you really watch the games, he turned the ball over when he tried to do too much. Devin Booker could score, bro. And it don't necessarily got to be Devin Booker. There's a lot of stars that you could trade for. I'm just talking about an upgrade.
Shit, you could probably get a Bradley Beal on a veteran minimum
No,
right
hell
now.
no. We don't want no Bradley Beal. That's not a bad trade, bro. Hell no.
I'm just saying, like, your expectations is going above the salary cap, man. Because
How, bro?
that's
I believe me, I'm thinking about the salary cap, bro. Devin Booker makes $50 million a year, bro. Norm Powell,
yeah.
hold on, I'm gonna break it down to you, bro. Norm Powell is at like 20, bro. Then you got Bogey, he's at 16. So now you at 36 million, bro. And then you throwing like a Chris Dunn, bro. He make like a 9 million, bro. I want to say Chris Dunn is making like 9
He
million.
make like 5 million.
Okay, so let's throw in Derrick Jones Jr. Because I know for sure he at 9.
No, hell no. I ain't giving up Derrick Jones Jr. for Devin Booker. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Because if you give up Derrick Jones, you give up Chris Dunn, you give up Norman Powell. That's 2 perimeter defenders that you're getting rid of, and a pretty damn good score. You're giving away, like DJ
And you
said, your
replacing him
depth.
with another good scorer, Ty.
But the thing is, you also are removing defensive depth that's on the team. That ain't gonna be a recipe for
The
success.
only
Because
defense that you
even with
moving, the only defense you losing is Derrick Jones Jr. You lost one defensive piece.
but you just said Chris Dunn too.
No,
That's 2.
my boy, he said that wouldn't work. He said Chris Dunn only make 5 million, so we can't give up Chris Dunn. We throwing 3 players.
I mean, they already gonna end up shopping the miracle off y'all, but you also got to think Zubac, even though he got his contract already, he's gonna be looking for an extension once his contract comes up, and I think in like 2 or 3 years. You got
he locked in for us.
Zubac locked in. He got new money.
yeah, for sure. And he deserves it, but at the same time, then you got to look at what they're gonna give James Harden over this offseason. Because I don't think
James Harden can't. If he want to opt out, ain't nobody gonna pay James Harden more than what he's getting paid right now.
Except the Clippers. That is the only organization that I think would do some dumbass shit like that.
No, but
so
I don't want to say
we got to take that into consideration.
You can't say like he a bad player. He worth a little. You got him on a deal. Because James, I believe James Harden could have went somewhere and he could have went to like a sorry team if he really wanted the money and just got a bag, bro. We know that. It just wasn't no contenders.
I don't think James Harden would do.
No contenders was gonna pay him a bag. That's all that was.
Right. Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, but even then, you still got a lot to take into consideration when it comes to the salary. If you're thinking about bringing somebody as prestigious as Devin Booker into this organization. Second of all, Devin Booker, in my opinion, would not be a good fit. We've already seen Devin Booker play with 2 other superstars. It don't look pretty.
Devin
And then
Booker also
this
needs the
keeps
ball in his
this
hands, and
keeps.
we know James Harden is not
I'm
going to
not
pass
set
that
on
bitch.
just Devin Booker. I'm just saying any superstar that's an upgrade. You got
Yeah, so
KD. Hey, you got KD out there. You got Devin Booker out there. You got Giannis out there, and then I'm pretty sure it's a lot more that's not that's on the market that we don't even know about.
yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying. And the Clippers either way are going to have to make that move to get a number 2 option, like a solid number 2 option.
You
Because
have to.
And that means that if you go out and get another player, you got to vet them to see if they fit Ty Lue's system, philosophy. And if they don't fit Ty Lue's philosophy, then is one or two things gonna happen. They're not gonna sign that player, or they're gonna get rid of Ty Lue. I'm talking about that superstar you talking about.
right.
Yeah, hey, bro. I think Ty Lue's job probably damn near come down to this. Because if you run this same roster right back, I don't got Ty Lue winning no championship, bro. I'll just be honest with you. Teams is gonna upgrade after this season. The teams that we thought should have been in, you got to think Minnesota's still in the playoffs. That's a good team. Denver's still in the playoffs. That's a good team. Who didn't make it to the playoffs? Memphis damn near could, and they got a good draft pick. Memphis could be. Definitely gonna have to upgrade our roster. We're gonna have to upgrade the roster, bro.
Now you got three power forwards that's getting ready to hit the free agency. You got
who you got? Who you see, old man?
You got Julius Randle, you got Nas Reed, and you got my man in Indiana, Taz.
Siakam?
No, Miles Turner.
Oh, Miles, he a free agent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, if the Clippers smart, they will fill that role and put Kawhi back at his 3.
But that's Ty Lue. That's Ty Lue for Ty Lue got Kawhi playing power forward.
I'm just saying, I understand that, but what I'm saying is they will
I
really
agree with
have
you
to
though.
look
I
at
agree with
those
you, old
free
man.
agents to put Kawhi back at his natural position.
So go out and get a 4. You right? I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
But that means that you can't.
Hey, hold on, old man. Look, if we talking about a 4, you don't think they could go get a Kevin Durant? Because I'll keep it a buck with you. Kevin Durant don't got the same trade value like he had. I think we could pull off a Kevin Durant trade.
I think Kevin Durant is like 53, 54 million this year.
Okay, so you just got to make the money work. You got to make the money work.
Right. But these guys coming off free agency, so you got Nas Reed. He probably won't command but 20 a year, maybe.
I don't got Nas Reed making a lot. Yeah, you're right.
Julius Randle gonna want a little bit more money.
Julius Randle might want about 35 million.
Because he's making 30 now.
Exactly.
And then you got Miles Turner, who's gonna be commanding a pretty good salary. So,
the only thing with Miles Turner, I wouldn't want him on the Clippers because I feel like that'd make us too slow to have him and Zubac at the same time. Look, Miles Turner is the center.
Yeah, but he's a uber athletic center. He's not a slow guy.
Yeah, but I don't want him and Zubac on the floor at the same time because then it's like defensively, who is Miles Turner going guard when you think about it?
Miles Turner is very good defensively.
No, but I'm just saying, if these modern day power forwards, they not really they like a hybrid small forward. That's just what I mean,
bro.
We're talking about the modern day power forward.
What I've seen Miles Turner do to Giannis in the last series, I am very confident Miles Turner can guard most power forwards in the league.
Yeah, he's a big though. That's what I'm saying. He play like a big man. You can't put those two on the court
he
together.
stretches the floor, Mike. He's a legit 3-point
shooter. Offensively, it's gonna work, but I'm saying defensively. Like okay, I'll give you an example. Aaron Gordon is gonna blow right by that guy. Jalen Williams. Look, Jalen Williams off the OKC Thunder. When you think about what's the guy for Memphis, the power forward for Memphis?
Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson is blowing by that dude. So any power forward that could put the ball on the floor is, you get what I mean? He's a liability in that sense.
You want Miles
That's
Turner to play
only
in the
on the
paint.
perimeter.
Yeah,
The thing
you
is,
don't
well,
want him on the perimeter. That's what I'm saying. If you put him at power
but
forward in today's game, bro, he's gonna end up on the perimeter. Is what I'm
But
trying to tell
Kevin
you.
Durant get blown by.
But Kevin, hey, he also a problem though. Kevin Durant is a problem on.
Giannis ain't really a good defender on the perimeter.
Nah, hey, Giannis is he's decent though. He decent. You
Giannis
feel
is
me?
a good
Miles
enough
Turner is a
defender.
decent guy.
No, but we just saying on the perimeter. It'll be. I'm just saying for our team, it's gonna make us a much slower team. You feel me? Defensively, if you add Miles Turner and you want him to start. Now, if you talking about trading for him and you get rid of Zubac for him, that might work. But
No,
those
I
two
think
together can't play.
I
Those two
think he
together is
would
not
help.
gonna play.
I think he would help open up the floor for Zubac more.
Yeah, because he's going to command a mismatch regardless.
He stretches the floor. He he can go to that 3-point line and hit those 3 points. And he
Yeah,
got
but
a nice mid-range game.
yeah, you still not gonna be able to play them two on the floor together.
And
Like
he
I told you, it's
plays
gonna be.
defense.
Yeah, it's gonna be. But you know what I mean. He's slow. He'll end up on the perimeter. You gotta
See,
think,
but
these dudes right now, bro. Just think, bro. Have y'all watched the kid that's in Houston? What's his Amin Thompson?
yeah,
Right.
He's
Thompson.
gonna
Yeah.
blow right by that dude.
But he
He play
doesn't
power
play
forward.
power forward, Mike.
No, yes, he does play power forward.
No.
I can tell you they starting lineup. Look, they got Sengun at the
Sengun.
center. They got Sengun at the center. Amin Thompson at the power forward. They got Brooks at small forward. They got Van Vliet at the point guard, and then they got the dude with the curly hair at the shooting guard.
I don't know.
I
Go
think
ahead.
Turner hold his own. I think Turner can hold his own. I think
Yeah,
not as good
I
as
think
power
so
forward.
too.
Hey, old man, the game changed. That's what I'm saying. If we was talking about the 90s, he for sure be. You could do it. You could throw him in there on some Twin Towers type shit, right? But now in the game it's about speed. A lot of those power forwards are just hybrid small forwards now, bro.
It's
You
going
know
back. Go ahead, Taz. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I was just gonna say, like, even at the power forward option, like the Clippers don't have to go for a big name power forward. Like it's a young guy that I've been paying attention to out in Toronto. I forgot his first name, but his last name is Boucher. You know,
Boucher, I know what you're talking about.
he's a high energetic
They tried
player.
to
He can
trade for
stretch
him.
the floor a little bit.
They
Yeah.
wanted to trade for Boucher.
They need to go out and try to get that man while he got low stock value right now. Because Boucher, he's not a bad player. You know, he has definite holes in his game, but when you want to talk about being a serviceable number 4 option, or not number 4 option, but a serviceable power forward, I think Boucher can do that for a good team. I'm not saying that he's a championship level power forward. I'm just saying that he could be a very serviceable big beside Ivica Zubac.
I like that.
So
Hey, I got one for y'all. What y'all think about Lauri Marketing?
Yeah,
the power
yeah,
forward for the Utah Jazz. That would be
bro.
a good one.
I've been calling for that shit since last year, dog. Like I literally, everybody, when I said that I would love Lauri Marketing on this team, everybody said, what the fuck is he talking about? No, Lauri Marketing is a straight up dog, man. Like I love his game because he's a physical dude. He's
And he can put the
a
ball
good
on the floor,
defender.
and he can shoot. He's a good power forward, dog.
Oh yeah, a 3-level scorer. He plays enough defense. I'm not going to say his defense is elite or nothing, but you know he is physical enough to be good at defense. You know, I think that would be a great fit because he's already used to being what the fuck you call a role player. You know, just in these last couple of years, he's been the number 1 option for that Utah Jazz team, which is going to give him great experience going to a team that he can actually compete with for a championship. That would be the move I would go for. But I know Utah's not going to let him go for nothing cheap.
And what about the other guy? Because they got another power forward on the roster. He'll fit in good. A light skinned guy. Can't think of his name. He played for
You
the
talking about
Jazz.
John Collins?
John Collins.
Yeah. He actually a free agent this year too. You know that would not be a bad move. John Collins, Very athletic. He a little bit light in the back pockets, but he's strong enough. He can shoot a little bit. He has a little bit of a mid-range game. He can put the ball on the floor. His defense is actually great. I love the way he plays defense just because how long ball. So I wouldn't mind seeing a John Collins on this team because he's not going to demand any touches at all. So right now, if they're going to keep James Harden, you're just going to have to get guys around James Harden that is not going to demand the ball and get all frustrated when they see James Harden holding it. And BJ, to the point of the title, I'm sick and tired of being tricked by James Harden. This is the first time in my life I've ever been tricked by James Harden, bro. And I'm never going to do that shit again. I understand why Mass feels the way that he do about James Harden, dog.
What about
The
JM?
title should be
What
how many
about
times we
JM?
gonna get
For
tricked
real.
by Ty Lue. That should be the title.
Yeah.
How
I
many
mean,
times we gonna be
that's probably
tricked
the
by
next
Ty
title.
Lue, bro? Because
And
goddamn, bro.
no,
Goddamn, bro.
hold on, don't move the goalposts, Mike. I know that's your boy. I know that's your boy. But no, we can't move the goalposts. He tricked the shit out of
Man,
us this year, dog.
come
He
on, bro.
bamboozled our asses, dog.
No,
This
because
shit was.
let me tell you why I can't put the blame on him, bro. This is why I can't. I'm honest. I'm always on the side of the truth, bro. The reason why you can't is because when he missed 3 games this season, and they get offended when you say he carried the team, but he was the best player when Kawhi was gone. He was the best player on the team.
Ain't got nothing to do with the playoffs, Mike.
I get that. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you, Ty Lue didn't help. Ty Lue didn't help in the playoffs. Another coach, if you got a real, I just don't. When I think about a veteran coach, bro, I think about like a Greg Popovich, bro. A Greg Popovich, he understands the momentum of the game, bro.
Thank
That's
you.
the good thing about a good coach. A good coach could be like, hey, you know what? This guy's going off right here because the game is about matchups. You know what? Let me put him on him just to slow him down. Ty Lue don't understand matchups. He just we get exploited all the time before he even make a change.
Yep.
Like just think about it. Just think about this playoff. It took him to game 5 or game 6 to be like, hey, you know what? Let me go bigger. Let me put Batum in and take Chris Dunn out.
Thanks.
So if you got the right coach, they're gonna do that, bro.
But the thing is about James Harden, it don't matter who his coach is, bro. That's the thing about it. It don't matter who his coach is. James Harden is gonna click. God damn it! Hell, like he should be the franchise's face of this team just because of how many letdown moments this organization has had and how many letdown moments James Harden has had over his career. It's very disappointing when you go from team to team with good enough coaches. I wouldn't say they championship coaches, but good enough coaches. At least one coach won a championship, Doc Rivers or Ty Lue. I don't really count Ty Lue's or Doc Rivers, but shit, it is what it is. But with James Harden, like he said, man, he is the system. So it don't matter
Yeah,
what
but you
coach
know
you
how many?
got in the.
Hey, Ty, there's so many great players. When y'all start speaking championship, bro, that's a team thing, bro. When you say championship, I mean it's so many great. Tracy McGrady never won one. Vince Carter never won no chip. Allen Iverson, all them. Carmelo Anthony never won no championship, bro. So it's
Hey,
just like, bro,
Mike,
you
can
gotta
I ask
be.
you a question, Mike?
What's up?
Have you ever drove a car? Now you probably haven't, but I'm just giving an analogy. Have you ever drove a car with a blown spark plug?
Nah, not that I can
Okay.
remember.
When you have a car with a blown spark plug, that means that it's not operating at the optimum level. You burning a lot of gas because you running your car when all of the spark plugs are not firing
Which yeah,
together.
I understand that, right? I understand your analogy.
Okay, now that's what happened with James Harden. James Harden, he was a blown spark plug, and he couldn't operate like he was supposed to, and it messed up the flow of the fuel that was going through the team. And you had
maybe 1 to 2 spark plugs that was operating at the level they were supposed to, and he dragged down all the other spark plugs for not operating like they were supposed to. So when you say Norman Powell, well, him and Norman Powell had a wonderful game 6, but they had a terrible game 7, right?
No, I agree with you.
Because they was operating at the same level. So now you got a blown spark plug in James Harden, and he blew the spark plug of Norman Powell. And that's a result
I
of the
wouldn't
game.
say that because Norman Powell barely showed up. I think he only showed up for game
Because
six.
he was a blown spark plug also. Because him and James Harden operate hand in hand, dribble hands off, set picks for each other. Can't play no damn
and
defense.
this is why I say, hey, you could upgrade from a guy like a Norman Powell. You feel me? Just imagine if you had Devin Booker. Devin Booker don't need no dribble.
Yo.
Oh man, Devin Booker, you can give him the ball and clear out the whole side of the floor. Get out the way.
What up?
What's up, T Sweet?
What's up? What's up, old man? What's up, Mike? Where Taz go?
What's up with it?
Shit, we had dug ourselves a deep hole, and it's hard for us to get out of. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been telling people, bro, we've been needing a coach, and I told people, man, playing Luke Cornett, Sam Hauser, you know what I'm saying? Like that's going to be a bad matchup. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Robinson, like he's a dog. Carl Anthony Towns, bro.
Oh, you're a
He
Boston
been playing like a
fan.
top
You're a
10
Boston
center,
fan.
top 10 player. Yeah.
Okay.
We down 0-2. The only team in NBA history to blow 2 20-point leads in a playoff series. And then on top of that, we have the most missed threes in the 2-game span, which is 75.
Hey, T Sweet, let me break that down. Look, y'all, a lot of people don't understand how y'all blowing this 20-point lead to the Knicks, bro. They got the team they got, bro. That's an unorthodox team right there, bro. They hard to guard, bro. You got a clutch player in Brunson who he could go get you 30. You feel me?
Right.
And then if Carl Anthony Towns, when he playing when he playing this game, they hard to deal with, bro.
Yeah, Carl Anthony Towns is playing like a normal center. He wasn't even shooting threes like that.
Yeah, no, he got game. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When he playing his game, bro, Carl Anthony Towns could get. He's a 20 and 10 player, bro. Look, this how I know he was playing good. When you see him rebounding like that, bro, he killed y'all on the rebounds last game.
Yeah, he did.
And when you got him rebounding, bro, and he killing you like a traditional center, it's gonna be tough for you.
Mr. Robinson
and then they got a team. That's a good 3-point shooting team right there too.
Mr. Robinson had 8 rebounds.
Yeah, when you go against the 3-point
he coming
shooting
off the
team, bro.
bench.
Hey, do y'all remember when Golden State, when they used to just be blowing shit out, or they a team will have a little 15-point lead on there, and they erase the shit in like 6 minutes. That's 3-point shooting right there, bro.
Now, how do Boston blow 2 20-point leads?
At home, huh?
Jaylen Brown.
Too many 3-pointers.
Yeah.
They went and died by the 3, man.
Jaylen Brown had 2 points the second half, 1 for 7, and then Tatum had like 4.
But you gotta think. Hey, old man, they match
Jaylen
up
Brown
perfectly.
had 2 points second half, 1 for 7, and Tatum had like 4 points the second half, and Tatum was what 3 for 19 or some shit like that, or 4 for 19.
But man, one game y'all shot like what 50 or 60 3-pointers.
Yeah, that was game 1.
My goodness,
come on, dog.
Man.
That's why they lost right there. Hey, they need to lose the series for shooting 50 or 63 points in the game.
It's that cockeyed son of a bitch, bro. He keep thinking that this shit's gonna be easy, bro. He got fucking lucky.
You won a championship with him, though,
championship, and listen. We got lucky last year. We won a championship in spite of his bitch ass. Ime Udoka got thrown under the bus for sleeping with somebody's wife, right? And look, he went to a ready-made team. How many coaches you know? Like I don't know if y'all played basketball before, but I seen teams where
we hoop. I hoop.
You ever seen a trash coach with a bunch of raw talent, and then the raw talent left, and he had a
And they
bunch of
go
average
somewhere else.
niggas, and then he got
Mm-hmm.
exposed? That's Joe Mazzulla.
Mm-hmm.
The Celtics are like a hot pocket. All you gotta do is heat it up.
But see, y'all got a top 5 player in the league, though, T. Sweezy, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, do you blame these 2 losses
Tatum.
on Tatum?
No. No.
Ooh,
You said
whoa,
that.
whoa,
You said that.
whoa,
Hell yeah.
whoa. Okay, he kept it real.
I
I'm not
blame
gonna say both of. Hey, he
court
kept
coach.
y'all in the game. The last
We
game,
shoot
he
too
had
many
y'all in the
threes.
game.
We shoot too many threes. We didn't take advantage of the mismatch. We didn't get downhill enough. We kept turning over the ball. We missed 3 free throws. We had 17 turnovers. Like we second game in a row where we led the game in turnover. We lost by 1 fucking point. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, Brunson played bad the whole game. You know what I mean? And Drew Holiday, he's been terrible the whole fucking season. He ain't done shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
And
his age is catching
Brunson,
up with
this is
him.
T Sweezy. This the thing.
Al Horford, bro, I tell people, bro, if he play over 30 minutes, bro, he's not gonna be that good. I
Yeah,
keep telling people
and
that shit.
look, T
We got
Sweezy,
players, but
Brunson.
they don't play him.
Look,
He like
Brunson
Tyler
can
Yeah.
play.
Hero.
Brunson can have a
What?
fucked up game. He can have a fucked up game, and he'll get to that fourth quarter and score 20. He'll put up
Yeah.
15 in the fourth quarter, and look like
Yeah.
he'll look like a whole nother player in the fourth.
Yo,
So
hey,
it's
T
like man,
Sweezy, bro,
I
why
never
is
seen
Porzingis
Brunson
only
have a
getting
bad
10
fourth
minutes?
quarter. What you say?
They said niggas sick. They said niggas sick.
Porzingis is sick?
Yeah, he got
Yeah,
like some blood clot
that
shit
nigga damn
going
near
on.
passed out.
Yeah,
They
he
said
got like some
Oh,
type of. Hey, he got like a viral sickness that he dealing with, bro, and he been
ooh,
dealing with it
shit.
for like the second half of the season. He been fucked up for a minute.
Ooh, I ain't know that shit. Oh, yeah, that's gonna
Yeah, that
hurt
nigga
y'all.
randomly got that shit.
Yeah, that's
But
gonna hurt y'all because who else
But yeah,
y'all got to deal
Porzingis, he
with
been
Cat?
terrible. He been terrible this playoffs, bro. He's
Yeah, he
not
look
down
like
low
shit.
banging. He's out there shooting threes. He's not boxing out. He's getting cooked on defense. You know what I'm saying? Joe Mazzulla, game 1 in the fourth quarter, he had 2 timeouts, didn't use it. Game 2, when we had 12 seconds, he literally watched Tatum walk the ball off the court. No plays, no game plan, no nothing.
Yeah,
Nigga,
that shit
Tom
was stupid.
Thibodeau smart. He say Mitchell, go guard Tatum. Like the Knicks, they took the Mavericks blueprint. They said, okay, we're gonna run these niggas off the 3-point line and we're gonna see what they could do. We just gonna, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's what the Knicks did. The Knicks basically ran us off the 3-point line. And then not only that, we had about like 9 or 10 open threes and missed. And then on top of
Lord,
that, the Knicks was being physical. Like Jaylen Brown, he doesn't have that same burst that he had last playoff season. Like he not fully healthy because his I forgot what injury he
He
had
still got
at the
that
end of the
knee
season.
injury. He got a
Yeah,
knee injury. Okay.
yeah, and then on top of that, like he was never 100%, and fucking Joe Mazzulla cockeyed bitch ass didn't even arrest him. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even let that shit heal. Like he just like telling him to play through it.
But let me say
yeah.
this, G Sweezy. Let me say this though, on the real. Jason Tatum, he has a history of being real inefficient in the playoffs. You know that, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So just like what he did last game, coming down the court, he had a chance to do what he supposed to do, and what he do? He even admitted, I made the wrong read. Well, really and true, you were supposed to shoot the ball when you're in the paint. Why is you trying to twist it around in the air and throw it back out and let my man get the ball to
Oh,
Villanova?
Jaylen Brown, you seen how he tried to throw him a hot one, huh? At the end, it's like, goddamn, bro, you just trying to set him up for failure.
Makai Bridges, he intercepted the ball
Yeah, he
because
tried
he
to throw
didn't.
Jaylen Brown some stupid shit. You don't do that, bro. Don't throw me the ball when it's 1 second left, bro.
So I seen Jason Tatum do that a lot in the play. I seen Jason Tatum miss bunnies, man. Especially last year playing against Golden State, even though they won, he missed a lot. He left a lot of points at the goal.
Hey, old man, if they blow this series, bro, I think you damn near got to think about splitting them two up because I think it's already like issues with them playing together on the floor. Like, is it enough? They two good players. Is it enough shots to go around?
They deal with those issues a lot. So I think they'll be.
I don't think it's that, bro. Like our coach is way worse than Ty Lue. At least Ty Lue know how to get his guys open.
Nah, hell no.
Nah.
I would have him coach than Ty Lue.
Nah, I don't want Joe Mazzulla ass either. Don't get that twisted.
Hey, bro.
They both
Damn.
both got some
I
janky
wish y'all subscribed to my
championships, huh?
channel.
They both
I
both
saw
of
the
them won
picture.
janky championships.
They put him next to ostrich. That shit was. They put Joe Mazzulla in the ostrich. That shit was funny. Y'all gonna be rolling if y'all see that shit.
I
The
just
Knicks,
can't
I ain't
agree
gonna
with
lie, bro.
no
Y'all in the
coach,
tough
bro.
matchup,
That
bro. The Knicks is a good team.
Right.
I just can't agree with no coach that literally tells his team to go out there and shoot as many 3-pointers as they can, even up 20.
Right.
Like that's the dumbest shit a coach could ever do. Like it.
I have a
And,
clip saying that Joe Mazzulla saying there's no pressure on him.
But if that's
no,
one team that can pull it out, man, Boston can pull it. They can go for it straight.
I ain't gonna lie, old man. Without Porzingis, Boston gonna be cooked. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Porzingis was hurt last year. You know what kind of Sixers is he going through?
Damn.
Huh?
In the two games in the fourth quarter, Tatum is 1 for 12, over 7 for 3, and he's the -12.
I told
Ooh,
you.
Jesus.
I told you.
Looking like 2022 all over again. Huh?
I told you.
Lord, yeah, that's terrible. That has to be
Tatum,
gone, Terry.
man, I hate to say it, man, but I believe he's a little overrated for real.
He gotta he gotta be better, bro. He's not
He's
not being
always been
aggressive. He's
inefficient.
not taking easy tools. Not drawing fouls. Instead, you just want to keep, bro. If I see him take another step back three, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. He had Jalen Brunson on him and took a three, missed. You know what I'm saying? You
Man,
got Al Horford airballing, Sam Hauser airballing. Like, bro, them dudes is trash.
6'9", 6'10", that can move the way he moved, man, and he want to play on the 3-point line, man. That's not.
I mean, he didn't start doing
That's
that until
just,
that cockeyed motherfucker became the coach.
yeah, the crazy part. This motherfucker waited till it was like 10 seconds left in the game to drive all the way down the floor and dunk the ball, bro. He could have been doing that shit the entire game. But he chose to, when they finally started losing and towards the end of the game, to finally pull some shit off like
Put
that.
some urgency in it, Taz.
Exactly, old man. Like that just says to me he doesn't have the right mindset right now. I don't know if it's something going on in the locker room. It might be the coach, because if a coach see me break a thumb, look at me and say, "Get the fuck up." I mean, in a way, I like that, but as a player myself, like, hey, bitch, hold on, yeah, you can call a timeout, something, man. Let me get this shit checked out first before I get back out there. Like Joe Mazzulla, he's just a mindless coach at times, man.
Hey, who got the Clutch of the Year award?
With Jalen Brunson.
Who?
Bronson.
Man, you know who they should have gave it to?
Halliburton.
Halliburton, man.
Hey,
Halliburton,
they say Halliburton is the most disliked player in the league.
Because he old school
you
trash
see what
talk.
happened when he came on that list. He balling
Nah,
now.
he's the new school Reggie Miller, man. I love it. I love it.
Hey, Taz, I like that one right there.
Yeah,
I
Hell
like that
yeah.
one right there.
Hell yeah, man.
He like I'm gonna be the villain. Fuck it. I like that.
Yup. I love Tyrese Halliburton, man. Hey,
clutch,
old
man.
man, no. Me and old man been talking about Tyrese Halliburton for a while now. People don't believe us, man. I don't know why people didn't believe us, old man, but hey, this man has one of the most perfect games as a player that an NBA player can have, man. And I'm not even bullshit. The only thing that he's really lacking on, and he still has a little bit of it because of his length, is defense. But he slides his feet good. He has long length. He just get lazy at times on defense. But on the offensive end, he has no weaknesses, bro. Like not one weakness have I seen from that man on the offensive end.
And
You know, he could
you
be.
know what else he got, Taz? He
What's
got
that?
that killer will, man.
Man,
He a
facts.
killer, man.
He'll pull up from 30 on you too.
He a killer. He's a killer, man.
Yeah, I like him. I like him.
Yeah, it's a crazy fucking stat, bro. In the last 2 minutes of a
Hey, what did they
game,
give him? What award did they? I mean, not it wasn't no award, but what did they say he was the most overrated or the most disliked?
yeah,
What did they
Yeah,
say?
yeah,
the
yeah.
It was
the
most
NBA player
overrated.
said he was most overrated.
Oh yeah.
Cavs fans was
Okay.
saying that Mitchell was telling him to be cool.
Yeah, nah, for real. Donovan Mitchell knew what time it was, bro.
I ain't gonna. Hey,
Hey,
Dame
they
started
blew a
talking that
20-point
shit.
lead
Dame
just
woke
like us
him up.
too.
Hey, if you really think about it, Dame Leonard woke him up. Dame
Yeah,
started talking shit to him, and man, he went crazy on him.
Man.
yeah. And the crazy stat, bro, is Tyrese Halliburton in the last 2 minutes of a fourth quarter game were either down by one or the game tied. This man is 10 for 11
Mm, mm.
when shooting. Like that, those are Jalen Brunson numbers. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I don't think people realize when you have a playmaker as effective as Tyrese Halliburton, also being the main one to take your head off,
Mm,
it's
mm.
not much you can do about that. And plus, that team is deep as
Yeah,
fuck, bro.
it's deep. It's deep, bro. It's
Yeah.
deep. You got Nimhard. You got what's number
OG
23 name?
Toppin,
Obi Toppin. What's number 23 name?
Matherin,
No, not
No,
they,
not
he talking
Matherin.
about Neesmith, the one that used to play for us.
Neesmith. There you go.
Neesmith. Yeah, that voice nasty. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Like,
Neesmith a dirty work guy, bro. But but Neesmith when he played us, he played hard because we traded him.
Yeah, man.
But he
Yeah.
was ass when he played for us, though. But then when he went to them, he became good. That shit make
that's
me
what.
mad, bro. He tried to talk shit to
That's
Jalen Brown and fucking try to act like Draymond and Tatum. I'm like, what the fuck? He not like that.
Hey man, that's what happens when you have a phenomenal playmaker on your team. And that's why I'm so high on Halliburton, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I will stand by it when I say that I think, in my humble opinion, that Tyrese Halliburton is going to be a top 5 point guard by the time he leaves the league.
Yeah.
I, I
He a dog, man. That's they say. He a dog, man. So I don't know what Sacramento was thinking to keep De'Aaron Fox and trade him.
right.
That was just
The Kings could draft though, but it's like, dang, like I ain't gonna lie, he was nice in Sacramento too. But then
Yeah,
I
he
guess,
was.
man, but I ain't gonna lie though, they I mean both teams won the trade if you want to be real.
yeah.
It wasn't a bad trade to go around, but hindsight is 2020. De'Aaron Fox is a great guy. I'm glad that he's over there with the Spurs right now, so he can
That's
actually get
stupid.
some knowledge in.
Cash. He didn't even get a chance to play for Pop, and then on top of that, it's like, why you asked to go to a garbage team?
See, but the thing about it is, it's not about our team being garbage right now. Like, our team is in the middle of a massive rebuild, and we're almost done. We're missing one piece.
You a
One
Spurs fan?
piece.
Center. That's that center.
Absolutely.
Wait,
That's
Taz, you a
that
Yeah.
Spurs
center,
fan?
man.
Yes, sir.
And
Oh,
you
I
know
didn't know that. I
what?
thought
If
you was a
I
Clipper
was
fan.
y'all, Taz, I'm sorry, T Sweets. If I was you all, I would try to make a run after Miles Turner, man.
Ooh, that'll be nice. That would be nice.
That would be nice, man. That would
And
be
right now, I'm hearing, rumblings of the organization at the moment is trying to go after Kevin Durant. That is the big signing that we're looking forward to.
no.
But in my opinion, we have another lottery pick this year. I want y'all to realize in the last 2 years, the San Antonio Spurs have drafted the 2 rookies of the year. So our rebuilding process is going very well compared to other teams in the league in the middle of a rebuild.
You got that
No,
young
that's a
coach
fact,
too,
Taz.
man.
Hey, then y'all switching Popovich to the front office now.
He's
No, he's been in the front office.
Nah, he was.
He's
I thought
been
he
in
was
the
the
front
coach.
office.
he's the president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he the president now. He not gonna be on the bench no more. He ain't coaching no more.
Oh, right. They got that young guy, Mike. What's his
Mid
name? Mike
Johnson,
Johnson.
the Faco Albie Shore dude.
Yeah. Then they got rookie of the year. Yeah, the Spurs, man, they can.
Oh, Stephon Castle.
Yeah, he got Rookie of the Year.
Yep. Yeah, I want y'all to realize right now, man, Stephon Castle is going to end up being, I would say, a top 15 player in the league in probably the next 5 years. The kid is ridiculously athletic. Like his athleticism is probably on par with Aaron Gordon, Vince Carter, and I'm not even bullshitting, bro. Like it's so many
He
moments
can
that
jump
I'm
out the
just
gym.
watching it. Bro, jump out the gym is an understatement, dog. Like it's so many times where he just drives to the rack just slow, and
Why
then
can't he
out of
stay ready?
nowhere, Russ is a good one too. Actually, Russ would probably be the better comparison.
No, it's
Russ
like my
actually,
man in Portland. What's my man name in Portland? Number 17 that can jump out the gym.
Oh, I
17.
know who you talking about. You talking about? I know who you talking
Uh,
about. I can't think
Shaden
of his name
Sharp.
either.
Shaden
Sharp.
Sharp.
Jaden
Yeah,
Sharp.
Shade,
yeah.
yeah, that boy hot. Yeah, he's a hooper, bro. That
Yeah,
boy can
yeah.
hop.
Chauncey
Yeah,
Billups
and
don't know what to do with him though.
I think Chauncey just should have stayed in that assistant coach realm, just to get a little bit more experience. Because I don't think he got enough experience with Tyloo, man, just to go from being an assistant coach to being a head coach. That's just my humble opinion. Because if Chauncey Billups was still on the Clippers to this day, I can guarantee you James Harden would definitely be a lot faster of a playmaker than he is right now. Because that's one thing that I can see where Chauncey Billups did with Paul George. Like BJ said, Paul George before Chauncey Billups he would panic when he saw those double teams. He would panic once he seen those blitzes coming. But with Chauncey Billups in that coaching position, being a assistant coach, he coached Paul George up pretty damn good to be able to get him to see the right reads on the floor, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't think Chauncey was sent to the best situation. That if he would have went anywhere, I would have loved to see him go over there with the Lakers besides a JJ Redick.
But you know what, Taz? Portland started
What's up?
playing really good basketball at the end of the season. That's the reason they gave him an extension.
Yeah.
They started
Yeah.
playing. It seemed like they started to gel going to the end of the season. So I can see them. I can see them being potentially a play-in team, man. I can see that.
Matter of fact, now we speaking of Portland. Yo, when is Anthony Simons' contract gonna be up?
I heard that I think Orlando is trying to take a look at him. One of them Florida teams, either Orlando or
Hey,
Miami.
Simons re-signed not too long ago. They gave Simons like $100 million.
Yeah, but I think those teams down there looking at him though.
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure. Because you got to think he ain't been playing up to the contract, so I'm pretty sure he on the trading block.
But I take Sharp over. I take Sharp over him. I like Sharp aggressiveness. I think Sharp
Yeah,
just has a better aggressiveness, than Simon.
all the time, bro.
Yeah.
That a dunk when you dunk on somebody or you throw that lob, that play right there is the most exciting play in the game. That should get the crowd going. That should get
Right,
the players going. You need that type of. It's like what DJ bring to our team. What
Yep.
DJJ bring to our team.
right.
Hey,
Hey, brother,
Yep.
y'all take it easy, man.
All right, bro. Take it easy, old man.
I had one more question.
Stop for old man.
Hey, I sent my channel in the private chat, Taz and Mike,
All right.
and then I
Bet
also
I
was
go
going,
ahead.
and I was going to ask you, I was going, do you think we could tie the series? Like, what do we need to do? You know what I'm saying? Because we play tomorrow. Because it's not like because they're shooting terrible too, but it's like the way we play. You know what I mean? Because we gave it the most fourth quarter leads. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at the quarter stats, it's really we keep losing the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like we're not handling business. We're not taking enough twos. We're not getting downhill. We're not drawing fouls. We're not playing defense. We're getting killed on the offensive glass. You know what I'm saying? Joe Mazzulla is making terrible rotations. He's not calling timeout.
Oh man, that man sounds like Palu so goddamn much, dude.
They
It's
leaving Josh
crazy.
Hart. The niggas say sag off of Josh Hart, but Jack Hart's getting literally every offensive rebound. He's even getting rebounds over Cornette. And Cornette 7-7 and over Al Horford.
Yeah, and that's why I like Josh Hart, man. He's a anomaly in the NBA just because his offensive game is just so fucking atrocious at times. But the effort is the main thing that y'all need. I don't know why, but y'all be looking gassed as fuck in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I don't understand that, especially when y'all taking 43s a game. Like, how you gonna be that fucking tired when you taking 43s a game, bro?
Joe Mazzulla had them niggas thinking that they the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, hell, he had a case last year, man.
We don't have. I'm gonna be honest, bro. We don't have any elite 3-point shooters. I don't know why they even do that.
I mean, it's not about y'all having elite 3-point shooters. I think Joe Mazzulla is just looking at it as everybody on your roster is able to shoot above 34, 35% from three.
Well, under him, Porzingis and Brown is shooting under 34%.
Shit.
Brown is shooting 30% this year. Porzingis is shooting 33. Tatum is shooting 35. Pritchard is shooting around 38 because he take under 6 attempts a game.
And honestly,
Sam Hauser ass. The only reason why his shit look like that because he take under 3 to 4 attempts a game. That's the only reason why Sam Hauser shit look like that. But if he really take normal like amount of threes, like the same amount how Bron, Curry, Harden, Halliburton, Trae Young, the rest of the niggas, his shit would be looking terrible.
Right.
But the dude, Hauser is the only person I know that be getting left wide open and be airballing threes, shooting the side of the backboard, and he can't even hit an open three.
But he'll hit them contested motherfuckers, though.
No, Joe Mazzulla love him. I'm telling you, bro, he's a G League player getting quality minutes. Like, this shit is just insane. But we got other defenders. I don't know if you remember Kata, number 88.
I haven't seen him on the floor.
No. I'm saying he played for us because I was trying to see if you remember him. He's our best defending big and our best rebounding big. And Joe Mazzulla don't give him no burn because he don't know 3 next to his name.
Ooh.
And then we got Torrey Craig. Remember Torrey Craig? He was a key piece to helping the Suns going to the finals.
Yeah, Torrey Craig, he definitely stepped up with the Suns. I think it was just mostly that system because the Suns that year they had a lot of open shots everywhere, man. They just had enough all around. They kind of like y'all last year. They just had enough guys to put the ball in the basket that it opened the floor up for that man. But a lot of these guys that you just named outside of your starting 5 or your 6 or 7 guy, like you said, they G League players, man. Like it ain't no reason anymore in the NBA that somebody under 6 foot should be out there on the floor.
Yeah.
I just don't get it, man. It's just way too much of a bigger league now. Jalen Brunson is absolute anomaly in that category. But other than him, like you said, man, y'all just got a lot of G League pieces that know how to play NBA basketball. And it's just not going to work out all the time for y'all, as we are seeing. Because blowing 2 20-point leads in the first 2 games of a series, bro. Oof, that shit is ugly. That shit is ugly. But for me, I think all y'all need to do is just play more physical in the fourth quarter, man. Stop taking those sell out threes, because every time you take a three in the fourth quarter and you miss it, that is a literal turnover. And you know, since Porzingis not out there, Jaylen Brown, he's halfway limping. You know, the guys that are y'all hustle guys, they just don't have enough energy for these New York hustle
Yeah.
guys. You know, because New York got some hustling motherfuckers over there, dog.
Right.
Like I was looking at their roster, bro. For you to have OG, Mikal Bridges, Cat, and well, what's that other dude name?
Josh Hart.
Fuck. Yeah, Josh Hart.
And then they got Mitchell Robinson off the bench, and then they got Deuce McBride.
Right. And Deuce, he's their 3-point guy. You know, I McBride,
Cameron Payne a solid backup, but Thibs didn't play him this season. I mean this series.
Yeah,
like
that shit's
Payne.
still confusing. I think he just thinks Campaign just don't have enough IQ because it shows at times. But when Campaign got it going, bro, he could rattle off a good 15. You know, if you give him a good 10 to 15 minutes. But you know, I think New York is just out hustling y'all. I mean, it is, and I don't even think it's y'all fault. Like New York has had to play this exact same way through the last 3 months.
Yeah.
You know, y'all have basically been coasting through the last part of the season, bro.
Yeah. Porzingis been in and out the lineup.
Right.
Drew Holiday, Drew Holiday missed some time. Who else? He's starting to not have like Jason Tatum play back to backs like towards like around March.
Mm-hmm.
But like I was saying though, we had more rest than the Knicks, and we fucking because the Knicks they only had 2-day rest, and we fucking we fucking lost, and it's like the more bricks we keep throwing up, the more the Knicks get more chances to get in transition. You know what I'm saying? Because those dudes, the Knicks, they're well conditioned. Because Thibs, right, like Mikal Bridges played all 51 minutes in game 1.
Jesus.
And he played all 82 games in the season. He never missed a game.
Yeah, Mikal, he's a good dude. But go ahead.
And then Mikal had a donut in game 2 for the first 3
until
quarters.
the fourth quarter.
And to the fourth quarter, bro, he had 2 big threes. He got a layup. You know what I'm saying? Then he got a steal. Then he blocked him at the end. But him and OG was making it tough on Tatum. You know, it ain't gonna show it on the stat sheet. But you know what I'm saying? If you look at it, like, yeah, this dude was playing good defense.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like, that's why I was saying New York just has those hustle players. Not only is Mikal a hustle guy, he's a guy that comes from a system of good basketball. Villanova, any guys from Villanova know how to play good basketball. It's like the guys from Villanova are over there in Europe and coming over to the league. You know, that's how they play. You know, like with Mikal Bridges, a lot of people forget Mikal Bridges was at one point, you know, a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year.
He was second.
A lot of people forget that, and the fact that he was at that level and then went to Brooklyn and had to completely change.
He had to be the first option.
Yeah.
He went from the third option to the first option. People keep thinking that's easy.
No, it's not easy at all, especially when you're known to be a defender. You know, that's why, you know, I hold Kawhi in high regards. But with Mikal now going to New York, being that third, fourth option, it allows him to play even harder. And that is a recipe for disaster for any perimeter player to see Mikal Bridges out there playing hard, because his defense is elite. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, he's very active with his hands. He's bouncy. You know, he's long. It's a lot of attributes that Mikal Bridges has on the defensive side that can take a lot away from Jason Tatum. Because Mikal has quick enough feet to where he can beat almost anybody in the league to their spot. So especially when you got OG beside you, like, and that is the scariest motherfucker on defense on that New York team. So if I don't trust Jason Tatum having a good series against OG Anunoby, man. I just don't trust it.
Yeah, that shit crazy though, bro. Like he got to be better. You know what I'm saying? Brunson and Mikal, they didn't even have a master class on offense yet. You feel me?
Right.
Cat kept them in the game. I keep telling people, bro, you gotta stop sleeping on Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Cause y'all gotta
Then
remember, Cat was the one that locked up Jokic last year.
yeah.
Cause I'm not saying he elite on defense, but he a solid defender. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
If
that's
he really want to play defense, he can. But it's like the referees, they be
right.
trying to get him in foul trouble and shit. And he's like, okay, I'm not gonna try.
And that's the thing that bothered me about Cat, because Cat has all the intangibles to play elite defense on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah.
He's big, he's strong, he's athletic. When he wants to have the mindset to play defense, then you actually see what he can do. Once he decides he wants to crash the glass, it's not many other guys that's going to be able to box out a Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
So you absolutely right. We should not be sleeping on Cat. This is a completely different version that we're seeing right now.
His defense is looking better because he got more defenders around him, and he got better score because Minnesota, if you look at it, he was the best offensive weapon.
Yep. Before Ant was even known to be who he is now, it was Cat's team.
Yeah.
So I
The
definitely
only
do
reason they
agree
fell
with
into
you.
playing, playing in 2023 because Cat missed 3/3 of the season. He missed 5 games.
Mm.
And then that's the year they played the. That's the year they lost to the Lakers in the play-in. Then they beat I think they beat the Thunder. I forgot who they played. They beat somebody. It was the Thunder or Pelicans, and then they lost the Nuggets in 5 games. But what I was gonna say. But yeah, that's crazy though. They gave up 5 first-round picks from Mikal. Then they traded Cat. They traded 1 first-round pick for Cat and Dante DiVincenzo, and I forgot who else. That's crazy. They traded for both of them in the same season. Like the Knicks is like, okay, the Celtics just won the championship. We gotta go all out. Knicks is like, fuck those draft picks.
Nah, for real.
The Knicks gave up their protected pick that was from Detroit.
But hey, and it's been a while since. Well, shit, I don't think we've ever said this, but the Knicks actually have turned their front office around. And it's clear as day, because I don't think we seen this coming. Like, I don't think people realize the Knicks' strategy. Them getting rid of DiVincenzo was a great thing, but a lot of people got to realize what they were trying to do with DiVincenzo in the first place.
Yeah.
You bring in DiVincenzo over, bring in Jalen Brunson over, bring in Mikal Bridges over, hell, and Josh Hart. Like, those are all guys that have been playing together for years now. They have the same level of NBA experience just because they played in college together and won a championship together. So that it was a genius move by the Knicks to, go after some guys that already have camaraderie, because the fucked up part about it was none of them on their team to begin with, except DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo was the only Villanova player that was playing for the Knicks while Jalen Brunson was over there in Dallas. So they literally went out and sought these guys because they understood that all of them have a different kind of work ethic that matches with Tom Thibodeau, actually, which is the craziest part. we've been waiting on that shit to blow up for the longest, but we just don't realize the Villanova players have a different expectation when it comes to coaching and taking care of their body. You know, not a lot of motherfuckers in this league is gonna be able to handle Tom Thibodeau's practices. That's the one motherfucker, that one coach in the league that will practice you for 5 hours straight. No fucking breaks, bro. So it's quite a bit that the Knicks have done over this offseason that it just elevated their team to a different level, to a completely different level, man. And I honestly think y'all in trouble, in big trouble right now, because going back to the Knicks house, going back to the Garden, you're giving all of the role players the greatest confidence. So I would be surprised if y'all can stretch that series out to six or seven, man. I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, man. The fact that they took 2 games from us at TD Garden, and we got to go back to Madison Square Garden, and we got to hope for a fucking miracle. The crazy part is they're not even killing us on offense. It's like they capitalize off of our mistakes. They playing defense. They're playing as a team. They sharing the rock. They basically eating off of our mistakes. And Dibs, he's calling timeout, and he's seeing everything because
Yep.
Celtics have a basic offense, and they're not taking advantage of the mismatch. He's not afraid to put Brunson or Hard to make pride on Tatum or Brown because you know what I'm saying? Because he know they're not gonna go to the rack like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I
And
didn't see Brunson. I didn't even see Porzingis scared to take Brunson in the paint. He missed an easy 2 over Brunson.
that's sad as fuck. Oh, Lord, that's sad. That's a
You
whole
know what I'm saying? Al
foot
Horford couldn't get
different.
his shit off against Josh Hart. Josh Hart locked him up. I said, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, man. And that's why I say it's just the aggression with y'all, man. Once y'all figure out how to get aggressive against this team, which is going to be a hard thing, it's going to be a hard fucking thing to do, especially going into Madison Square Garden. It the aggression level that y'all are going to have to play with, it would have to be akin to early 2000s Detroit Pistons, bro, just to get past this series. Because that's the kind of aggression that the Knicks come out and play with every night. And the thing about the Knicks that beats y'all, like you said, they capitalize off of their mistakes, but they have the one player in the NBA that knows how to capitalize off of mistakes. Because Jalen Brunson, when he's down by 20, he's not just going to be shot jacking threes. He's getting to the paint. He's getting to the free throw line. He's hitting mid-range shots. He's making your defense work 10 times harder. And you already know he's going to be the one to score the basketball. You know, when Jason Tatum does not, ooh, shit, that echo was terrible. But when Jason Tatum don't have that level of aggression to where he sees that my team momentum and my team will is down, and he doesn't have that aggression to at least go out there and get you 2 quick buckets in the paint. Like that, something like that is something as simple as getting 2 feet in the paint as a superstar player will benefit your team in so many ways. You know, and y'all just don't have it. Y'all don't have that coach that'll emphasize getting to those areas, getting to those spots. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hey man. I just want the motherfucker to get fired. You know what I'm saying? Because Mike Malone out there. Oh, we can go with Sam Cassell, and then Taz. If we want to win, we have to win now because guess what? We're not going to be able to keep this team next year because Tatum is on his last year of his rookie max, right? Tatum Supermax, that's about $370 million. That don't kick into next year. Jaylen Brown, he's on his second year of his Supermax. You feel me? So, yeah, man. If we don't make no moves, we will be over $600 million in the luxury tax.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's the new new CBA. Brad Stevens knew that. Porzingis' contract is not bad.
What they
We
do,
got him for a
fellas?
3-year. What up,
What's going
kids?
on, Skids?
Man, nah, shit, man, just chilling. Hey, T Sweezy, man, your Celtics gonna be all right, bro. I think they finna tie the series up when they go back to New York. They gonna lead New York 2-2. Watch what I tell you.
They said we got the skills. We got the best road record in the regular season.
Yeah, I
Other
mean
than the
that's true, but
Thunder.
even outside of that, because I agree with everything that Taz was just saying about the Knicks. He's 100% right. But I just think, and I said the same thing about Denver. I just think you can never underestimate the heart of a champion, bro. And when they backs against the wall, if you're a Celtics fan or you're a Jason Tatum fan or, me and Taz and everybody on here, we Kawhi fans, you don't want nothing more but to see your guy with his back against the wall, because that's going to tell me, are they really who I think they are? And because we can have it in our minds they are, but you don't know until you actually see them in a situation. That's gonna tell us everything we need to know. Are they really them guys or not? And I just don't think the Boston Celtics is finna lay down. I don't think they finna get gentlemen swept. I don't think any of that. I think they finna go to New York. They're gonna make some adjustments, and they're gonna have to dig deep, because even outside of making adjustment, they getting, it seemed like to me New York is just being more physical with them, and they not rising to the challenge. So I expect them to
Yeah, that's
rise
what
to
it
the challenge.
is. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Skills, do you think they got a chance with Porzingis being as injured as he is, or with the illness that he got?
Hey, did you say something, Taz? I think I cut out for a minute.
Yeah. I was asking you, do you think they got a chance with Porzingis being out of the lineup?
If I'm gonna be real with you, I think they got a better chance with him being out of the lineup than with him in the lineup. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's only because I feel like, to me, that's always been a knock on Porzingis. I think that's how you say it. Now, there's always been a knock on him to me, because like for him to be that tall, he doesn't play big. He's more of like a finesse player. He got a shot, but I don't. I
Yeah.
think and it's crazy to say. I actually think Townsend is more of a physical player than Porzingis. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what we're saying. So I think if you remove Porzingis out the situation, now you force other guys to step up. They got to step up. And I think, Al Horford, if it was me, I would match Al Horford up with Townsend, not because I think he's a better player, but I think he can, like his basketball IQ, he can match wits with Townsend, and maybe not get the better of him, but hold his own. But I'm expecting the Celtics, bro. I just don't see them laying down. I just don't see that. It's hard for me to see that.
I do agree with what you just said. Like, my thing is, especially with Porzingis, like if you look at last year's championship, Porzingis was one of those guys that gave them that extra physicality that they needed. And it was just in the big moments that he needed to do that. And with him not being on the floor and Al Horford showing his age,
He
I
is showing his
honestly,
age.
yeah,
He definitely showing his age. I agree with you there. He's showing his age like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? But I'm like, damn, Joe. It's like one season to make this man age by 10 years. It seemed like.
nah,
I'm
for
telling
real.
you,
I
bro.
mean,
When Joe had that nigga play a lot of minutes, bro, he gets cooked in the playoffs, bro.
Is Porzingis hurt or something though? Is he out?
He got like a stomach virus or some type of shit like that.
Yeah,
Like he not
it's
able
just
to
like,
run. Like he felt exhausted or some shit. Like he almost passed out. He was hunched over the bench when he told him to call timeout, and he was hunched over the bench. Like he was about to pass out or some shit. Like he damn near was.
man. So that ass whipping that New York gave him a stomach virus. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Joe got his ass whooped so bad, boy started having stomach problems.
That's a good one.
Like, damn. Man, hey, I miss y'all. I miss y'all commentary earlier on James Harden, because I had to get off. I had a client that had pulled up on me, but I wanted to catch old buddy Deuce Time. He came up in here capping and shit, talking about some James Harden got 13 assists. You know what I mean? Like capping hard. You know, and I'm just like, man, I really wanted to come on here and cook his ass, but I was busy, man. But what was y'all take on the Harden situation?
Shit, I get it. Some of the stories.
Yeah, I can't hear. And they both went out on.
Hey, Taz and Skills, you got that link I sent y'all?
I don't see a link.
Yeah, I got it, bro.
No, it's a link to my channel.
Where about? You put it in the private chats or like in the?
Oh yeah, my fault. You just joined. You ain't gonna be able to see that. Yeah, I put it in the
Yeah,
private.
yeah, yeah. I just said I don't even see it, dog.
No, I'm covering the game tomorrow. Doing the post
Okay, okay,
game.
I got you.
Yeah, my shit is gonna come up as it's gonna come up as Luda YNW. It's gonna come up as Luda Mari.
But yeah, I'll put up on you. What time the game is tomorrow?
Shit. Let me see, cause I'm not in the East Coast. So let me check. So it's
I'm not
probably
in the
gonna
East
start at
Coast either.
3:30.
Oh, that's an early game. It's an early game. Okay. Nah, man, y'all gonna be all right, bro. Don't stress too much about it. Like I said, if you believe in your guys, man, you got to believe that they're gonna come out, and try to make a statement. But I done seen series like this too, though, where a team go down 2-0 and then they win the next two, and then they teeter totter after that. I just, bro, I never count out champions. To get to that mountaintop. A person can say whatever they want. So they can say you beat a team that was injured. Everybody gonna beat team that was injured. But to win a championship, bro, so many things got to go right. It take a little bit of luck. It take chemistry. It take camaraderie. It take, you know what I'm saying, you being at the peak condition. It takes a lot of shit. So to win a championship, bro, to get to that mountaintop, because you got great players who never even see a final. You know what I'm saying? You got
Yeah.
Tracy McGrady's and people like that never even make it to the final. So it's like to get to that mountaintop and to win it, it takes a certain amount of grit to get that. So once I see a person or a team get to that mountaintop and win it, it's hard for me to count them out. Sometimes they may have to take a couple of bruises before they wake up and actually kick into fifth gear, but I don't see them just laying down and get ran off the floor in game 3. I just don't see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can agree with that. The thing with me though, that make me hard to believe they just gonna pull the series out. It's hard to go down 0-2 when you had home court advantage.
I
You
don't
know
think they're
that.
gonna win the series, Taz. I don't think they're gonna win the series. You
Oh,
know what
okay,
I mean?
okay,
Yeah. No. I don't think they're gonna win the series now.
Hey,
I
Taz,
ain't
you got
going
his
that
listen?
far. Huh?
Taz, you got his listen? I mean, Skills, you got his
Yeah.
listen? My bad.
Bro, if y'all would have went down just 0-1, then no. But like to Taz's point, the point that he was about to make, when you go down 0-2, that means you pretty much gotta win like what, 4? Shit, you gotta win 4 of the next. How many games? 4 of the next
5.
5 games. You know what I'm saying? Like that's, man. Look, man, that's hard to do. You know what I mean? And so I'm just, what I was telling you, T Grease, is I just don't think y'all finna get swept or a gentleman swept. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think y'all gonna win the next 2, but the next 2 games, winning on their home court, bro, it's gonna take a toll on y'all, bro. And I don't see y'all winning the series. I'm gonna be real. I don't see that, but I see y'all making it competitive though.
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, the bright spot is the fact that y'all was up by 20 going into the fourth quarter in both games. And that would be the bright spot that y'all need to pay attention to. What were y'all doing in those first 3 quarters that y'all stopped doing in that fourth quarter?
No, I agree. At the same time, Ted, that's the same shit that scares me too. You know what I mean? Because that's how Denver got into the Clippers' head. To be up 20. I ain't even talking about this, bro. I'm talking about when we was in the bubble, bro. To be up 20 and to get walked down in the fourth quarter each time, bro, that should be in your brain. You know what I mean? That should be in the back of your head. Like, bro, like, it didn't happen one time. It happened twice. Even in the game 7 in the bubble, we was up by 20 in the going into the fourth, and they walked us down. You know what I mean? So it's like, to get walked down like that, bro, that shit be in the back of your brain, it be in your psyche. And when you playing, like, even no matter how much you up, that's still gonna be in the back of your brain. It's no different than fighting, bro. When like I've never been knocked out, so I don't know what that feels like. But I've seen the difference from guys who have come in the gym. I've sparred with them, or I've seen them have bouts. They done fought for years and years and never got knocked out, never even touched the canvas. And then when they finally do get tapped on their chin and they touch the ground, bro, they don't never be the same again. Like it changes everything. And all of the physical abilities is still there, but it's the mental aspect of it. Like they know that they're not invincible no more. Like they know that they can touch the ground.
And touching the ground like that 2 times in 2 rounds in a row.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You know what I mean? Like to be up by 20 and a motherfucker walk you down 2 times and y'all out there doing everything you can to stop them from walking you down and they still walk you down. Like, bro, that's in your brain. I don't care what you say out your mouth. That's in the back of your head. Like these motherfuckers, it don't matter because no lead is safe. You know, so it's like, I don't know, but I think they're gonna tie it up though. I do think that. They ain't winning this motherfucker, though. That shit over.
I definitely hope they at least tied, bro, because this series has no business being a gentleman's sweep on anybody's part.
It shouldn't be, bro. It shouldn't.
Facts.
I agree.
Hey, what do y'all think about Cleveland? You think they gonna get gentleman swept?
That's one of the biggest surprises to me, the Cleveland series, bro. Or is the Pacers really just that good?
No, that team tricky as fuck. I'm telling you, that's a team I don't want to see early in the playoffs. Like,
Man, I
the
just didn't
Pacers are
see
like
it.
a
Like
team. You know how like a fly keep bothering you, you can't make it go away. That's the Pacers.
that
Like
shit crazy.
you can't play around with them. You really got to put them niggas to bed. Because them dudes got energy. They well conditioned too.
No, that's true, man. I guess I've been sleeping on them all season because I didn't think they was gonna make it this far. But they looking damn good though. From what I'm saying, they playing good. And I think what's old buddy name that came from Toronto? I can't think his name. He won the championship with Kawhi.
Pascal.
I think that was a good pickup for them, bro. I think that was a really good pickup for them because, like, you know, he might not stick out on paper to you, but he comes in and you know, does everything that, you know, they need him to do. He gonna give you 15, 20 buckets. He gonna play good defense. He gonna help rebound. He gonna do all of the little gritty stuff that you need him to
Yep.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
They
tried to
got a
tell you,
real.
Skills. You got to watch out for
They
the Pacers, man.
Yeah,
put Miles
bro, you
Turner
did.
they put Miles Turner next to a real power forward.
hmm
Man,
And the crazy
If you
part
got
about
Miles
it is
Turner playing with the Rick
Siakam
Carlisle,
by
you putting a ball
himself.
header.
Like if Siakam is aggressive, he can get you a solid 30, 35 points.
Oh, for sure. If he really like got his brain on attack, he definitely can. No question about it.
And it really don't even matter who defends them either, because when Siakam is aggressive, he's taking you to the paint. You know,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Damn, man. Nah, I was just saying, bro. I would like to see the Clippers try to get a 4-2, bro. Like I think we missing a 4 big time, bro. We can get us a
Yeah.
4. We can get us a nice 4. Get off James Harden bum ass. You know what I mean? Bro, I'm even cool. I'm even cool with getting off of Noah. I want to clear up some space. I want to see who we can attract to come to the Clippers. You know what I mean? And we're gonna
You get
need,
off a Norm?
you know, what'd you say?
You get off a Norm?
Off of who?
I said you'll get rid of Norm?
Yeah, with the quickness.
Shit.
With the
Damn, with the
quickness.
quickness is crazy. God
With the
damn,
quickness.
Skills.
With the quickness.
What if Lawrence Frank gave Norman Powell 4 year, $200 million?
For what?
Oh hell no, no! I'm gonna stop watching basketball, bro.
Yeah, like for what? Like for what? And look, and don't get me wrong, bro. I do rocks with Norm. I rock with Norm, but it's like I seen what I need to see. Like how much more do I need to, like how much more evidence do we need? I seen what I need to see. I don't need to see no more from James Harden because I know he gonna look good in the regular season, all that shit fine and dandy. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, bro, the way the league is now, so much talent. The old talent is fading out. The new talent is rising up to the occasion. You got the young, fresh guys coming. Bro, it's gonna take more than one superstar. It's gonna take more than one elite player to get the job done. And if we can get off Norm and James Harden to get us another nice piece, I say let's do that because, bro, Norm was MIA in the playoffs, bro. He was MIA, bro. He had one solid game and that was at home.
It was two solid ones. They both was at home though, but yeah, 2.
Yeah.
Game 5?
So, yeah,
Game 6?
what was the
Game
other
3.
solid one, Taz?
Game 3. That's when
Game
everybody was
three.
shooting good.
Yeah, so this is, but I would definitely move Bogey. Like he wouldn't even been able to get back on the plane. You know what I mean? Like he would have had to find his own way back to LA. You know what I mean? 'Cause
He catching that
he,
Greyhound,
yeah,
huh?
he catching that Greyhound. He ain't rolling with me, cuz you know what I mean? He was terrible the whole season. Like, and you know, Ted,
Yeah,
I ain't never liked the Bogey fit. You know what
true.
I'm saying? Since I never liked him because I'm looking at who we gave up T-Man for him. And the only argument everybody kept giving me was Bogey is a shooter. He gonna space the floor. He gonna give you this. He gonna give you that. And true enough, I really admit he does space the floor because whether he's making or missing shots, you do gotta hug this guy because you don't want him to go off. So I will say he
Right.
does space the floor, but on defense, he gives you nothing. Like absolutely nothing. No resistance, no nothing. They hunt him out. And the only thing I could think about when I was watching him the whole playoff series was if you swap him out with T-Man, I promise you they not hunting T-Man on defense like they was hunting this guy. That's the only thing that
True.
kept going through my mind.
hmm Yeah, that's a fact. I definitely see that. Shit, like you said, you got to respect his jump shot, but that motherfucker wasn't hitting shit, bro.
Nah,
Like
he wasn't, bro. Nothing.
he only had one good game, and it really wasn't even that good.
But that's
You
what I'm saying. People say he had a good game, but just like you just said, that game really wasn't that good. He was just playing, bro. He was just at a negative all the other games, and then he came up to like a 0 or a 1 in that one game he did. But he
Yeah.
didn't play good. He just wasn't as trash as he was the other game. But bro, he gave you nothing else, bro. My mouth would have been closed even if he would have took like the defensive assignment and really was trying to guard. I would have been like, all right, I see the effort. But that's the problem that I'm having, bro. Like, okay, Norm gave us 9 points in the game 7, and he had 2 solid games at home. But the problem that I have with Norm is the same problem that I have with James Harden. Okay, your offense not going. It's so many other things you can do to affect the game. Like it's
Mm.
so many other things you can do. You can play defense. You can get rebounds. You can play the passing lanes. You can try to get assists. If your shot ain't falling, then keep driving. Fuck the double team. Keep driving and try to dish it out. And then I keep saying this. You can use all of your fouls as well. Like I don't know why these people be having these fouls and be trying to hold on to them. Bro, I'm using all my fouls, bro. Every last one of them, except for the last one, so I won't get fouled out. But I'm using all my fouls, bro. I'm letting you know off the rip. Like ain't nothing gonna be easy. And if you start whooping our ass too bad, then I'm fouling intentionally. You know what I mean? But it ain't gonna be
Absolutely.
easy. I'm not finna just let you be walking to the goal like it's nothing. So I look at these games. You had 9 points, probably maybe 2 or 3 rebounds, probably 1 or 2 assists. You still got fucking 4 or 5 of your fouls, bro. And to me, you're not trying. You know what I mean? Like, what else are you doing if you're not giving us out on the offense? I do think when he clicking on all cylinders, he's a firecracker on offense. But when the offense is not there, like, what are you giving us? You know what I mean? So for me, I'm like, bro, we can get off of Norm because, bro, we're gonna have to pay him some money, bro. That's gonna take up space. Then are we gonna be able to make any, bro? If we pay him and James Harden, what other moves are we gonna be able to make?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Skills.
You know what I mean? Like
Zero, BJ. What's up?
if we pay them, bro, I just don't see what moves we're gonna be able to make, bro. So it's like I have seen enough, bro. I'm gonna keep saying this shit until next season begin, bro. I have seen enough. I do not want to run it back with James Harden, and I, you know, I rock with Norm, but I feel like we can get something better.
Yeah, I can't say really too much to disagree with that. Hell, hey, you was asking for my take on James Harden. I feel the same way. Get off of it. It ain't no reason to have a man that is going to stagnate your offense when he was brought there to consistently stimulate your offense.
Facts.
It makes no sense whatsoever to me. And for you to come up that short in the biggest moments,
I'm talking about, bro, super short, cuz.
this man was a straight up midget out there, man.
Taz, I promise you, Taz. And I'm not this is no fabrication. This ain't no cap. This ain't none of that. I could have laced up my shoes and gave you at least 10. I promise you. I would have gave you at least 10. And 5 of those would have been just off hustle points. They would have just been hustle points. And then
Right.
the other 5 would have been actual me trying to sauce you up and get some buckets. But I would have at least it gave you 10. If Russell Westbrook would have raised the intensity, I would have raised the intensity. I would have matched him. I would have met him whatever intensity level he was bringing. I would have matched him there. I would have used every last one of my fouls. Bro, there's no way I would have went out like that. It's just hard for me to understand that, bro. The competitor in me just doesn't get how you only have 8 shot attempts. And bro,
Yeah.
they keep saying like these people like him and people like Norm are 3-way scores. I mean 3-level scores, but I didn't see it, bro. I just saw shot jacking. That's all I saw. And Norm got a bag. That's what makes me even mad. He got a bag. He got a layup bag. He got a floater bag. He got a mid range, and he got a 3. So why would you just be doing the same thing if you see they taking it away, bro? Like do something different. Like bro, Kawhi had 0 help outside of Zubac. He had 0 help, bro.
And they didn't even get the ball enough to Zubac for Zubac to be helping. Like that game 7 was atrocious. You are everybody calls James Harden a pick and roll guy. Where the fuck was that at? Like, yo, if you're supposed to be one of the best pick and roll guys that the league has ever seen, there should not be anybody that can take that part of your game away from you. Like, if you are consistently having your bread and butter snatched from you playoff after playoff, dude, you really don't have no value,
Nah, bro.
especially not on the defensive end.
Not at all, bro. And all the stuff that we've been talking about all season, we saw it on full display. All season, myself, you, BJ, we all been saying, this man don't box out. He don't box out. He ball watches. And we literally lost the game because him and Norm was ball watching. They weren't boxing out. They were ball watching. All season long, we've been saying the 3-guard lineup is not going to work. It works against some teams, but in the playoffs, you're going to have to get rebounds. And here's the crazy thing. It's a couple of teams that it would have worked on, but Denver is not one of those teams. Why do we know this and T. Lou don't know this? Bro, 3 of the guys in their starting lineup are all 6'8" and above. 3 of them, bro. So that only leaves 2 guys that's under 6'8". And we got 3 guards out there. That was never going to work. And then here's the crazy thing. We actually could have won that series. The first 4 games, we were the first 4 games, we were clearly the better team. But we lost from coaching and the wrong substitutions and lineups at the wrong time. I also said this. I told you, I said, look, James Harden, when he playing these sorry teams, he go for the 30, go for the 40, go for the 50. It's all fun and games. He look good. He don't want to shed a rock. He never want to shed a rock against these teams that don't have matchups to guard him. Yeah, but I knew when the going gets torn, when the goings get tough, he gonna become a facilitator. That's what he gonna do. He ain't gonna want the rock no more. He gonna want to pass it then. But we don't want you to pass it now. We want you to go for that 40, 50. That's what we need. You know what I mean? But you don't want to go for it against a tough team. And against Denver, he had the favorable matchup. That's what nobody even talking about. He had the favorable matchup. Zubac and Kawhi had the tougher matchups. They had the tougher matchups in the Denver season. I mean, in the Denver series. He had the easier matchup. Him and Norm.
Yeah, you speaking facts right now,
bro. So how do you not get off and y'all got the easier matchup? Denver is a big team. So our wings and our centers are the one, bro. We couldn't ask for no more from Zubac. We can't ask for no more. He did the best that he can do against one of the top 5 players in the league. He did the best that you can ask for. We can't ask for no more from Nicholas Batum. We can ask for some more from Kawhi. I ain't gonna say that. We can ask for some little bit more from Kawhi. But at the end of the day, it's like shit. He did all he could do. Him being only playing 36, 37 games, he did what he was physically capable of doing.
Yep. And even speaking on Kawhi, yeah, we could have used a little bit more from the offensive end. But on the defensive end, man, I don't see where people got where Kawhi was having a bad series on defense.
Bro, the only person that you can even make an argument that was playing as good as defense as Kawhi is Eric Gordon. And I don't even
Yep.
think he was playing. I don't even think he was playing better defense. At worst, you could say they cancel each other out on the defensive end. At worst, you could
Yep.
say the Denver best defensive player and the Clippers best defensive player counted themselves out. So if that's the case, that means Kawhi was playing the best defense on his team, and he led the series in scoring. Like I said, after the series was over, bro, I still feel like I walked away from this series feeling like Kawhi was the best player in this series, even though I know that he didn't do the shit that I know he's capable of doing. But I still felt like he was the best player in the series, because how could he not be if he's playing elite defense, holding his guys to what, like some crazy number, like 20%, 11%, some crazy shit, and then average the most points. Like I'm confused on how he's not the best player in the series. But we saw on full display, just because you're the best player in the series don't necessarily mean that your team is gonna win. It don't necessarily mean that. You still need some people to come with you. And I just feel like, bro, I could have lived with that loss if we lost by 5. It came down to the wire, we lost by 1. But the shit keep replaying in my brain because of how we lost, the deficit and how we lost, and how these jokers just showed no effort. They gave no resistance. Like, I just don't get that, bro. I never, bro. 10 years from now, I still be talking about this game because this shit just don't make sense to me, bro.
Yo, it's like he says, Phil, the heart of a champion. It was clear that the Clippers didn't have guys that knew what the moment meant at the time. You know, it was obvious because, like you said, why are you ball watching when it's 1 second left and you got somebody like Aaron Gordon? I can understand if Aaron Gordon was off the team and it was Westbrook out there, but even if it was Westbrook, you should always have a body on them two guys.
Bro, you have to. You have to, bro. Like, we talking about Russell Westbrook, one of the most athletic players the league has ever seen. And you know that to be true because the man is damn near 40 and still moving faster and jumping higher than probably half of the league right now. So that says a lot, bro. That means, because we both can agree that he's not nowhere near as athletic as he once was, but he's still more athletic than half the league. That's crazy to think about. So you got him roaming, and then you got big, tall ass Eric Gordon that's jumping out of the gym roaming as well, and y'all taking y'all eyes off this man?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
After this series that I saw from Aaron Gordon, I'm confident in saying Aaron Gordon is a top 5 strongest pound for pound guy in the league.
And I agree with you, Taz, for one reason. You know, like I don't think that he locks up Kawhi necessarily, but what I did see on full display is Kawhi has to work to score on him. It ain't just easy. You know what I mean? It ain't he ain't finna just walk into a bucket. You know what I mean? I still think Kawhi can get whatever he want when he locked in, but it's gonna be some work. It ain't gonna be nothing easy about it. You know what I mean? And to that, I have to salute, because to stop Kawhi from backing you down, you got to be strong.
Yeah, you have to be. And like, just for reference for that, in the 2019 season where Toronto faced Orlando, it was the same way. Aaron Gordon and Kawhi going back and forth, both of them putting up 25, 30 pieces. You know, so it makes me mad when I see that guys around him are not able to pick up the slack that and the crazy part, Kawhi does so much on defense, it should not be as hard for you to play defense around Kawhi. It should really not be that fucking hard, man. But, you know, especially, okay, remember when I told y'all this, man? Ain't no good coach is going to leave somebody like Russell Westbrook open for 3 time and time again in the playoff set.
That don't even make sense. Cause I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I've been to a hella playoff games, bro. I mean, not playoff games, but just NBA games, bro. From Memphis, I've been out there to LA, I've been to Atlanta, I've been to all these games, bro. And I watch these dudes shoot around. And one thing that I see, bro, even the guy that you think is the sorriest shooter, when he in the warm-up line, bro, them motherfuckers don't be missing, bro. They don't be missing, bro. And I'm talking about the dude that be sitting at the end of the bench. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the bench. And you want me to
Right.
believe that you're gonna leave a Russell Westbrook over and over again in the corner, and you think that he's not gonna make some of them shots? Like, come on, man. Like, it just don't even make sense, bro. And then, like, you disrespecting the man. Like, you gotta understand, bro. Sometimes when these people have shit to prove, bro, they rise and take it to another level, bro. Some dudes need that chip on their shoulder, and Russell Westbrook is one of those guys. So you boot me off the team, you replace me with James Harden, who I know that I'm better than, that I know I'm a better competitor than, and then y'all disrespect me by leaving me open from the corner, and I'm on a team that trusts me to make this shot. All right, y'all gonna see I'm gonna rip y'all mouth out every time, and that's what he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro,
And
it just don't make sense, bro. Cause like, bro, it to me the reason that it really don't make sense to me, Taz, is like I just said, bro. James Harden and Norman Powell had the favorable matchup. They had the better matchup. This was the matchup for y'all to go. You mean to tell me you couldn't get past Jamal Murray? Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't get past Jamal Murray, man. Dude. Like, and somebody got on here early and said, like, when Jamal Murray picked up Norm and shit. But to me, bro, that is a sign of disrespect, because I ain't never played basketball in no time where anybody ever thought it was gonna be okay to pick me up on my feet. You know what I mean? The game gonna end right there. It's gonna end right there. That's where the game's stopping at. Cause I gotta get on your ass. You know what I mean? And that, to me, that would have been the perfect point, perfect time for them to show some resistance. I don't care if you get suspended for one day. Just show them that we ain't no bitches. Y'all ain't just gonna be doing what y'all want to do to. You know what I mean? And I think in that moment he fell short. He said something to him, pushed him a little bit, but that wasn't enough. You pick me up off my feet, man. You pick me up off my feet, we squaring up. That's just what it is.
yeah. And I think it's a lot of what Talu's influence. Like BJ say, when your coach come out lackadaisical on everything, your team is gonna do the same damn thing. They were not consistent in keeping the same energy. You want to know who was? Fucking Nuggets.
They were.
Hell, they kept the same energy in most of those games.
They didn't even
And
have
the
a coach
Clippers.
and they beat y'all.
Go ahead, my bad. Say that again.
I said they didn't even have a coach and they beat y'all.
Man, it,
They picked some random dude off the street. Jokic, your
Yeah,
best player. You seen that?
man, that's another shit that make me so mad, bro. Now I got to hear a whole nother year of how Jokic just is the best player in the league and all that shit, bro. And I just flat out don't believe that, bro, because he didn't even particularly have a good series, bro. Zubac was doing his thing, bro. I don't care what nobody says. Zubac was doing his thing, bro. A lot of the series, bro, he was guarding that man 1v1, bro. It really wasn't no double teams like that. Zoo was holding his own, bro. So
Hey, Zubac
I
did
tried to
something that
tell y'all.
Zubac did something that AD couldn't do.
I tried to
hey,
tell y'all
bro.
that shit was gonna happen. Y'all didn't believe me though.
Hey, you did. You said Zubac gonna make a name for himself, and he damn sure did, bro. And you know the crazy thing, Ted, that's what made
Zubac
me
was
so
y'all
mad too.
Zubac was
It's
y'all
like
best player. Zubac was y'all best player like he was the best player on y'all team this postseason.
no, I don't know about that. Man. I ain't gonna say all that, but
You don't
I
think
would say he was
Zubac was most
no,
consistent? He had the
bro.
toughest assignments.
Kawhi was the best player in this series, bro. I'm telling you. If you go back and watch the games, bro, you go back and watch the highlight, you look at the numbers, bro. The only game that Kawhi had that was questionable to me was game one. That was the only one.
See, skills. That's what pissed me off even more. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Game one, it
What about
was a
game
game where
6?
James Harden actually was aggressive. You got to take advantage of those moments. You cannot lose a game when you see James Harden is very aggressive.
I agree.
You know,
I agree, bro. I agree, cause
yeah,
like it's so much shit I can point to, bro. It's so much shit I can point to, cause bro, look, you gotta think about this too, Tad. Kawhi, but the only time that I ever see him get put out in the first round like this, bro. But well, now I ain't gonna say first round, but it seemed like, bro, he cannot get over the Denver hurdle, bro. So to me, that's like a mark on his legacy, bro. So those were
Yep.
demons that
Jokic is
those
2-0.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Those are demons that he was exercising, you know. Same with T. Lue. T. Lue got out coached by a rookie coach, bro.
Tyler, man, these are the things. You know, it's crazy, skills. These are the things that we've been talking about the whole season, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is why This is why I said motherfuckers is quick to talk about, oh, James Harden did this, James Harden did that throughout the season. But it's like, have y'all really been watching the games all season?
No, they
Like
ain't, bro. They ain't, bro.
that's why,
They
bro.
haven't.
I heard a lot of takes today, man, and I heard a lot of dudes defending James Harden, man, and I'm just like, this shit is crazy, man, because it's just like, have you really been watching the game? If you really watch the games, you would see that Clippers never really beat anybody that was solid this year. That was a solid team, bro. And
until
then when we
Kawhi got
did
back in the
play,
form. No, I was just saying until Kawhi got back in the form.
yeah,
But you right.
until Kawhi, even then, like I said, James Harden was still like when we played good teams, he was shaky.
No,
Yeah.
he was, bro.
Yeah.
But
Anytime we
that's
played
why.
the
Go ahead, Rob.
bro, that's why I was like, bro, Ty Lue and James Harden, it isn't no one or the other gotta go. They both gotta go, man.
Nah,
Like
bro. If we try to get to another level, yeah, they both got to go.
they
It
both
ain't no
gotta
question.
go, man.
But because, bro, there's no way that we should be able to get on these panels and clearly see the adjustment that needs to be made. But it took Ty Lue 5.5 games to make an adjustment that we've been talking about all
It,
season long, bro. It took this
Facts.
man 5.5 games, bro.
and skills.
Facts.
And remember, he was playing James Harden damn near 48 minutes.
Bro, I
Like,
said, bro, you remember, bro, I was saying that all season too. He playing too
like
many fucking minutes. That's gonna come back and
it
bite him
was
in his
like
ass, bro.
it was okay. Like Ty Lue didn't care. Like he was just like, man, I'm gonna play James Harden until the wheels fall off. Like
Bro, I'm
that's what I
starting to think
felt
Ty
like.
Lue the ops, bro. I'm starting to think he the ops, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm
Has
starting to think he the
JM
ops,
been
bro.
right? He's a
Bro,
clutch sports client.
Hey, I know I'm
And
sounding crazy. I'm starting to sound like JM, bro. But that's the only
and JM
logical
even said it.
conclusion.
Like is James
Bro,
Harden
that's the only
injured?
logical. Bro, that's the only logical conclusion, bro. For a motherfucker to not make these simple adjustments and let a series go fucking 4, 5 games when
Like
it don't have to because you
I,
just don't want to put in a fucking wing instead of a guard. Come
and
on, bro.
as good as James Harden is, it just amazes me how he comes into these game sevens so like no nothing, no purpose to try to prove people wrong, nothing. Like he like bro, 7 points. People are like, yo, he had 13 assists. Da, da, da. No, man, he's James Harden. He should be able to get at least 20.
Nah,
I was gonna say at least 15, bro.
I'm telling you, I would have gave you
This is
10. I'm
look,
telling you, I
Taz.
would have
These
gave you
this
10.
look, Taz. James Harden is the guy they said will go down in the Hall of Fame as the best scorer shooting guard ever.
Ooh,
People will
Nah,
say
bro.
that.
Nah, bro.
I don't say
Nah,
that.
bro.
I'm not saying that.
hell no.
But
Nah,
I know
bro.
you heard it.
Nah, bro. Yeah, I done heard it, but you
I
right
don't
though,
agree
bro.
with it.
That shit, hell no.
But that's what I'm
Hell
saying
no,
is how
bro.
can so if he's the best shooting guard ever, then why is he coming into game sevens only scoring 7 points?
Man, and I
Man,
think it was
Kyrie
old
would
man.
never. Kyrie would
Bro.
absolutely never.
That's what I'm
I
saying,
don't
bro.
feel like no true competitor will ever go and lay an egg like that, bro. How can you, bro, when there's so many other ways you can affect the game? If your shot is not falling, it's so much other shit that you can do to put your imprint on that game. You could be a vocal leader. You could amp your team up. You could be the one who gonna go take the hard fouls to let everybody know what the tone is gonna be. Like I said, you can assist, you can rebound, you can play the passing lane. You know what I'm saying? You can set screens and picks for your guy. There's so much shit that you can do. But if your shot not falling for you to just put your head down, but I saw fear in his eyes. That's what I saw. I'm gonna be real
I'm
with y'all.
telling
That's what I
you,
saw.
bro. It was Russell Westbrook. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. Niggas don't realize the kind of dude Westbrook is. Like, okay, this is my problem with James Harden because if it was me, I would absolutely love playing a nigga like Westbrook.
That's what I'm
Like
Me
saying,
too.
bro.
Me
me on
too.
the field or me on the court playing against somebody like Westbrook, he's playing hard. So guess what I got to do? I got
You
to
gotta
match
match it.
that plus more.
Or you gonna get ran over. It's real simple, bro. You either gonna match it or you gonna get stepped on. It's real simple.
And
And we
and
saw James Harden get stepped on. That's what we saw, bro.
bro, like I tell people, win, lose, or draw, I'm talking my shit because I know I'm backing my shit up. You know,
Absolutely.
James Harden just don't got that kind of dog. You know,
And I just
No,
think
bro.
Yeah,
like skills.
let me.
Oh, go ahead, BJ.
My bad. Let me get JM because he just came in here. What's good, JM?
Hey, what up, BJ? I guess they called the Candy Man out.
What it do, JL?
Hey, salute, pull
What's
up,
up,
salute,
JL?
What's going on,
salute
JL?
all the faithful Clipper fans still around, man. And it's just so refreshing to hear y'all say, damn, JM was kind of right. Like, because I could have sworn I was being called crazy the whole time I was saying that.
You might not be so crazy, JM, because hey, he the ops, cuz.
And one thing my granddaddy used to say is crazy people are actually smart. They just smart in a different way. You can't understand them. You know what I'm saying? Crazy people are actually, because the opposite of crazy is intelligence. You know, it's a yin yang. But either way, Harden is betting on games, and I've been looking on X. Other people starting to say that now, and other podcasts. You like, is he really betting on games? Yeah, and Ty, man, is the ops for his client.
Man, he needs to
Hey,
go, man.
next time you say that, JM, my mouth gonna be closed, bro. My mouth gonna be zipped. I ain't saying nothing.
Hey, I think James Harden sold his soul for his beard, bro.
It's-
He
it's-
been
it's-
doing that. But see, Harden has a history of doing the exact same thing. So that's when I was saying, like, it sounded crazy but see, a crazy person can see the pattern. I ain't crazy, I'm just saying. So I seen the pattern. He's been doing it every last playoff series he's ever been in. So I'm like, damn,
I'm gonna
how
tell you
you
something else you was right about too, JM. You was right about
yeah.
something else too. You probably forgot, but you was right about this too. You said, because I remember arguing with you about this, going back and forth. You know, I'm a man about mine. I'm gonna tell you when you're right. And you was right about this. You said when Kawhi come back, it's gonna be a power struggle because Harden is not gonna want to hand over the keys to the couch. And you was 100% right because I thought when Kawhi came back, it was gonna be a clear pecking order. It's been Kawhi team for the last 4 years, but bro, when Kawhi came back, it was confusion there. He didn't want to get off the ball still, and you was right about that, JL.
Mhm. And it cost it. Unfortunately, it caught. And then I'm glad it came out in the end that even when they asked Kawhi the question, like, how do you see yourself playing? You see yourself playing with Harden? He said, "Man, I don't know, man. I can't answer that right now."
Yeah, I don't think Kawhi respect Harden no more, man.
Bro,
It
how
ain't
can
never
you?
gonna
The
work
guy,
out
Oh,
no
I
more.
wouldn't
bro,
look.
the
I
guy
wouldn't
didn't
even if
show
you
up to
didn't
the
come to
post
the house,
press.
bro.
Bro, he didn't come on, but how can you respect that? It ain't nothing that you can respect
And
about
then
that,
fly
bro.
his own skill. Then fly his own ass home in his own
Bro,
jet.
the man came and stunk up the place. Know that he did not help the guy that he was supposed to help. He gave zero resistance, and then he snuck out the back door. Bro, there's
Snuck-
nothing you can respect about that.
he made his money. He made his money all that. You know, he went to go collect his money from the bookies and all that. He had nothing to talk about. He said, "Oh, my job done here," and he bounced.
That shit
Yeah,
crazy, man.
yeah,
That
did his
shit
best
crazy.
disappearing act, bro.
Yeah, that's just it. But he's
What you
been
say?
doing that.
And for my last trick, that never got up out of there, man. Shit crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I never forget this shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I never forget it.
Hey, think about every team he been on, right? Every time he messed up from Houston to OKC to New Jersey Nets to Philly, he always disappears. He'll after he mess up, he went off the team on to the next team. Except and he was supposed to go back to Houston, but Daka they had hired him, and even but Daka didn't want him, so he wound up a Clipper. Clippers. What this wasn't even his destination. So even Houston coach Daka figured Harden out. Said, "Nah, we good. We don't want you here, Beard."
Man, they
BJ,
all gotta go, man. Even Lawrence Frank gotta go, man. Shit.
even BJ had mentioned that BJ when he had the interview with Ty Law. Ty Law broke it down too. Like he was going to the Rockets, but Imadaka had they not hired Imadaka, well, I can't pronounce his name. He would have went back there, but Imadaka had got hired before Harden left Philly. But anyway, to me about him, it's too late to really. I don't see him coming back because what I could see him doing is he going to opt out of his contract like he's done with every last team. He has a pattern of doing the exact same thing. and he's gonna want as much as Kawhi. Not saying Kawhi special or nothing, but he's gonna act. He's gonna opt out to 35 million, and he's gonna ask for as much as Kawhi making. And he's gonna say, "Well, I played the whole year," and they're gonna say, "I'm sorry, man. We don't work like that." The only person that had a chance to do that was Paul George, but Paul George wanted the extra year, or Paul would have still been here. You know what I mean? So if they didn't budge on Paul, they're not gonna pay Harden. He'll be lucky if he even get 35 million. For real. So anyway, I'm expecting him. We probably not going to trade him. I'm expecting him to opt out and go find another team. He'll find some other team. Somebody going to look at, okay, he good all season, like a young team or a struggling team like the Orlando or somewhere like that. Maybe even the Kings, the Sacramento Kings. Somebody like that will get him. You know.
I just hope it's not us. Leave that man.
If he does what he's been doing the whole time he's been in NBA, he's gonna ask for more money. New Jersey didn't want to pay him, so Philly didn't want to pay him, so he started talking shit about their general manager. Houston didn't want to pay him, so he went to OKC. OKC didn't want to pay him his money. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna do the exact same thing. He actually has a pattern. Now Ty Lue, he just got signed. You know, that's gonna, like, I don't know, like he did just get signed, right? It got his extension. The only way I could see that possibly happen if they give him a severance package. If contracts could be broken one way. Like, okay, we're gonna give you a severance package. We're gonna pay you maybe for 2 years out of that 5 years. But if you stay here, BJ Armstrong gonna be the coach. That's the only way you can really get rid of him.
Damn. It sounds like we might be stuck with him, huh?
Nah, you get a severance package. We got a rich owner. They could, severance package basically, if you ever had, job, whatever, and they figured, okay, you got a contract at your job or whatever. How they get around your contract is, okay, we're gonna give you, 50 cents on every dollar. You know what I mean? 50 cents on every dollar, but we don't want you here. But here's your severance package to walk away. Take it or leave it. Because if you stay here, you're going to demote you, and we're going to put somebody else as coach. Because he down with Clutch Sports, so I'm sure he got a strong ass contract. But you can't fire nobody, but you can give him a severance package. Agree to disagree. He go half of the money. You know what I'm saying? And y'all there?
Shoot, I ain't know you was done, brother. But yeah,
No, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Now somebody smarter than me, like you. You sound like you smart. I mean, smarter than me. So you could break it down, maybe better in professional terms. I ain't good at talking.
You are good, man. We definitely understand what you're saying, brother.
Yeah, you good, Jay, man. That's just another disappointing season as a Clipper fan, man.
You know why it's really disappointing? Because we waited 5 years for Kawhi to be healthy. And he was healthy, and we got knocked out the first round. We actually made it to the Western Conference Finals when Kawhi got injured. No, he played the whole way. Then he got hurt when we made it there. But to see him, that's the most disappointing thing to me. This man worked hard to get back. When he came back, we was winning. We had streaks. And then he finally like, damn, I finally got here. And this nigga over here only shot the ball 7 times. I know he pissed.
Yeah, if I was Kawhi, I'd be hella mad, boy. I'd be so goddamn hot. I ain't never talking to James Harden a day of my life again, bro.
That's probably why he ran up into his private jet so damn fast to get up out of there.
Get up out of there. Yeah, he didn't even stick around and say goodbye or nothing. He hauled ass.
Man,
y'all know where he going. He going straight to the strip club, dog.
Straight to the strip, the gambling spring or whatever. Like man. It's
Such a sorry
it,
excuse, man.
yeah, they just sorry, man. That dude, man. And you're right. They got saying, man. Everybody kept saying Harden did this, Harden did that, Harden did this. Man, the freaking he's always been good during the season, but he's
Right.
always choked in the playoffs.
Right. That's why I was telling
That's
BJ
just
earlier. I'm
that's
like, there's no point of signing him back because all these Clipper guys. Oh well, we can't get nothing better than Harden. Are you serious? There's nothing better out there than Harden. Are you kidding me? There's got to be somebody better out there that we can get or trade or
you know
something.
what I mean.
I
I
wouldn't
think
even say better. Like I'm not even gonna say better. Somebody that's gonna pass the ball sooner.
That's
That's
what I'm
all I want.
saying, man. Just
That's
get
all I
somebody
want.
that can move the ball, be a point guard,
And play
yeah,
defense.
play
Do that.
defense.
Hey, do y'all
No, and
literally know
actually take
that
more shots in the game 7.
Hey, do you know that there's pictures on X of Harden literally watching people go right past him? They got
No,
photos of him literally
JM.
standing there. Yeah,
JM. I
yeah.
literally watched this man the whole series ball watch. He wasn't playing a lick of defense, bro. Like
It went on.
and it was my main goal at a certain point to watch James Harden. Just specifically, I'm looking at nothing but that motherfucker on the court, on the defensive end. And the amount of times he gets literally blown by just because his back is turned to his man is ridiculous, bro. It is ridiculous.
That dunk Aaron Gordon made right there, I'm like, oh my gosh. But see, I can't put it all on Harden, right? They got to go.
True.
It's like
True.
20%. 20%. I put 15% on Harden, 85% on the coach, who clearly allowed Harden to do what he wanted to do.
What he wanted to do, yep.
He allowed him to do it, right? So that you got to go higher up, higher up. Like, okay, like I said, you got a co-worker messing around. The manager, the boss, it's up. Another co-worker can't get rid of that co-worker. It got to come from the management, right? So Ty is supposed to be this great coach. He can see that this dude is, and then he took out Ben Simmons. Ben should have been. Man, we started out them games with Ben. Ben was holding his own. Next thing I see, you not replace Ben with Harden on the second. I was talking about the second unit, our second unit, holding our team down. The second unit. Ben, Bogey, even though Coffee should have been in there, but Ben, Bogey, DJJ, Kawhi, you know what I'm saying? And I forgot the other dude, but either way, all of a sudden, that went to a small ball lineup. He put Harden in there. I'm like, didn't play Ben at all. I'm like, what? So that
Man.
just sabotaging
Damn, he
us.
would play Harden and Bogey together, like with Dorm out there. Like, what
Yo,
you doing?
how many of y'all on this panel would want to see fucking Amir Coffee for all of the minutes that Bogey had? And I mean
Man,
all of them.
I've been saying, I'm pretty sure he can give you more than what the hell Bogey was giving you.
Bro, Amir Coffee runs in transition. Amir Coffee is not afraid of contact going to the rim. Like Bogey is
Bogey only had
literally
what? One game he had
afraid of
18?
contact. Yeah, and that was all from his jump shots. And that's the thing with Amir. Amir, when he gets the ball and he knows it's his time to score, he's not just looking for a jump shot. He's actually analyzing the floor and analyzing the paint to see where he can be most effective at. It don't work out all the time like it shouldn't for most NBA players, but he's a
Amir got
lot more
that.
consistent at it than Bogey.
Amir got that Terrence Mann shit happening to him. That's what happened.
Nah, for real.
Ty wasn't playing him, bro.
This where the sabotage came in. Remember earlier I was saying that for some reason Bogey cannot play with Harden. Maybe Harden Harden not gave sneakers and all, and I was like, man, I noticed like whenever Harden is playing with Bogey be scared to shoot. So Bogey was doing fine with in the second unit. Now you put Harden next to him. Now Bogey don't know what to do. It's like he bowing down to Harden or something. He shouldn't have took all them free gifts.
And
shouldn't have
Harden's
took
not a
that.
leader. He's usually yelling at him. He's like yelling at the guys. You know what I'm saying? He's not leading them. He's yelling at them. Bobby probably
Right.
scared.
So he was scared. Like that's what it looked like. Because Bogey was doing fine, even though Coffee should have been in. But we don't talk about that Bogey was actually playing. Bogey on the second unit with Kawhi and they brought us back into games, right? With them, right? Like, but Harden, all of a sudden now he playing with Bogey. Bogey disappeared. Like Harden, like nigga, you better not the ball. And then another thing, when that dude, Bron Cross or whatever, and I had said that, like, damn, it looked like when Bron caught Harden across the chest, Bron took the life out of Harden. Because when they was about to fight, Harden did that little Flintstone step back. I was like, oh, and then from then on, Bron's Cross, whatever his name is, stayed on Harden. And Harden is mentally. There's a lot of problems, man, but it's still got to
Got
be.
punked by that white boy, man.
Yeah, hey, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to sound racist with that.
that
But that's
white
what it
boy
was,
took
right?
his lunch. Took his lunch
He
and
took his
everything else,
lunch.
man.
Yeah, when he hit him across, when they started that fight, after that, Harden was like, every time he seen, they literally, Denver literally kept Cross on Harden the rest of the series. Took his soul.
Man, I kind of wish Aaron Gordon would have connected with Harden now. To see what Harden would have done if he would have connected with that hand. Oh,
And then
yeah.
Gordon was also their center, so even ESPN they started to say that Gordon actually they center, like, and people didn't catch on to that. So we playing small. Everybody focusing on Joker when Gordon actually is center, and he ain't got nobody down there to stop him because Kawhi and Zoo at the top. So that leaves Harden and Powell down there trying to stop somebody who damn near big as Zoo, bigger than
Yeah,
Zoo, just
man.
shorter.
One thing I gotta say is they
Anyway,
shouldn't have been out there. That's on Ty Lue, man. I just don't understand what he's seen in those last few moments, man.
what he seen was LeBron getting swept, and so he made sure we lost.
Oh my god, man! This
That's what I
is
see.
oh,
It's a hell of a coincidence that Lakers got kicked out the series the night before we played Game 7. Hell of a coincidence. Clutch
man.
Sports wins again.
I always tell you, JM, you be hitting those on the spot, man. It's weird, bro. It's weird. Why all of a sudden we lose. Harden getting
All of a
7
sudden,
points. Harden's supposed to be one of the best scorers in the league, and he only gets 7 points on the game. Like, come on, man.
the crazy part is he is one of the best scorers. That's why I was saying it had to be done on purpose because he is one of the in the playoffs. You know, he can score. He was jacking up shots. Was coincidentally all of a sudden he jacking up. Everybody wanted him to stop jacking up shots all season. He never stopped jacking up shots. When we needed him to jack up shots, he only took
did
7 shots.
You right. He been jacking up. Like there were plenty of games where like he's going like 10 or 20 or 8 of 18 or some shit, and then the last game we needed him to put up shots, he only put up 8.
Yeah, that's something a smart person could figure out his stat. He averaged 20 some shots per game the whole season. Now in the playoffs, you went from 20 something shots down to 7 shots. Did he forget how to shoot?
No, he looked like he owed some people some money. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, he owes somebody some money. Like he probably all strip clubs, and they all got casinos down south in the Midwest. Them areas, man, they strip clubs got casinos. Like you can bet in there. That's how that is. Even in Texas. So yeah, he owed somebody some money, so he threw the game.
Man, I just think a lot of us Clipper fans are just sitting here shaking our head, man. This is just ridiculous.
Well, I ain't crying no more. I ain't crying about it. It's over. And
Yeah.
hopefully that everything will work out. and we come out. So at least silver lining is Kawhi healthy and he finished the playoff, man. Because all the other
Hey, I
variables,
know you heard that rumor, JM. What you think if we could possibly get what's his name? Old boy from Milwaukee, Giannis.
who the yeah he wants,
Yeah.
but they were saying he either want the Knicks or we would have to move somebody to get him, like Harden, 35 million. We would have to move
Bro.
somebody, a couple of
If I could
pieces to
get
get
Kawhi,
him.
look, if I could get Kawhi and Giannis together, man, I'll be cool with that, man. That would make me feel a lot better.
Yeah, or like I was saying, Jimmy Butler, because now that Steph Curry is hurt for the
Oh,
rest of the playoffs, so Jimmy probably like, damn, I should have went over there because Steph gone. He got a
mm.
hamstring, so he ain't gonna be
You don't
playing.
think he
So I
would
don't
stay though?
understand
You don't think he would stay like just for another season with
who.
them?
Yeah, Jimmy might, but I'm saying I was hoping even Jimmy came, but we still
Mm.
got Kevin Durant want to be traded. That Giannis gonna get a lot to get him, but he's a free agent. He want to be traded, so you
I
never
wouldn't
know.
even
We
mind
might
getting
put
old boy either. The old boy from the Hornets, LaMelo, or not the Hornets, but the Charlotte
yeah,
LaMelo
but
Ball, man. I would love getting that kid.
we would have to get rid of Harden to pull that off because Harden
Mm.
is Harden. Hey, he gonna stay the point guard.
Man, I can't. I don't know if I can do another season with Harden, man. Jay, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's gonna be hard to watch, man.
Yeah, especially when we already know what he's gonna do. But
That's
I'm
what I'm
hoping
saying,
that
bro.
he gonna opt out his contract. He gonna opt out. He always does it. I think he gonna leave on his own.
Steve Ballmer
He
did look
always
mad though,
does.
JM. Steve Ballmer looked mad after that game, so maybe it might work in our favor.
Yeah, because Steve Ballmer flew a whole jet of fans to Denver. He was
Yeah,
confident we was going to win. He flew people for free to that game.
yeah.
A
He
jet
a billionaire. One thing about billionaires, they don't like losing money for
Nah,
no
right.
reason.
He not flew. They showed that jet, man, that big ass jet. It was like a airliner, one of the big ones. All them fans was on there, got flew for free to Denver.
Mm.
And they get embarrassed, man. We got embarrassed
Yeah, we did.
with the healthy Kawhi.
Yeah, we did. Ugh.
But it's on to the next, you know what I'm saying? There's only one podcaster here that's still like Harden. That's that dude, Adam. Even his own people on his channel, like, nigga, you crazy. Adam's the only one. Well, Harden should come back. Like, this nigga's a fool. But he
Yeah,
gotta
that's
say
all
what
I'm
he gotta
saying.
say. He can't speak about, and I called him out one time, right? Like on this live or whatever. I like, man, you never say nothing bad about Ty. Is it because you're a broadcaster? You know what I'm saying? So he can't be he can't he's biased, he can't be unbiased, whatever that word means. He gotta
Yeah,
say
that's why I
good
don't like
things.
listening to them like that. That's why I listening to BJ because he keep it real. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
Because you're right.
the
Because these
clip
got other guys. The Clipper guys are saying, "Oh well, we could probably use Harden for another season and keep Ty Lue." Like, man, I don't want to hear that. I don't
that's
want to
what
hear
he
the.
kept saying. But his own people that be on his pod on clips and dips,
Yeah,
right? They was
man, I
like,
don't want to hear
man,
that,
you
man.
crazy. They was even looking at him like, man, you crazy. My point is, he's the only one still think Ty is a great coach.
Oh
Harden should
my
play another year. I'm like, man, he tried to come up on DJ's show with that crap. And I was waiting for him. Like, man, you out of your mind.
God.
Is it because you don't want to lose your job being a broadcaster? That's why you got to be like up their ass all the goddamn time.
Yeah, because honestly, that's what I was telling BJ earlier. Dude. I'm like, if we keep Harden for another season, it's going to be the same thing over again. I'm not like what be good for the regular season. Is that what we good for now?
We
Like,
don't
come
even
on,
need
man.
to be good for the regular season. As long as Kawhi healthy, he can just
Tired of
put him
that.
in the bench.
We've
But
been
now we
good.
don't
We've been
know
good in the regular season for the last 5 years, haven't we?
5 years before Harden even came there. We've been good in the
Well, we
regular
haven't even
season.
had a really a bad season like that.
No, we haven't. Even without Kawhi, we still made it at least to the playoffs, or the play. And we only missed the playoffs like maybe twice. I think since he's been here, even without him. I was saying our team is good enough to make it to the playoffs without him. And then he's supposed to be the closer. Well, he made it to the playoffs. He's supposed to be the closer. But now you got a dude holding the ball for 20. Man, I ain't gonna say we because I don't own a team or nothing like that. Getting rid of Paul George, and then Powell had the nerve to say addition by subtraction. Powell might not be re-signed. Powell got Powell on the option too. Powell might not be. So everything he like BJ put another show up there. I was trying to anyway do something, so I couldn't come up here. But Powell shouldn't have said that. Him nor Harden shouldn't have said that because clearly Paul George is more special. That was, but you know what I'm saying. I just wish they would have paid. But see, Paul was on other shit though. You know what I'm saying. He needed the money. So he left for a reason. He left because he got the same contract Kawhi got. He didn't get it maybe soon enough, but his goal was to get more money. And then he went to Philly and literally robbed him. Literally got his 221 million, and now he off their team. So he got what he wanted. So we bring him back. Maybe not under Ty Lue or whatever, unless the management or Kawhi be like, yo, man, bring back Paul. I asked for Paul to come here. Paul got his money.
But I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even mind if Brian Shaw became our coach, man. Brian Shaw is not a bad coach, man.
No, hey, Brian Shaw came in and did a damn good job. Did a damn good job.
Yeah, he did, man.
Brian Shaw should have been coaching in the playoffs. He really should have.
He would have sat Harden if he played bad, bro. He didn't see. That's what pissed me off about Ty Lue. He was literally running with this guy even when he played bad. Ugh.
Because Ty wasn't trying to I put that on X too, where I like, man, Ty not coaching to win. Like everything that worked for us, he literally took it away. Now Bomber's way smarter than me. So if he could figure that out, like, yo, why all of a sudden you went away from it, and then you can't blame Van Gundy because Van Gundy defense been working the whole season. You know what I'm saying? So now you can't point because Van Gundy can't pick the players to go in. He picked players to go in for the second unit. But now Ty changing up the second unit. That means Van Gundy is nothing really he could do. He ain't the head coach.
Nope.
Players he picked to do to make our defense so special. Now they're not even in the game in the playoffs. They're not even playing. That was a sabotage.
Yeah, Tyler, man, it's time up, man.
Yeah, that was
time
bad,
up, man. Everything about the team played it just was bad, man.
It's
so
bad.
Serious.
It was bad. Man, we was losing by 30 freaking points. That was terrible. But look at the lineup that I put out there. There's no way the lineup he put out there could keep up Van Gundy defense.
And then it's crazy, JM. When he finally took the lineup out, Kobe Brown was balling. He got like 9 points. Like, come on, man.
Kobe Brown had more points than Harden did.
Come on, man. They was talking about, they was doubling Harden. No, they wasn't. They was doubling Kawhi. Harden had this run on him.
They was doubling Kawhi. They were doubling Zoo. But I was saying, we got a power forward, Kobe Brown. I like that's the perfect series for Kobe Brown. As soon as Kobe Brown came in, it was too late, and he made immediate impact.
Tyler allergic to playing young players. He allergic to playing young guys. He don't like playing young guys.
He's allergic to sabotaging us because clearly Kobe Brown should have been playing more minutes. If Kobe Brown could score 9 minutes that fast, he was big. He's big as Aaron Gordon.
He came in and had more will than the whole team. It's crazy.
He's big. He's a big young man. Yeah, but Yeah, it's tight to say. Anyway, that shit is just so frustrating, man. I just want to look forward to off
I would
season.
say next season, I would love to see more of the young guys in the rotation.
I'm sure
Yeah.
Kawhi. I'm sure Kawhi would too. Nicholas Batum is retiring. This is his last season. That's why we bring him
Yeah.
back so he can retire a Clipper. He
Yeah,
retired.
honestly, I
Yeah,
love Nicholas Batum, man. He's a good dude.
me
Good
too.
dude,
But
man.
basically, it's gonna come. It's gonna that retired. Like, cause he only came back to retire.
Damn, yeah, man. I want
The
to
owners
see
didn't
who
get
out of
rid of
that.
him. That was Tyler. Traded him for Harden. Traded him
Hey,
for
out of that
Harden.
young group, JM, is Kobe Brown the only one you
That's
want to
how he
see
went.
out of that young group, or what? Who else would you like to see out of that young
I
group
want to
besides
see
Kobe? Oh, okay,
Jordan
Miller.
Miller
Okay, yeah,
and
Jordan Miller would be nice.
the dude we got from, and then we got the dude from that we traded KPJ for. He nice. Didn't see him the whole series. I forgot his name, but it's a rookie young kid that
Bro, what's his?
traded KPJ for this kid from Minnesota. I mean from Milwaukee.
Oh
I
no,
would like to see him.
I think we waived him at the whatever. JM, we let him go.
So we got rid of KPJ for absolutely nothing. Golly.
And you know what's sad, JM, is KPJ started balling over there, which is crazy, man. He was balling
Hey,
with Milwaukee.
hey, so was you didn't see Kai Jones balling for the Mavericks?
Yeah, he
Kai,
was, man. We could have
yeah,
used Ty Jones. Crazy.
that's crazy.
Gave away our sinners.
He gave him away,
Oh man.
and he was balling. He was giving us fits. Like we beat the Mavs, whatever. But Kai Jones was putting it on Zubac. He was putting it on everybody. Like he was mad. Like players leave us and beat the shit out of like Russ. Left us and came back and beat the shit out of us. Like what they be mad. Like, damn it, man. You should have
They
let me
hate the
go.
Clippers, man. I don't blame them. I don't blame
I
them for hating
don't,
the Clippers, man. At all.
I don't blame them either. I don't blame them. But it's not the team. They don't like the coach. It's the
Yeah.
coach. The coach. Ain't nobody on our team happy with that win. That what Ty Law said. Ain't nobody on our team happy with that loss. That mean ain't nobody on our team happy the way we lost, except for Harden, who got immediately on his private jet, didn't speak to nobody. He the only one happy. He got his money, or was able to pay back
Yeah.
his bookies. Either one.
Yeah. Yeah, he got it by selling his soul. That's what he did.
Mm. Hey, but like I always say, man, I ain't that smart. Hopefully, the owners and the people head up, higher up. I hope they
Yeah.
if we could figure this shit out. And I'm just on YouTube. Hopefully, the ones who paying these people, they could figure it out. Barber
Yeah.
don't look like a dumb person to me. He the part owner of Microsoft. That's billionaire. He started
Yeah.
to do who own Microsoft right now. What's his
Yeah.
name? Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Right? So
And these guys are
Steve
smart, man.
Ballmer,
They know what they're doing.
yeah, Steve Ballmer is so but he a fan when he started crunching the numbers, because he ain't no average fan. Like he a fan, but he owns Microsoft, part stake in Microsoft. So if you looking at this dude, like, hold up, and this dude about to come to me ask me for 35. Harden's gonna ask for 35 million, I guarantee you. And they're gonna
Oh
turn him down.
God. They better, man. He better not, man. That fool don't deserve that shit. Don't deserve that, man.
No, he don't
But like
deserve
you
that at
said, we
all.
can't. He don't deserve nothing from us after what he did. Hell no. But
He ain't never got he ain't never got an extension from no other team. You can't name one team that gave him an extension. Not one. And he ain't gonna get one from us either.
actually, you know what? I like that you brought the Paul George thing up, because if we didn't pay Paul George, what James Harden think he gonna get? Like
Paul George
he
went
didn't.
and got his money.
And
And
Paul
he off
George
their
did way
team.
more. Paul George did way more than James Harden did for us. So
Way, way more.
That's what
Way
I'm
more
saying. So
than that.
if we didn't pay Paul George, what makes James Harden think he gonna get paid?
Right. That's I brought that up. If they was willing to let Paul George go, and Paul George is actually oh, you only asked for another year. He asked for 4 years. He already about to get the same money Kawhi made for 3 years. Paul needed 4. Paul got a whole different situation. He take care of his sick mom and a lot. He needed the money, and he wanted to stay. So,
No.
when he left, they still showed Kawhi and Paul George chilling. And Kawhi said, yo, go get that bag. That means they already been talking. Kawhi knew the plan. Yo, I gotta get that money, bro. And Kawhi like, man, go get that bag, bro.
I'll
And
be say
Paul,
this, JM. You gave this Clipper fan hope now after telling me that little soliloquy, man. That just gave me a little bit of hope that we
now
not signing that
I
fool
won't be.
in.
Hey, Paul George literally got kicked off the Sixers, but he leaving with the money he went to go get. It was a plan. He
Yeah.
planned that. And Kawhi knew it. That's why Kawhi said, go get that bag. They posted all of that, but they were chilling at the club before Paul left. They homeboys. Kawhi went to go pick Paul. So they group in the same, they know each other. Kawhi, hey, if you hate on somebody, yo, I need to go get this money, man. They ain't giving me what I want over here. But Paul George probably say, yo, I'll be back. Let me go get this contract and I'll be back.
Man, that
That's
is
exactly
crazy.
what happened. That's exactly what happened, right? Paul George went there, got 221 million. He guaranteed that. And now he could come back. And Philly gotta pay him. That shit was smarter than a bitch what he did. The
Like
ultimate
I
hype.
said, man. I said, damn, you gave this Clipper fan some hope for next season, man. But I'm gonna get up
Yeah,
out of here, y'all. Y'all have a great day, okay?
if you go there, it's BJ. Damn, y'all was on for 6 hours? Jeez. You
All
ever
right,
let
BJ, JM, y'all have a good day, man.
Hey, you two, I'm gonna let BJ get some sleep. I didn't know. I just 7 hours. Good. Man, I gotta make sure I do something to help this man. God, at least 7 hours. Jeez. Yo, BJ, peace. Keep up the great work, man. I dropped something huge before you know it.